Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Boku no Hero Academia. Next Generation Part 3805 Chapter 33, Aspiration. Opening 2, Peace Sign, by Kanobi Yonezu opens to the UA Sports Festival arena as the sun raises over the stadium. Looking down from arena side as the wind blows, Izuku and Boruto smile down at the middle of the battle ring, ready to face the sports festival head-on before turning and giving each other a high five before the logo appears. We first zoom through a few students of Class 1A preparing for the sports festival in various places, Ochako doing arm stretches, Sarada cracking her knuckles before punching the air in practice, Eijiro stretching downward while sitting against the wall, Tenya stretching back his left turbo leg, Sumair doing shoulder stretches, Yuabe swinging his earth hammer up and down, Katsuki stretching out his legs, Boruto doing squats with his arms out and forward, Izuku stretching with his arms bended back, Shoto doing arm circles and breaths of fresh air upon being finished. We then cut to the UA Sports Festival arena where the battles take place with the main competitors unleashing their signature attacks. Boruto throws down a bolt of lightning. Izuku's finger flick smash release a shockwave, Shoto releasing a wave of ice. Sarada comes from above with a punch that creates a small crater in the ground. Eijiro punches forward with his hardening quirk, Shikadai using shadow possession, Tenya dashing with his turbo engines activated, Mitsuki firing off snake lightning, Shinki attacking with a wave of iron sand with his arms crossed, Shinso turns with a glare, Iwabe smashes his earth weapon to the ground and using stone edge, Tokiyami releasing dark shadow to attack, Katsuki firing off explosions from both hands before attacking bare-handed, Tsubaki slashing the air with her sword covered in blue aura, Hoki launching an earth pillar, Tetsutetsu punching forward with his steel quirk, Hatsume turns with grin and hands behind back. Next shows Naruto, All Might, Present Mic, Midnight, and Shota, still covered in bandages, turning back to Class 1A, who glare at them with determination as they're ready to give it their all during the sports festival. Last shot shows everyone in their costumes and jumping in the air, diving straight into battle. Chapter 33. Aspiration as the 9th match between Ibara and Chocho gets going. The chubby girl finds herself at a disadvantage against Shiozaki's vines and has no way to get in close to properly land an expanded strike. Even smashing the ground and throwing debris at the vine girl does her no good as they kept getting swapped aside. Okay, that does it, Chocho forms one hand sign, I thought I wouldn't need to use this, but I'm gonna and that'll be that. She expands her body like a balloon before rolling like a yo-yo, human boulder. She lunges right at her foe, who grows a nig wave of vines from the ground to block the expansion user. Chanting, roll, 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 she continues to persevere through some of the vines. But Ibara grows more to fend her off and after 10 seconds, Chocho is at her limit and deflates to her normal body and begins feeling dizzy from going all out. How frustrating, she grumbles. Once her opponent is wobbly, Ibara uses this chance to tie her up in vines before lifting her in the air. Akamichi is immobilized, Shiozaki advances on, Midnight flops her flail. I'm so thankful that I get to continue to strive forward toward a greater opportunity of success. Ibara prays in a shining manner with her hands together. She's good. Kamako murmurs. Her offense and defense were off the charts with those vines. Iwabe adds, gotta be on guard for that. Agreed. Shikadai nods. Alright guys, I'm up next so I'm off. Sarada gets up from her seat and heads up the steps. Good luck out there, Sarada. Izuku wishes. Don't get careless and let him slip you up. Boruto teases, grinning at that. Hey, who do you think you're talking to? Sarada smirks. I'm aiming to be the #1 cage hero, so things won't be ending here. She firmly states, this match will be over in several seconds. She adds before walking off. Several seconds, huh? Kyoka sweat drops. Isn't that a bit much? Mina too. She's so headstrong it's amazing. Fumikage admits, arms crossed over his chest. HMPH. Katsuki scoffs, only one who's gonna be number is me. And now for the 10th match. Mike's voice started to echo over the loudspeakers. First up, the girl WHO packs one hell of a punch thanks to brute strength. She didn't get in through recommendations for nothing. From the hero course, Sarada Uchiha. He announces next, versus, the guy who's good at reading terrains. From the hero course, Hoki Taketori. No words were said as their match begins, with Hoki opening up with both hands implanted to the ground, Earthblade Rod. Multiple pillars of earth were sent in Sarada's direction. Hoki Taketori. Quirk. Earth. He can cause several columns to emerge from the ground, and attack with them at will. Earth. His quirk is like mine. Iwabe notices. Yeah, you're right about. Eijiro agrees. The Uchiha activates her Sharingan and quickly jumps to the side before charging her way at Hoki with quick speed. Fast. He doesn't have the time to prepare another attack as Sarada comes down with a chakra-coated fist that he barely jumps out of the way from as it leaves a medium crater on the ground. Getting even one step near her is already a bad move. In that case, He recovers with Hand's impact below, putting up an earth wall to separate them both. Alright. This will give a few seconds to think of a plan and, before he finishes those thoughts, Sarada resorted to brute strength and busts her way through his wall, sending flying debris at him from the impact. Oh no. He covers himself from his own debris, and is left wide open as Sarada rears her fist back and thrusts it forward into his gut, making him grunt with wide eyes and send flying out of the ring and into the wall. Gah! Hoki grunts and spits out, dropping to the ground and going unconscious. Takitori is out of bounds. Midnight flail flops to Sarada. Uchiha advances. Cha! Sarada yells with a raised fist, so does Sakura from the stands, while Sasuke cracks a smile on the other hand for his daughter winning. Holy crap! Setsuna utters from the 1B stands. She's a physical monster alright, Tetsutetsu added, sweating madly. Don't forget, Phantomai's daughter as well. Yosetsu trails, also finding that scary. Moments later, Sarada returned to the stands, being greeted with compliments from some of her classmates. The next match between Iida and Hatsume lasted for 10 excruciating minutes. It was like a commercial advertisement the whole fight as Mei was showing off several of her support items that she had created. After those 10 minutes, Mei has finally finished her presentation, cheerfully walks over the lines of the stage. That was fun, but I think I've shown off everything I've wanted to. Now to wrap this show up. Hatsume is out of bounds. Iida advances to the second round. Midnight confusedly proclaims, unenthusiastically flopping her flail as she does so. Iida shakes his fist, dramatically angry and disappointed at himself. I can't believe I let you trick me. Mei smirks cheekily over her shoulder without missing a beat. Yay, sorry about that. I used you to make a name for myself. She chuckles cheekily while at it. Well, that was something. Sumair commented with a sheepish smile. What the heck were we even watching? Boruto sweat drops, finding that match a little unnecessary. Iida trusted her motives and made it seem like she was doing him a favor. Izuku shakes dramatically, taking some notes while at it. Not even worth writing down. Boruto murmurs under his breath. The 12th match shows that Shikadai is on the defense, while carefully dodging strikes from Enko, who has dark-coated arms. RAAR. She roars like a beast as her eyes are also dark yellow. Enko Anikuma, Quirk. Possession. This quirk mutates the user's arms into a beast-like form, granting them enhanced strength and allowing them to stretch and extension. Nara is having a hard time fighting against Anikuma's fierce attacks, Mike hypes it. So Shikadai on the defense. Izuku murmurs. Her quirk looks pretty rare, and also similar to my own. Mitsuki notices. I can see it too. Boruto agrees, seeing Shikadai dodge an extended claw attack by Enko. As long as I keep pressuring you at this distance, you won't get the chance to trap me with your shadow quirk. Anikuma grins and was close to kicking him. She's relentless, I can't get a shadow bind in on her, Shikadai thought in frustration. I got no choice but to. He puts his arms up and blocks a strike from Enko, getting him to slide back and get the distance he needed from that impact. Now, shadow possession. His line of shadow begins to chase Anikuma around. Ya missed. Enko yells and lunges to bash his face, only for Shikadai to duck underneath. She lands next to him and was close to finishing him off. However, the Nara boy does a switcheroo with his hand signal and expends the shadow around him, stopping her in one place just he feels a breeze from her beast-like palms. Crap. Enko struggles to move, even in her possession form. Thought for sure I could wrap it up before you could use it. If I hadn't deliberately got you to slide me back, then that would have been the case, Shikadai said, binding her further, but that's the match. He adds, as Enko grunts in frustration. Anikuma is immobilized. Nara advances to the next round. Midnight flail flops. Alright, Izuku cheers. She have him a hard time, but he pulled it off at the last second, Fumikage adds. Yep, another win for us. Boruto nods. The 13th match goes on and Iwabe is easily overwhelming Shitai. The only option the 1B competitor can do is run and try to dodge as much as possible since there's no darkness to amp his quirk in this match. He's strong. I don't stand a chance against him without any darkness, Shitai thought, inwardly and nervously. What's the matter? Running away won't do you any good, Iwabe slams his earth hammer down, to which the dark quirk user barely avoids. There's nothing I can do. His opponent sweats, and continues evading as best as he can. Stone Edge. Iwabe smashes part of his earth staff downward and floats some debris before swinging them via staff. Shitai covers his face and is forced to rank some debris that hit in at every angle. Using this distraction to king at him, and for the finishing move, he hammers the black kid on the left side of his face, making Shitai spit out form the impact and fall unconscious. Kororio is KO'd. Yuino advances to the next round. Way to pull off that win like a man, Ejiro cheers, fists raised, to which some of his classmates sweat drop at his loudness. Well, at least Kororio tried to stay at distance for the last few seconds, Juzo said. Actually impressive considering his quirk couldn't work in an open space without darkness. Kendo adds, getting nods from the 1B girls, except Tsubaki. Tetsu and Fumikage's battle was an even match. Thanks to the former's metal skin, he was enduring a lot of his foe's attacks. The only problem was that he couldn't counter. The Dark Shadow Quirk user's shadowy entity was pushing him back. And finally, it managed to send him out of bounds with one strong blow. Continuing to the 15th match, is there a purpose for those horns sticking out of her head? From the hero course, Mina Ishido. Mike exclaims in introduction, versus, was that creature she summoned during the cavalry battle some sort of pet? From the same class, Sumair Kakei. The former grinned with hands on hips while the latter looks undetermined. I won't be holding back, Sumair, Mina said. I won't either. She nods. You go girls, Toru cheers from the stands. Don't show each other no mercy, Mineta yells out, before his perverted antics comes into play as he blushes madly, expecting a catfight out of them. Fight just like in those video games where they beat the other's clothes off. He fantasizes of Mina and Sumair fighting almost nude, making him nosebleed inwardly. Pervert, both Kyoka and Sarada exclaim in annoyance, the former zapping the grape teen with her ear jacks. Ready. Begin. Mike raps. Sumair puts her fingers in a gun position and shots multiple bullets of water, only for Mina coat her feet via acid quirk and skate around in an elegant manner. Catch me if you can, Mina grins. Oh yeah? Then try this. Sumair increase her water shots in size and launches 5 more rapidly, but they still get avoided by Acid Girl. Once the Mina sees her coming to a halt and panting one time, she skates up to her with her left fist reared. Now for my signature uppercut. Kakei barely dodges it and backflips one time to recover her distance. She sees that her shots of water isn't getting the job done, so she plants her right hand to the ground and a few marks appear. New. The small tanuki creature appears and hopes its way towards Mina, who gasps surprisingly, what is that? She exclaims dramatically and proceeds to retaliate with shots of acid from her hands, but the small creature dodges with great agility before jumping onto her face, blinding her. MMF. She tries to get it off, using this chance to charge up a medium to large one. Got you. Just as New hopes off of Mina, Kakei launches of a large water shot that connects with her stomachs, making her grunt at the impact and makes her tumble out of the ring, hitting her bottom on the ground. Ishido is out of bounds. Kakei advances. Ouch. That hurt ya no. Mina winces as she sits up. Well, you did say no holding back. Sumair smiles cheekily, extending a hand. Yeah, good point. Mina takes her hand, getting help to her feet. They both did great. Suyu comments with a finger on cheek. True, but that small creature she summoned was out of the blue, Sarada said, having noticed until they hear Minoru groan in dismay. I didn't get to see any form of stripping. Why? He shakes dramatically in a letdown. Oh, for crying out loud. Kyoka mutters, annoyed again as he continues his little tantrum. Smart utility with adding New to the mix. Mitsuki smiles, very impressive from Sumair. Right? She was amazing out there, Boruto agrees, so does Izuku and Tenya. Huh. Ochako takes a deep breath to calm down her nerve, seeing as her match with Bakugo is about to start and it's startling. The door opens at that moment, revealing to be Sumair coming in. Hey Ochako. Oh, Sumair, she hides her nervous expression with a fake smile, you did great out there. Thanks, she replied, I know you're probably nervous about facing Bakugo. Yeah. Ochako admits, I honestly don't know if I can pull it off. Chances are you might face him next. She glances to the side, unsure. Maybe, but I'm sure you've got a plan in mind on how to pull it off. Sumair smiles, even against Bakugo. I doubt anybody would just give up. She winks in believing her, after all, I hope you win so we can face each other in the next round, Kay? Hearing these faithful words, Ochako gave off a smile, okay, deal. This is when the door opens again as Izuku, Boruto, Mitsuki, and Tenya enter the room. Hey guys. The two girls greet. Sup. Boruto greets, and good job on winning out there, Sumair. He grins, getting a nod of thanks from her. Ready for your match against Bakugo? Mitsuki asks. Yeah, this is it. Ochako replies and puts on a brave face. It'll be okay. I don't think Bakugo would use the full power of his explosions on a girl, right? Tenya asks, hoping that's the case. You're absolutely wrong on that one. Boruto says otherwise, knowing Katsuki all too well and surprising Iida. He would. Izuku further confirms, and besides, everyone's trying to get the top spot here. Even against anyone else besides Katsuki, I doubt there will be any mercy, Mitsuki said, usual smiles. Take my match with Pony for example. Boruto adds as a reminder with arms crossed over chest. Gender is clearly irrelevant in this scenario. Everyone's an enemy all the same. You're right about that. Ochako gets up from her seat and walks past them to the door, which is why I'm giving my all during this fight, since we're all rivals. She turns to them and giving them a shaking thumbs up with a slight confidence look. Guess I'll see one of you in the finals, she says before walking out. Good luck. Sumair wishes again. We'd better get back to our seats and watch this go down, Mitsuki suggests. Good idea. Tenya agrees before they do just that. Meanwhile, Class 1A is murmuring amongst themselves at this current matchup. Suyu sees this as a disturbing matchup while Jiro is afraid to even watch this. Even some of the spectators worry about this. The boys and Sumire only watch as the match is about to begin with both Katsuki and Ochako ready to fight. Ready. Begin, Mike shouts. Surprisingly, Ochako makes the first move by dashing right off from the get-go. Wow, look at her go! Sumire exclaims in amazement. That's a good start and all she has to do is touch him, Izuku said in amazement too. Let's not judge too soon. Boruto states, hate to admit it, but Bakugo obviously won't let her do that and it's more of a disadvantage due to his fast reflexes. Agreed, he can even stabilize himself in the air. Meaning that Uraraka's in for a tough battle, Mitsuki adds. Izuku purses his lips at hearing that, you got this, Uraraka. Just as she goes to dodge what she thought was gonna be a right hook, Katsuki blasts her in the face with a low attack, sliding her back. Uraraka. The boys exclaim in unison, except Mitsuki, who frowns. Oh, Kamiko said frantically. He blasted her. Minoru grips his hair frantically. Looks like Bakugo doesn't plan on showing her any mercy. Suyu states, finger on cheek. Ochako this time uses her jacket as a distraction, throwing it through the smoke dust to bait him to shoot. There's no way you can beat me. He yells until he sees it was the jacket. She uses this time to get behind him to try and touch him to make him float, but his Katsuki's as fast as anticipated and blasts her back, making her roll on the ground violently before getting back up. This guy's insane, Kaminari exclaims. That reaction speed is off the chart, Shiro said. Getting the drop in on him is impossible with his agility, Iwabe adds. She's got to touch him to use her quirk, but that reaction time. I don't know if that's the case, Sarada mutters. This isn't over yet. Ochako charges persistently at trying to touch him, but each time she attempts to, he violently blasts her over and over non-stop, much to the horror of the crowd, as they then begin to boo Bakugo's violent behavior and lack of mercy. It's explosion after explosion and she can't get a shot on him, Shikadai trails. Is she okay? Suyu wonders in concern. I can't watch this. Kyoka covers her eyes in frantic. He may not be holding back, but still, Kamako trails in worry for Ochako. As I've always suspected, Minoru trails, Bakugo's a total sadist. The explosions keep getting more violent as Katsuki continues bombarding Ochako as she keeps coming at him relentlessly. Having had enough of this, listen kid, if you really want to be a hero, then stop acting like bully. If you're that good then just send her out bounds, one of the pros exclaims, standing up from his seat. Stop toying with the girl and end this match, another one said. Yeah, you heard the guy, a female exclaims. As the crowd continue booing, some heroes already know what's set in place. HMPH. Tsubaki scoffs, eyes closed, they call themselves pros and it's disgraceful. She adds, getting confused looks from the rest of the 1B girls. Those idiots really need to look closer. Monoma smirks, unimpressed as well. They really can't see what's going on, pathetic. Shinki closes his eyes in a scoff with arms crossed, seeing that these random pros aren't that smart and totally blind. Mitsuki, Sarada, and Todoroki sees what the plan is, having not said a word. Boruto takes several seconds to look around, until he gazes at the air, now on board with what Ochako's up to. Geez. Darui groans, seeing that Bakugo ain't playing around, but also surprised that they haven't even caught on yet. These pros that are booing right now are stuck in the mud, Kuritsuchi said. You can say that again. Chojuro agrees. Gaara remains silent with arms crossed, finding the constant booing pitiful. Surprised they actually haven't noticed at this point, Naruto finds it amusing. HMPH. It's shameful if anything. Sasuke huffs, eyes closes in pity that they can't tell. As the crowd continues complaining angrily at the explosion quirk user, the crowd is now booing Bakugo, Mike exclaims, and definitely agrees with them, and honestly, I agree with what they're saying. Before he finishes that statement, the bandaged Shota elbows Mike in the face before taking the microphone from him. Hey what the crap, he exclaims dramatically. Shota stands up from his seat and speaks so the wild crowd hears. Where's the man who started this uproar? Are you a pro? He questions seriously, causing the crowd to stop booing, especially the pro who started this, cause if you're being serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I suggest looking into another career. He criticizes completely, and continues, Bakugo's fierceness is an acknowledgement of his opponent's strength. He knows she's deserved to have made it this far, so he's doing whatever it takes to keep her at bay to come out on top. I think it's time. Thanks Bakugo for keeping your eyes focused on me, Ochako says and gets her hands ready in position. What? Katsuki narrows in confusion. I don't blame Bakugo for not noticing, but it's embarrassing for a pro to boo and not notice what's going on from the stands. Monoma smirks, she kept low to the ground as she moved so Bakugo's blasts tore up the floor of the ring, creating weapons for her. And she kept him focused on her by attacking relentlessly and without rest, leaving him oblivious. He looks up, as well as those who already knew, at the hundreds of rocks of varying sizes floating high above. She touches her fingers together and releases them to fall at high speed. A meteor shower? Mike exclaims in surprise. Now you notice? Shota gives him a deadpan look. She had a plan all along, Izuku exclaims, shocked and amazed. A good one at that. Boruto grins, amazed. Excellent planning on her part. Mitsuki smiles. Ochako uses this opportunity to dash in and finally get the touch in on him. Reading her zero gravity in fingers, this is it, my shot, I'll win and be just like Deku. Just as she closes in, Katsuki unleashes a huge explosion from his palms that eradicates the meteor shower, sending a large gust of wind, dust around the stadium and blowing Ochako back before she hits the ground again. As the dust clears, Ochako strugglingly sits up while wincing in small pain, and sees Katsuki standing with one palm up. On the other hand, he wasn't surprised that she had a plan going all this time. Bakugo bangs out a huge demonstration of power. Mike exclaims in shock, with the rest of the crowd having the same expression. He blasted apart Uraraka's finishing move and remains untouched. That was close. Katsuki admits with a sigh inwardly, his left palming shaking from that. I took him own shot. Ochako looks on in horror, and then glancing down sadly. She put everything she had into that and it was to no avail. However, she refuses to quit and slowly stumbles up, much to Katsuki's delight. Alright then, let's get serious, Uraraka, he charges to continue their fight. If Deku were in the ring, he wouldn't give up either. By the time she turns around to try and retaliate, she trips in exhaustion and hits the ground, causing Bakugo to stop. No. Not like this. She crawls and struggles to try and stand again, but this time, she can't. No way. Sumair mutters, stunned, it's just too much, Tenya adds. After everything she did, Boruto trails. She performed valiantly, but Mitsuki knows this is it. Yeah, she's way past her limit, Izuku finishes. This is confirmed when Uraraka goes unconscious after a difficult battle. Midnight comes over, checking before announcing, Uraraka is KO'd. Bakugo advances to the second round. Yells were heard from the crowd as Ochako carried on a stretcher by two robots and as Katsuki walks off. Let's forget that depressing outcome, Mike exclaims via speaker, but was unsatisfied about Katsuki winning since he was rooting for Ochako to win. You're supposed to be unbiased, you know, Shota grumbles in a sigh. With that, the first round is compete. We're taking a quick break and then back with more matches. Ending 3, Dakara, Hitori Yanai, by Little Glee Monster. Starts at daylight with flower petals falling from a tree and Ochako turning her hand into a fist as she, Sumair, Sarada, Suyu, Mina, Chocho, Toru, Kyoka, and Momo laying down on the beautiful grass with smiles of enjoyment and relaxation while conversating and looking up at the sky. As the ending plays, the next shot shows the 1A girls fighting off giants together in their hero costumes while having each other's backs. Next shows them chilling out at the park, exhausted after a long day of training. Kyoka sitting on the bench with a hand to her forehead, Sumair on her knees and Mina laying down, both sighing of fresh air. Ochako bending down and catching her breath. Suyu and Toru bending over the trash can, puking a little bit. Chocho sweating a lot after a bunch of running. Sarada leaning against the tree with her glasses off and hand over her eyes, and Momo standing up straight and take a few breathes. Next shows them walking in the rain in their school uniforms while looking at the screen with medium expressions, before the sky changes from overcast rain to daylight. It then switches to the Class 1A girls in their hero costumes once again and completing an obstacle course together while looking back at some of the Class 1A boys, Izuku, Boruto, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Tenya, and Shikadai, and Shota, who watch them from the starting line. It moves on to the 1A girls running home on the sidewalk, with Tenya, Boruto, Izuku, Minoru, Katsuki, Mitsuki, and Shikadai chasing behind them and keeping up. Last shot shows the girls smiling after having a great time with today's class while flower petals bloom in the evening sky on their way home before the logo shows in the end. The first round is finally done. I enjoy writing these fights and how they go down. The second round begins next chapter. 805 Chapter 34, Rising Stacks. Good grief. Darui mutters after that intense match between Ochako and Bakugo. You're right, Aquanari. Looks like I'll add Bakugo to the agency watch list after witnessing that. Kuritsuchi states to Chojuro, pretty amazed. Yeah, Darui said, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head, but after seeing how brutal he can be with another girl, I'm honestly starting to get second thoughts on where I should consider him. As we all saw, he was being cautious and gave her his best. Chojuro explains, this shows that he's smarter than he looks. Unexpectedly, indeed. She nods and asks, aside from Bakugo, anyone else in the first round you guys got your eyes out for? The contenders for me would be Uzumaki, Todoroki, Uchiha, and that one who could use steel, and the other would can use metal, Darui said. Kirishima and Tetsutesu. Why them? They lost, she trails. Still, I like their guts and passion. The static hero smirks, and I was gonna add Shinki in there too, but since he's your adopted son, Desert Sand. He glances to Gaara. I wouldn't dare, he jokes. HMPH. Gaara huffs with eyes closed and arms crossed. And what about that Midoriya kid? The one who moves just like All Might? Kuritsuchi asks. He hasn't been that impressive as of now, especially since he went against a student from General Studies, which isn't enough, Darui admits. Yeah. Chojuro agrees and adds, I'm also curious about that Mitsuki kid. What about him? The Earth hero asks. It seems he's hiding more than what we've seen so far, the Aqua hero replies. Well, I mean, it's only the fist round. Going full power right off the bat would be a waste, Kuritsuchi states. You're so right about that. Darui agrees. The second round is about to start. Hopefully that's when they'll turn up on their quirks, she said, arms crossed over chest. Right. Chojuro agrees as Mike announces the next bracket on the board. Opening 2, Peace Sign, by Kanobi Yonezu opens to the UA Sports Festival arena as the sun raises over the stadium. Looking down from arena side as the wind blows, Izuku and Boruto smile down at the middle of the battle ring, ready to face the sports festival head-on before turning and giving each other a high five before the logo appears. We first zoom through a few students of Class 1A preparing for the sports festival in various places, Ochako doing arm stretches. Sarada cracking her knuckles before punching the air in practice. Eijiro stretching downward while sitting against the wall. Tenya stretching back his left turbo leg. Sumair doing shoulder stretches. Yuabe swinging his earth hammer up and down. Katsuki stretching out his legs. Boruto doing squats with his arms out and forward. Izuku stretching with his arms bended back. Shoto doing arm circles and breaths of fresh air upon being finished. We then cut to the UA Sports Festival arena where the battles take place with the main competitors unleashing their signature attacks. Boruto throws down a bolt of lightning. Izuku's finger flick smash release a shockwave, Shoto releasing a wave of ice. Sarada comes from above with a punch that creates a small crater in the ground. Eijiro punches forward with his hardening quirk, Shikadai using shadow possession. Tenya dashing with his turbo engines activated. Mitsuki firing off snake lightning. Shinki attacking with a wave of iron sand with his arms crossed. Shinso turns with a glare. Iwabe smashes his earth weapon to the ground and using stone edge. Tokiyami releasing dark shadow to attack. Katsuki firing off explosions from both hands before attacking bare-handed. Tsubaki slashing the air with her sword covered in blue aura. Hoki launching an earth pillar. Tetsutesu punching forward with his steel quirk. Hatsume turns with grin and hands behind back. Next shows Naruto, All Might, Present Mike, Midnight, and Shota, still covered in bandages, turning back to Class 1A, who glare at them with determination as they're ready to give it their all during the sports festival. Last shot shows everyone in their costumes and jumping in the air, diving straight into battle. Chapter 34. Rising Stacks 1. Boruto Uzumaki vs Tagaru Kamakiri. 2. Tsuyu Asui vs Shinki 3. Izuku Midoriya vs Tsubaki Kurigane. 4. Mitsuki vs Shoto Todoroki 5. Abara Shiozaki vs Sarada Uchiha. 6. Tenya Iida vs Shikadai Nara 7. Iwabe Ueno vs Fumikage Tokiyami. 8. Sumair Kake vs Katsuki Bakugo. With his match upcoming, Boruto makes his way to waiting room number 2 until he surprisingly runs into Katsuki, who is coming up the steps. Huh? They gaze for a couple seconds until the latter exclaims dramatically, "What the hell are you doing here?" "What do y'all think? My match is up next obviously." The whiskered teen replies, in a grimace, "As much as I don't want to say it, congrats on winning. I guess." He half adds and goes to continuing on his way. "It was either you or Deku." Katsuki walks up the remaining steps, getting Boruto to stop with his back turned. "You guys never cease to annoy me. She clearly didn't come up with that desperate plan on her own, just wait till I." "Ya no, let me stop you right there." Boruto turns around and glares. "First of all, she came up with that strategy on her own, hence, we had nothing to do with that. And second, that was a hard fight, even for you." He adds, "Why? Because she came up with that plan by herself, so pinning it on me or Izuku is pointless." He states firmly before walking to the waiting room, leaving the explosion quirk user with a mad scoff. Moving on, before Boruto opens the door to the waiting room, Ochako comes out instead, surprising him a little. "Oh, Uraraka, what's up?" "Hey," she mutters in reply, sniffling a little as her eyes looked red. She had definitely been crying. He glances down a little but states firm and compliments, "You put up good fight," he said in a smile, which she perks up in surprise. It was a closer match than they thought. Sniffling one more time, "Thanks, Boruto," she adds, "and good luck in your match." She smiles now, getting his nod of thanks before he goes in the waiting room. The zero-gravity quirk user returned to the stands, still have sniffled red eyes, which Sumair, Tenya, and Mitsuki guess right away that she had been crying. Uraraka. Sumair and Izuku look on worriedly, as she sat down with them. If I were in your position, I'd be frustrated too, Tenya states, understanding her. It's no time to wallow now, Mitsuki said, Boruto's match is coming up. Agreed. Tokiyami chimes in, use this next fight as a source of encouragement. Will do. Ochako cheers up, with a nod. So wise, Tenya, Izuku, and Sumair exclaim in thought, but are glad to see her back to being herself. Now for the first match of the second round, Mike announced excitedly, having a flawless victory during the first match. From Class 1A, Boruto Uzumaki, present Mike continues, versus the Mantis of Razorblades, from Class 1B, Togarukamaki. The crowd cheers as Boruto and Togaru take the reign. As they stare each other down, don't let it go through your head. Just because you beat Tsunatori, doesn't mean you'll do the same to me, shorty. The latter declares, also going to avenge her too. Ha. Keep talking, bug boy. Boruto chuckles, you're all the same and I have no intention of stopping here. He gets into battle position. Ready, begin, Mike exclaims via speakers to start. Kamakiri narrows his eyes, then gets into a defensive stance, long sharp blades protruding out from his forearms via razor quirk, which the young Uzumaki recognizes when he easily defeated Inojin. The 1B competitor rushes at him for the first strike and Boruto handsigns 5 shadow clones in a puff of smoke before they begin circling around Togaru, who's forced to come to a stop and gaze around. To him, it'd be tough to tell which is the real one. As the clones charge at him from all sides, in that case, he leaps into the air, spinning in quirk movement. Whoa! Boruto stops and backflips away as Togaru dispatches his clones. Taking a short leap to the air, lightning bolt, he coats electricity in his left and throws down, which Bug Boy had already stopped spinning in time and barely jumps back and out of the way. By the time he lands, Togaru starts rushing at him with his blades and begins swinging at him in close range. However, Boruto is making good work at dodging left and right to avoid the blades. Upon the 4th strike, he finds an opening after dodging and uppercuts Togaru under his chin, stumbling him back before delivering a kick to his gut to further the damage. Eat that. After recovering, that was a lucky shot, Kamakiri growls. Try this on for size. He begins having multiple blades stick out of his body. 2 in the back, 1 on each knee, and 2 on his shoulder. Huh? Izuku and Tenya exclaim dramatically in unison, so do the girls. Never showed that during his match with me, Inojin notices and recalls getting beat easily. He's got blades sticking out of him like a porcupine. Kaminari finds it crazy. If it's come to that, then Boruto can't engage too much in close quarters, Mitsuki said. Best he can do is stick to range, for now, Sarada adds in her own. On the other side of things, Boruto is both surprised and kinda amazed. Whoa, your quirk is similar to that of a porcupine now. Since when has porcupines shot metal out their bodies? Togaru exclaims. Point taken, but you still look like one. He stays by what he said before anyway. Grr. Kamakiri has had enough and goes right for a fidget charge, leaping forward and curling into a murderous ball due to the blades. Boruto rolls out the way, but just before Kamakiri passes him, he uses a bolt of lightning to strike and stun him enough that it causes him to stop moving. Arg. Togaru grunts from the shock as he stands up in a wobble. That attack hurt like hell. This time, Boruto rushes in and he leaps before kicking down at Kamakiri's head, stumbling him back yet again. After landing, this will finish things. He goes for one more blow with wind charging in his right palm. Togaru gasps as soon as he perks up and realizes he's wide open. Gale palm. He bashes into his gut and sends him flying far with a blast to wind. The green-skinned competitor felt that, but he clenched his teeth and slides to a stop. This is just getting started. He sneers, readying another attack when suddenly he hears the flop of a flail. What? Kamakiri is out of bounds, Midnight announces. Uzumaki advances to the 3rd round. Togaru looks down in confusion and sees that his left foot is indeed outside the ring. He sighs disappointedly, sheathing back the blades protruding from his skin. As the crowd and 1A shouts with cheers, Boruto walks up to his opponent and comments, I'll admit, there were a couple times you almost had me. Kamakiri scoffs and asks, I can't help but think you haven't been going all out. Just like with Tsunatori. Inwardly, he even thinks that the young Uzumaki is hiding a move that hasn't been seen yet. Actually, I was being too careful as to not get touched by your blades. The whiskered teen replies, Kazu wants to get their limb cut off, am I right? The green-skinned student laughs, I probably would've. Boruto laughs awkwardly and sweat drops, please tell me that was a joke. Shinki lets out a smirk before getting out his seat to the waiting room. As expected, Uzumaki comes up with another brilliant ploy to win. Tenya smiles, impressed. Yes, he does. Sumair agrees, along with Mitsuki. He was careful not to engage too much in close quarters and took to range attacks instead. Izuku comments, seeing what his best friend came up with was a good one. The second match follows suit as the hype introduction starts, and now on to the second match. From Class 1A, the Frog Girl WHO skips through it all. Tsuyu Asui. He adds next, versus, the Iron Sand Fighter, Shinki of Class 1B. The two step onto the cement ring and are set to go. It all depends if I can avoid his sand. And possibly knock him out of bounds. Tsuyu thought, as she stared down Shinki. I should have the edge in mobility, but if I get caught by his quirk, then it's over. She proceeds to get on all fours. Getting a roundhouse kick would be my best bet. Ready, start. Asui bolted to the right and hopped along the edge as a literal wave of iron sand came from Shinki's left side to intercept her. Asui leapt into the air, and the sand followed her. She spat out her tongue for the next move, latching it to the ground and pulled to dodge the sand, landing on her feet and bounding straight toward the iron sand user without rest. Shinki looked surprised at her level of speed, but his calm demeanor remained as a sand wall came up to defend him. Asui dipped under the floating shield and is now in close range with him. Got him. Asui lashed out with a kick that would net her the win, only for iron sand to come out the ground and catch her foot before it connected to him. She gasped as a sand arm grabs her torso and lifts her in the air. Going for a last resort. Ribbit. She lashes her tongue to try and tangle Shinki, but even that's useless as a rope of iron sand blocks her tongue. He glances up at the immobilized frog girl before flinging her out of the ring, where she lands on her back. Asui is out of bounds. Shinki advances to the third round. Midnight flail whips. Guess that's it. Tsuyu sighs and stands up, not bothered by her loss as she expected this, and proceeds to head back to her classmates, same with Shinki. Making it back to the stands, she settles in her seat next to the earphone user. Hey, Sue. Kyoka greets and patted her peer's shoulder. Sorry you didn't win. It happens. Asui replied with a shrug. Not like I could have done much anyway. She adds, at least I made it this far, so hopefully I gave the scouts enough to work with. She finishes, and some of them were surprised, caught off guard by that. So Shinki's gonna be my third round opponent. Boruto thought inwardly, that sand defense will be tough to get by. He knows, having seen that it's for both defense and offense, it's 50-50 on whether I need to use. Before he finishes his thoughts, Mitsuki points out, Izuku's match is about to begin. Hearing that, the whiskered teen decides to save his thoughts for later and focus on the current match first. Now for the second round's third match. Present Mike hypes it. This guy barely made it through the first round. What will he show us this time? From the hero course. Izuku Midoriya. Mike adds, versus, the SWORDSWOMENWHO instantly blitzed through the first round. Also from the hero course. Tsubaki Kuragain. With the two in the ring, two bandaged fingers from fighting Hitoshi. Tsubaki notices, do you really intend to defeat me without breaking your fingers again? Breaking one might be the case. Izuku knows, but stays firm, but if I take you down quickly with full cowling, then I won't resort to that. Surprised and curious about that statement, Tsubaki readies her blade in response. Ready. Start. One for all. Full cowling, sparked of green electricity surges through his body. I'll end this with one strike. Tsubaki goes to blitz him with her sword unsheathed, however, Izuku successfully dodges her strike at the last second, having leapt back. He dodges it, she thought, actually surprised that Midoriya is the first one to not go down by her blade in one blow. She wasn't finished though and attacks with 5 more blade strikes, only for Izuku to dodge it against with cowling, matching his speed with hers. Amazing. Eijiro beams out. Strike after strike, he's avoiding them, Chocho adds. I noticed this last match, but he's moving without breaking any bones, Mina said, having caught on. I noticed it too. Shikadai nods, smirking in amazement. He's starting to have a master his quirk a little as the rounds go on. Pretty good. Tsubaki admits in a compliment, however, dodging my attacks isn't enough to win. I know. Izuku replies, still in full cowling mode. I only have 25 seconds to keep up full cowling. Gotta end this now. He goes on the offensive this time, appearing above her to deliver an electrified punch. Tsubaki was going to block it with her sword, but realizes that this will be a powerful blow and jumps back, allowing Midoriya to connect his blow to the ground and create a big crater, shocking her. What physical strength. He doesn't stop and continues his offensive assault with constant close-ranged attacks, which she manages to keep up with blow for blow, but Izuku finds an opening at that moment. There, he kicks her right in the gut, sending her flying back, only for her to recover and launch off air slashes from his sword multiple times as Izuku quickly dodges to the left side and keep going. Just as he was about to reach her, he runs out of electricity, meaning his 1 minute of full cowling is up. Oh no, already? Tsubaki sees this as an opening and strikes him across his left shoulder. Guh, the freckled teen, stumbles back, holding his shoulder that starts to bleed a little. So that, full cowling mode that was used only lasts for 1 minute, correct? Tsubaki figures it out to his surprise. If that's all you had in store, then I shall walk away the winner. TCH, Izuku grits his teeth and refuses to give up, going to retaliate with a punch, but she easily ducks underneath and elbows him in the stomach, making him wince widely in pain and hold his gut. Tsubaki then throws her sword's sheath in the air before doing a small jump and uses her footwork to kick it into Izuku's square face. Gah! The impact makes his nose bleed as he falls to the ground. Deku! Ochako exclaims in worry. Boruto already knows that the limit on his full cowling is up, think fast. Izuku. He keeps cheering nevertheless. Whatever he used, it seems he couldn't maintain it for long, Tokiyami notices. His movements were precise against Tsubaki, but now, he's at a disadvantage, Sarada murmurs in comment. My thoughts exactly. Mitsuki agrees. Then, what should he do? Tenya exclaims, while Sumire looks on worriedly. All Might looks on worriedly as well, young Midoriya. Todoroki simply glances at the match and isn't impressed with Izuku's performance right now. HMPH. Katsuki thinks the same and scoffs too. Izuku gets up after having just endured a couple blows from Tsubaki, who puts her sheath back on her side and now back to just wielding her sword. You fought well, but this is the end, she claims, do the right thing and forfeit. I'm not done yet. Izuku pants one time, I was entrusted with a lot and, he declares fiercely, I can't let it end here. Izuku. Boruto mutters in surprise to his tenacity. I commend you on your ability to stand with the last of your strength, but you no longer have any options. Tsubaki makes it clear and knows, and you most likely don't have the strength to use your fingers after that full cowling mode you performed. She wields her blade strongly and lunges at him right away, it's over. Seeing her in midair is what he was waiting for, just imagine the egg in the microwave. Izuku raises his fingers forward and prepares his attack, smash. Just as she approached, he flicks his right middle finger to release a blast of wind, which everyone braces themselves from the force of it. As the dust clears, Tsubaki groaned out, sitting up from the force she was hit with. She felt her head touch something, causing her to blink in surprise and look to see that it was the stadium wall. She realizes that she had been blown out of the ring. Back up on the stage, Izuku's middle finger was broken as he winced in small pain, but he remained standing firm where he was. Kuragain is out of bounds. Midnight raised her flail at him. Midoriya advances to the third round. The crowd cheers from all around. Yeah, Boruto and Ochako both exclaim from the stands. He broke his finger like he did before, Metal pointed out. Well, at least he won without doing serious damage to himself, Sadi said. Tsubaki. Namita begins to cry in a dramatic way. Man. I didn't expect Midoriya to defeat the second strongest in our class, Inko sighs. He's spooky. Reiko mumbles. Maybe, but props to our sword girl for putting up a fight. Wasabi grins, commending her. Tsubaki stood up from the wall and exhaled a sigh of frustration. She looked up at her 1B classmates before glancing back at her opponent, who gave her a respectful bow. In turn, she sheaths her sword and takes her lead through the tunnels. He was quite impressive. She lets out a small smile. It was my loss, she concepts respectively. With Izuku back with the others, so the next match is between Mitsuki and Todoroki. He takes a seat while at it. Yeah, this matchup is pretty interesting, Boruto nods. From all the practical training we've done lately, Mitsuki is low-key mysterious. Kaminari speaks his thoughts. I do feel that he hasn't been using his full strength, Mezzo said. Well, he is a snake after all. Yuga adds. You're making it seem like he's suspicious, Toru sweat drops. I still think this fight might be a little crazy, Eijiro said. Same. Sarada nods. The fourth match of the second round, the snake that slithered his way through the first round. From the hero course, Mitsuki. He adds, versus, the guy WHO left the audience completely frozen in the first round, along with a huge victory. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. With them set foot in the ring, so Todoroki. What type of show should we put on? Mitsuki asks, with a smile and straight face. Shoto doesn't answer that, I have no time for small talk. Let's just get started. Hey, as you wish. Mitsuki shrugs as they both get into battle positions. Ready, begin. Right off the bat, Shoto unleashed a wave of ice heading towards his opponent's way. In return to counterattack, breakthrough. Mitsuki blows from his mouth, his wind countering the ice and shatter its shards everywhere. Now doing a quick rush, Mitsuki gets around the rest of his ice to attach him directly, only for Shoto to catch his right fist and freeze it in ice. Seeing this, the snake team backs off for a moment to recover his distance and breaks his arm free from the ice by having Snake's puff of his right side. Snakes, huh? Shoto breathes ice fog from his mouth, some magic trick. I could say the same about you. Mitsuki remarks, dropping some ice from his left palm. Your ice is above that of an average pro. HMPH, let's continue. Shoto huffs and continues with another blast ice. This time, Mitsuki maneuvers to his right and dodges another ice wave by moving left. Seeing that both sides is surrounded with ice as Mitsuki's in the middle of it, Shoto goes on the offense this time by creating an ice ramp to run on top and come down at his opponent to grab him, only for Mitsuki to jump back, But Shoto knew he'd do that and sends another wave of ice from his hand in the ground, this time, catching Mitsuki and proceeds to freeze his whole body, which works, much to everyone's surprise. Mitsuki just lost? Minoru exclaims in dramatic shock. Unbelievable. Kamiko mutters out. However, some snakes bust out of the ice, stunning Shoto a bit. Snakes again. Was it a clone? Mitsuki's revealed to be underground, and while opening his glowing yellow eyes, striking Shadow Snake assault. A large amount of snakes emerge from underground to attack the half-cold, half-hot Quirk user from all sides. With a quick spin and hand wave, a wall of ice manages to defend against the attack, wearing the snakes down. Sigh. Shoto blows a fog of ice. That's what I call an impenetrable wall. Mitsuki admits, impressed, but what will you do about this? Hearing the ground crack below him, Shoto jumps to try and gain some distance, but Mitsuki's arms sprout out from the ground and grabs a hold of his legs, taking Shoto for a whip-like spin and goes to try and slam him out of the rain. Todoroki sees that he's going toward outbounds and instantly forms up a huge ice wall to save himself and cushion his fall back into the rain. Amazing. Tetsu utters in surprise, so does Yosetsu and Renga. That was a close one, Mina exclaims. They're really putting on a show of skills, Tsuyu comments. Who knew Mitsuki had this much in his arsenal? Momo trails, he didn't show off any of this maneuverability when he fought me. Yeah, he was this strong? Kyoka adds, surprised. It's scary. Minoru sweats dramatically. Katsuki simply looks on, but is surprised to see Mitsuki giving it to Todoroki instead of it being the opposite. He has Todoroki on the ropes. I wonder what he'll pull out next, Izuku comments, finger under his chin, wondering what the latter will do in response. Gritting his teeth, Shoto stands up, getting an ice piece off him. That was an unpredictable attack that I never would have guessed or saw coming. Surprised? Mitsuki smirks. HMPH. A bit. Shoto replies and doesn't waste time in doing another wave of ice. Wind scythe. Mitsuki jumps to the right, dodging the ice, and fires off 5 air slashes, which is countered by another wave of ice, that wins over his attack and continues its way toward the snake teen, who still manages to slip away from his opponent's ice. Snake lightning, in his right hand. Yellow electricity in the form of a snake launches toward Shoto, who puts up a wall of ice in time, but it isn't strong enough to holding back the lightning snake. Shoto gasps as the snake teen's attack breaks through and strikes him with a big current of electric shock. Gah! He kneels down on one knee, feeling the shocks as he pants. Mitsuki sees this as an opening and rushes for a punch to his face, that sends Shoto tumbling back, but not before the latter encased part of Mitsuki's right arm in ice before he landed. Observing the ice encased in his arm, oh, you managed to catch me at the last second when you were propelled backwards, impressive. This guy, Shoto utters in thought, the way he moves is unpredictable, along with his flexibility and mobility. My ice might not be enough. The moment he thinks that, his left side of fire comes into his mind and he quickly brushes off that thought. No, I won't use my left side. With ice still encased on his right arm, cheap tricks won't work for either of us at this point. Mitsuki said, getting his attention, so how about we get a little serious, you and me? What? Shoto glares, not pleased with where he's going with this. I know your left side brings out your quirk of fire. Mitsuki said in knowledge, you don't really have a choice but to reply on it. Gritting his teeth angrily, shut up. He sneers, I will never use my old man's damn quirk. And why's that? Mitsuki asks, curiously with a narrowed brow. Like it's any of your business. Shoto growls, darkened eyes, you'd never understand the hardships I went through. In front of that bastard who's wanting me to do what he wants, it's not happening. Mitsuki gazes, I see. Well, I could care less about your reasonings anyway. He shrugs, further annoying his opponent. With a smirk crossed on him, the snake teen begins to power up with green energy surrounding him. Shoto perks up in alert. What's that? Izuku notices some green aura surrounding him. Mitsuki might have something else up his sleeve. Boruto trails. Yeah, just what is that energy surrounding him? Tenya wonders. Is it some type of chakra quirk? Tokiyami adds. That's, Shinki trails, looking like he knows what the snake teen's finna do. Mitsuki was about to unleash his other form, but recalls to Orochimaru telling him that his form wasn't complete and recalls to now that Todoroki won't go full power in his left side. So instead of doing what he's gonna do, Mitsuki makes his green-powered aura recede, deciding, if that's how we'll play it, then I won't go all out either. He adds, surprising Shoto again. What the hell, is this your way of messing around? Shoto scorns, not pleased with his glare on. Think of it as a way to keep things balanced. Mitsuki remarks, so let's continue. He dashes at the half-cold, half-hot quirk user, who unleashes another wave of ice, which he jumps away and fires off several wind scythes, which is countered again by an ice shield this time. Shoto feels himself getting some frostbites and inwardly, I'm starting to slow down. He's trying to make this a contest of stamina. He's snapped out of those thoughts as Mitsuki blitzes him from behind and lands a kick to his left side, goo, sending him tumbling back again. Not like this. Being overwhelmed gets him frostbiting even more. However, when Mitsuki gets behind him this time, Shoto turns instantly, uses the full brunt of his ice from his feet to freeze Mitsuki into a giant pillar that reaches high air before his fist reaches him. The whole crowd looks on in awe, including 1A and B. First it was a large ice wave against Hinata, and now this second round, it's a huge ice pillar prison against Mitsuki. Only Mitsuki's face remains unfrozen, as his right hook was frozen out before it could land on his opponent. On the other hand, then Snake Team didn't seem bothered by this freezing imprisonment. In fact, he merely smiles calmly, like he expected this. Oh well. Looks like Ya got me, he says to Shoto, who pants a bit after using a lot of ice. Mitsuki. Midnight calls on the speaker, can you move at all? Before Mitsuki could answer, Todoroki interjects, it's no use pretending, I know you're just a snake clone or something. He scoffs, so get on with it and break out. Mitsuki frowns, but smiles usually again, I submit, Miss Midnight. He adds, I am unable to move. After a few seconds, very well. She nods and flops her flail. Mitsuki has been immobilized. Todoroki advances. As crowd cheers, Shoto goes up and uses a little bit of his left side to melt the ice around Mitsuki, who finds this ironic. Look at that, you're actually using your left side. Shut up. Shoto glances away, a little mad, and gazes again. Why did you give up? You had ways to escape my attacks and could have won. So why? I have my reasons. Mitsuki gazes back. What do you mean? He asks. Chakra isn't unlimited for those who have said quirks, you know. Besides, what's the point of going all out if you weren't gonna do it yourself? Mitsuki comebacks, which Shoto widens and didn't expect as he glances down. Once he's freed from the ice, if you're not gonna go all out in situations like that, then you're not all that suited to be a hero, much less be at the top spot. Mitsuki says straight up and bluntly before taking his leave, while Shoto goes over about what just happened and what he should do from here. Making it back to where everyone else is, they all glance at Mitsuki, who ignores the stares with his usual smile and sits back between Boruto and Tenya. Sorry you lost, Mitsuki. The latter said. Apology unnecessary. It happens. The Snake Team shrugs. If you ask me, it felt as though you could have won that fight. Iwabe chimes in. Right? Even though I didn't do much, compared to my fight with him. You literally had complete control of the battle from the begin, Hinata adds. Yeah, I feel like you could have ended it at any time, Boruto said in a glance. Izuku nods in agreement and asks the Snake Team, it also looked like you didn't give it everything you had, why didn't you? Mitsuki gazes, but replies, let's just say, since Todoroki refused to use his other side, I had no reason to use my full power either. He adds, it wouldn't have been a true victory if I used mine, while he didn't use his. Even in a bad situation, he still didn't budge, and it's pretty impressive. He says this to Izuku, as you know, he'll be your opponent in the third round, Izuku. He adds, now I wonder what you'll do to make him use his fire. Izuku gazes in surprise, but gets what Mitsuki's saying and knows that going full power and giving it everything you've got is what it means to reach the top. Mitsuki then thought with his calm smile, then again, I could care less about the outcome of that match since I got this far in the tournament. Plus, even if Todoroki and I did go full power, I wouldn't know if I'd win since my sage transformation is still incomplete. Ending 3, Dakara, Hitori Yanai, by Little Glee Monster. Starts at daylight with flower petals falling from a tree and Ochako turning her hand into a fist as she, Sumair, Sarada, Suyu, Mina, Chocho, Toru, Kyoka, and Momo laying down on the beautiful grass with smiles of enjoyment and relaxation while conversating and looking up at the sky. As the ending plays, the next shot shows the 1A girls fighting off giants together in their hero costumes while having each other's backs. Next shows them chilling out at the park, exhausted after a long day of training. Kyoka sitting on the bench with a hand to her forehead, Sumair on her knees and Mina laying down, both sighing of fresh air. Ochako bending down and catching her breath. Suyu and Toru bending over the trash can, puking a little bit. Chocho sweating a lot after a bunch of running. Sarada leaning against the tree with her glasses off and hand over her eyes, and Momo standing up straight and take a few breathes. Next shows them walking in the rain in their school uniforms while looking at the screen with medium expressions, before the sky changes from overcast rain to daylight. It then switches to the Class 1A girls in their hero costumes once again and completing an obstacle course together while looking back at some of the Class 1A boys, Izuku, Boruto, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Tenya, and Shikadai, and Shota, who watch them from the starting line. It moves on to the 1A girls running home on the sidewalk, with Tenya, Boruto, Izuku, Minoru, Katsuki, Mitsuki, and Shikadai chasing behind them and keeping up. Last shot shows the girls smiling after having a great time with today's class while flower petals bloom in the evening sky on their way home before the logo shows in the end. There's that. The next chapter finishes the rest of the second round matches before diving into the third. I gotta say, so far out of the second round, I enjoyed writing the fight between Mitsuki and Todoroki, showing how strong Mitsuki is compared to the stubborn Shoto. By the way, a few chapters left of epic competition before the next arc, Boruto adapted. Until next time. 805 Chapter 35. Sumair vs Bakugo. Continuing to the 5th match of the second round. Sarada has a high advantage over Abara. The latter's vines are completely useless as Sarada uses her fire quirk to blow out medium-sized fireballs to burn down her vines. There's nothing I can do in this situation. Abara thought, freaking out as more vibes are turning to ash. Even with the sunlight, there's no advantage. Phoenix Flower. Sarada continues her onslaught with mini fireballs resembling flowers that lights down the last Shiozaki's vine quirk. Now with her guard completely down, Sarada appears in front of her thanks to encasing chakra in her feet for speed increase and delivers a powerful punch to Vinegirl's gut, whose eyes bulge open as she's sent flying out of the ring and onto the grass. Shiozaki is out. Uchiha wins the match. Midnight Flail flops downward. Okay. Sarada pumps her fists after that victory. Just gotta win 2 more to go and it's the top spot of the festival. She smirks in confidence. The next match. Shadow Possession. Shikadai uses right off the bat to try and immobilize Tenya, who crouches down in ready position. Recipro. Burst. With his turbo engines, Tenya instantly appears behind Shikadai, easily avoiding his shadow paralysis. He widens his eyes as Iida grabs him by the back of his gym outfit, rushing and throwing him out of the ring, making him land backwards. Nara is out of bounds. Iida advances. Good try, Shikadai. Tenya smiles, coming over and helps him up by the hand. The latter sighs and smiles nevertheless. Congrats to Ya. Then again, with that speed, nothing much could have been done. Shikadai shrugs as the crowd cheers. The next match between Fumikage and Iwabe is like before during the flag battle. Despite coming up with some different strategies with his earth quirk, Dark Shadow is able to smash through every earth wall and projectile that Iwabe throws. Crap. This bird is busting through everything. Iwabe grits his teeth, driven into a corner. No. I can't let things end here. As Dark Shadow lunges at him, he swings his earth hammer to corner, but the bird catches it with his fists and breaks it completely. Iwabe gasps in shock. Gotcha. This is when the shadowy bird delivers a left hook to Ueno's stomach, making his eyes widen out as he's sending flying out of the ring to the ground. Ueno's out of bounds. Tokiyami moves on. Fumikage politely bows to his classmate before turning around to walk back to the stands. Iwabe hates that he lost, but sighs, I guess this was as far as I went. Oh well. He stands up as the crowd cheers in anticipation for the next match. Opening 2, Peace Sign, by Kanobi Yonezu opens to the UA Sports Festival arena as the sun raises over the stadium. Looking down from arena side as the wind blows, Izuku and Boruto smile down at the middle of the battle ring, ready to face the sports festival head-on before turning and giving each other a high five before the logo appears. We first zoom through a few students of Class 1A preparing for the sports festival in various places, Ochako doing arm stretches. Sarada cracking her knuckles before punching the air in practice. Eijiro stretching downward while sitting against the wall. Tenya stretching back his left turbo leg. Sumair doing shoulder stretches. Iwabe swinging his earth hammer up and down. Katsuki stretching out his legs. Boruto doing squats with his arms out and forward. Izuku stretching with his arms bended back. Shoto doing arm circles and breaths of fresh air upon being finished. We then cut to the UA Sports Festival arena where the battles take place with the main competitors unleashing their signature attacks. Boruto throws down a bolt of lightning. Izuku's finger flick smash release a shockwave, Shoto releasing a wave of ice. Sarada comes from above with a punch that creates a small crater in the ground. Eijiro punches forward with his hardening quirk, Shikadai using shadow possession. Tenya dashing with his turbo engines activated. Mitsuki firing off snake lightning. Shinki attacking with a wave of iron sand with his arms crossed. Shinso turns with a glare. Iwabe smashes his earth weapon to the ground and using stone edge. Tokiyami releasing dark shadow to attack. Katsuki firing off explosions from both hands before attacking bare-handed. Tsubaki slashing the air with her sword covered in blue aura. Hoki launching an earth pillar. Tetsutetsu punching forward with his steel quirk. Hatsume turns with grin and hands behind back. Next shows Naruto, All Might, Present Mic, Midnight, and Shota, still covered in bandages, turning back to Class 1A, who glare at them with determination as they're ready to give it their all during the sports festival. Last shot shows everyone in their costumes and jumping in the air, diving straight into battle. Chapter 35. Sumair vs Bakugo, Sumair exhales as she makes it through the tunnel for her match against Katsuki. She definitely wanted to win, but at the same time, she's nervous, especially after she saw Ochako lose against him. Still, she maintained her firm composure as she saw the tunnel exit. I can do this. I'll win for Ochako's sake, she declares. The crowd continues their cheers for the current match as she made her way to the stage, where the explosion quirk user waits. Alright then. Katsuki stretches his fingers out. Let's see if you can stand up to the power of my explosions. Of course I can. Sumair states firmly, staring him down and balling her fists. I'm here to defeat you. And advance, she wasn't afraid of him in the slightest and goes into battle position. A few in Class 1A, including some from the crowd, tense up in anxiety to find out what type of match this will be. They've already witnessed firsthand at what happened to Ochako, and show some hints of worry if Sumair is gonna end up getting the same treatment. Then again, it's understandable if one would think Bakugo is gonna emerge the winner, while some won't judge too soon. Good luck. Izuku wishes her. Sumair, Ochako worries inwardly. Give him a run for his money, Sumair. Boruto remains positive in her, believing her to do the best she can. You may begin. Now you're dead meat. Katsuki rears his right arm back before attacking with a small explosion. Kake was prepared and she dodges to the right before tumbling back up with her hand already on the ground with marks appearing. New. Let's go. She summons immediately, knowing that taking down Bakugo would be difficult and she needs all the help she can get. The small creature appears and hops on her shoulder to aid her, letting out a small loud growl. What's that thing supposed to do? Tickle me. Katsuki taunts and rushes toward them. Take this seriously, why don't ya? As soon as he lets off an explosion, Sumair jumps lungs upward and begins shooting off bullets of water, only for those to miss Katsuki as he propels around in the air via explosions and makes his way up to her level. When he gets closer, she does one more blast of water, but due to the explosion Quirk user's fast reflexes, even that didn't work. She braces herself and is forced to a kick from him, which plummets her downward. Lucky. Nu is quick to shoot out its dark energized tail around Bakugo's torso, catching the hothead off guard as he also plummets to the ground at the same time Kake does. Sumair lands at the right time and slides backward while Bakugo does the same, except, he's still restrained by Nu's dark tail. A cheap trick like this isn't enough to. Before he could finish that statement, he feels something off. What? My stamina. The energy in your quirk is getting drained by Nu. Sumair reveals, as her summoning continue doing just that, sooner or later, you'll pass out from exhaustion. Grr. Bakugo sneers and begins trying to fight off the effects. That's the way to do it, Boruto cheers with clenched fists. Way to go, Sumair, Ochako cheers. If she continues to utilize Nu into draining the energy from his quirk, then she could win, Izuku's sure of it. If you think I'm just gonna stand here and let you drain down my stamina, think again. This is when he yanks the small creature off her shoulder towards him, making her gasp in stun. Die. He breaks free and blasts Nu at point blank with his right palm. N. The creature coughs up smoke and falls to the ground, seemingly unconscious. Nu, Sumair exclaims, shocked. Crap, Boruto utters. He still had some stamina in him to break himself free. Izuku adds, this is gonna be tougher than before, he said, knowing that Kachan won't fall for it again. You're next. Katsuki propels at her right away, forcing her to dodge to the right from his blast. She goes to punch him in the face, but he maneuvers upward with a blast, dodging her punch and lands behind her before blasting her to the back. Gah. Grabbing her left arm, Katsuki wasn't done as he then set off several explosions from his left, propelling himself as he swung her around and tossed her aside like a rag doll. She hit the ground, tumbling across it before slowing to a stop. That was close, she says in thought and grits her teeth, wincing a little after that impact. His versatility, as well as his mobility, puts me at a slight disadvantage, but before she could think further, she narrowly backflipped just in time to avoid the blast sent her way from an airborne Katsuki. When she lunges in the air, you're done. He blasts her completely with more power to his explosion, but she bursts into water, hence, a water clone. Huh? She appears behind him in midair and lands. This is it. She connects a kick to the side of his face. Yowza. Kakei remains strong and proceeds to counterattack, Mike exclaims in hype. However, Katsuki refused to budge and grabs her right leg before setting off an explosion his left yet again, and this time, throws her down to the ground, making her hit the cement hard. GHA, she winces in pain, and struggles to get up as Katsuki lands. This will finish it. He does one more explosion heading her way, even while she's on the ground. Oh no, she turns away and braces herself to be hit, until she's suddenly protected by the blast by something else. Once the smoke clears, it's revealed to be Nu, whose appearance has changed its size and shape into that of a large jungle cat. Grrraa. It roars at the explosion quirk user, who's taken back by its change in appearance. What the hell? You should have been down for the count, he said, but is ready for the beast to attack nevertheless. Nu, Sumair utters as it guards over her, having tanked that explosion attack from before. Holy crap, Minoru exclaims frantically. It's changed its size like it's some sort of jungle cat, Hinata exclaims. It went from adorable to ferocious. How does that work? Toru adds. What could have caused it to morph? Ochako wonders. It must have been from the energy that it absorbed from Bakugo, Boruto figures. It can do that? Incredible, Tenya utters, surprised. Yeah, Izuku nods. With this, Sumair could make a comeback. Wow, it's suddenly transformed. What are we witnessing here? Mike exclaims dramatically. Even the crowd is surprised by this while Shota simply continues watching to see how this goes. Fine then, bring it on, Katsuki challenges Nu. The jungle cat wastes absolutely no time and runs at the explosion Quirk user to attack. Katsuki in turn throws out an explosion that hits Nu directly. However, once the smoke cleared, the beast continued to advance. What? The hothead widens, it ditched my explosion like nothing. Now up close, Nu raises its right claw and Katsuki is forced to put both his arms in front of him to block, feeling the impact as he slides backwards. He sees the scratch marks on his right arm before peeking back up to see the creature in midair with a roar and for another attack, causing Bakugo to jump out of the way as Nu's claws make a crater to the ground. Hey! Katsuki grins in starting to enjoy this and fires off multiple explosive shots, which Nu maneuvers around and avoids before fighting continue its onslaught by opening its mouth and fires a dark purple laser. Katsuki barely moves aside, only getting a slight cut on his right side from that, tearing a bit of his gym uniform. A beam? Iwabe exclaims. That thing is even holding gaining the upper hand on Bakugo, Eijiro adds. As the fight between Nu and Bakugo continues, Sumire used that chance to get behind the latter with her right fist coated in dark purple aura. She strikes him in the face by the time he turns around, making him stumble back a little. At that moment, Nu tail whacks Bakugo across the ground, making him slide to a stop. We'll take him down together, Nu. She stands strong, along with Nu, who agrees with its guardian. Haha. Katsuki grins in cracking his knuckles. That combination attack took me off guard for a second. He admits in it being a close one, otherwise, it won't happen again, so how about we end this, Kake? I was thinking the same thing. She responds firmly before allowing Nu to charge first. Putting his hands together in a ball position, this should do the trick. Light begins to form in Bakugo's palms and he exclaims, stun grenade. In a big bang of light, a large explosion erupts in front of the everyone as dust fills the air. By the time it clears, Nu is on the ground, messed up pretty badly but still conscious and slowly tried to move and to no avail. Nu, Sumire exclaims. I had to put a lot of power into that one since normal explosions were useless. Katsuki grins, but now that the cat's out, it's over. He lunges at her next. No, it's not over. Kake rushes at him too, with her right fist covered in purple chakra. Even I'm trying to aim for the top. Both competitors are going for the last attack. Present Mike exclaims, who's gonna take it? Katsuki reared his right arm back, while his foe closed in. She just ducks under his explosion and uses this opening to punch him in the face with her coated right fist. Everyone's eyes widened as Sumire glared intensely with her fist still connected to his cheek. However, Bakugo steeled himself as he unleashed a powerful blast from his left palm, blowing off her jacket and leaving her in her sports tank top as a result. She coughs on the ground and tumbling out of the ring. Once on the grass, she lies on her stomach, wincing in pain before finally falling unconscious. The result of that causes Nu to disperse and leave in a puff of smoke. Midnight looks over and in thought, commends her for a good battle. Kake is out of bounds. She flops her flail to him. Bakugo advances to the third round. The crowd cheers afterwards for another great fight. Sumire. Ochako uttered out worriedly, seeing her being carried away upon a stretcher. She was so close, and yet, Izuku utters, sorry for her. Uzumaki, Tenya stopped upon noticing that he's heading up the steps. Mitsuki sees too, with a frown this time. Oh yeah. His next match is up. Izuku remembers, with notebook in hand as Cementos repairs the arena with another store of cement. Later on, as Boruto walks through the hallways, he finds Kake having just got out of the infirmary and has a new gym jacket. Hey, Sumire. He greets after making his way up to her. Oh, Boruto. She perks up, but still has a sad expression. I guess. This is as far as I could go. She adds, tearing up a little, I really thought I had him. She grits her teeth, shaking a little. I didn't thinking losing would get me down like this. Look at me. He puts a hand on her shoulder, getting her attention. You were kicking ass out there, both you and Nu. He smiles positively. I guarantee that you'll make an agency cut for sure. Ya know, he adds. With widened eyes, she wipes her tears before they could start dropping and replies, thanks, Boruto. She then adds in recalling, your match is up next, isn't it? Yep, against that Shinki guy. Boruto nods, turning away, make it back to the others to root for me. He zooms on ahead to the waiting room, as she smiles at his enthusiasm and positiveness. Outside of the arena. Now that they're letting the kids rest before the next round, it's time to talk about some urgent matters at hand. Naruto comments out to the cage heroes and Sasuke. Might I ask why we're here? Chojuro begins, getting the number 2's attention. Naruto nods to Sasuke, who does the same before showing everyone a few sheet files. What are these? Gaara asks. A gift from Kaguya's palace. The number 3 answers before handing it to Firefox. What does it say? Kuritsuchi asks. I don't know. Naruto tries memorizing it, but with some type of ancient writing on one of the files, it's pointless. Even with my Rinnegan, I couldn't read it, Sasuke adds. Handing this over to the cipher core out to do it. Darui chimes in. Phantom Eye, you just said Kaguya's palace. Gaara trails, that could only mean. That's right. I found it. Sasuke confirms, and during my investigation, I encountered two. Chojuro narrows a brow. Sasuke reveals, Otsutsuki. They're all stunned to hear this. That's what one of them calls himself and the other one looks to be the leader. He adds, there's no doubt that they belong to the same Otsutsuki clan as Kaguya. This isn't good. Darui mumbles, finger under chin. You bet it isn't. Kuritsuchi agrees, this is another problem. More than a problem, a crisis, Chojuro adds, not liking the sound of it too. We're still in the middle of investigating these League of Villains, but this Otsutsuki situation is way more threatening. Gaara said, arms crossed over his chest, this could potentially start another war. We're not sure yet. Naruto interjects, getting their attentions, but we have to be very careful from here on out. He then takes a deep exhale, we must never cause another battle like the Superhuman Society War, to never happen again. Agreed. Sasuke nods, so does the rest of the Cage Heroes. Ending 3, Dakara, Hitori Yanai, by Little Glee Monster. Starts at daylight with flower petals falling from a tree and Ochako turning her hand into a fist as she, Sumair, Sarada, Suyu, Mina, Chocho, Toru, Kyoka, and Momo laying down on the beautiful grass with smiles of enjoyment and relaxation while conversating and looking up at the sky. As the ending plays, the next shot shows the 1A girls fighting off giants together in their hero costumes while having each other's backs. Next shows them chilling out at the park, exhausted after a long day of training. Kyoka sitting on the bench with a hand to her forehead, Sumair on her knees and Mina laying down, both sighing of fresh air. Ochako bending down and catching her breath. Suyu and Toru bending over the trash can, puking a little bit. Chocho sweating a lot after a bunch of running. Sarada leaning against the tree with her glasses off and hand over her eyes, and Momo standing up straight and take a few breathes. Next shows them walking in the rain in their school uniforms while looking at the screen with medium expressions, before the sky changes from overcast rain to daylight. It then switches to the Class 1A girls in their hero costumes once again and completing an obstacle course together while looking back at some of the Class 1A boys, Izuku, Boruto, Katsuki, Mitsuki, Tenya, and Shikadai, and Shota, who watch them from the starting line. It moves on to the 1A girls running home on the sidewalk, with Tenya, Boruto, Izuku, Minoru, Katsuki, Mitsuki, and Shikadai chasing behind them and keeping up. Last shot shows the girls smiling after having a great time with today's class while flower petals bloom in the evening sky on their way home before the logo shows in the end. Meanwhile, in the League of Villains hideout bar, serves her right. He mutters in delight after seeing his former adopted sister, Sumair, lose to Bakugo. As for those damn brats. He mutters in frustration to see the names of Izuku and Boruto in the matchup names for the third round. Pay close attention to the next two matches, Tamura Shigaraki. His master advises while watching him through a computer. Those four may become an obstacle to you in the future. He refers to Boruto, Izuku, Shoto, and Shinki. NGH. Tamura scratches his neck and grumbles, don't make me laugh. I'm not afraid of a bunch of kids. He then decides to change to another channel while the festival is still on break and it happens to be the local news. Breaking news everyone. The newswoman reports with microphone in hand, recently, there's been an attack on the city of Esuha. An image of the destroyed said city was shown, surprising Tamura to a small degree. The city was basically hit by a nuclear bomb, but thanks to the efforts of the octopus hero, Killer Bee, a good portion of the people in the city were saved. She adds, showing a picture of B. As for the perpetrators responsible for this incident, this footage reveals that it was these three. A small video clip shows the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, with their backs turned and entering a portal before it disappears. We don't know the faces of these white individuals, but they appeared to enter a black hole of some kind. She continues, we don't know who they are, but due to Isuha's wreckage, it's safe to assume that they are villains. She finishes the news report with one more warning, if you catch sight of any of these three, call the authorities or a pro-hero immediately. She finishes before signing off. Tamura stopped scratching upon hearing all of that. Master. These guys don't look like the usual or average freaks. He mutters, having flipped back to the shot of them opening a portal and entering directly in it before it closed. That Quirk. His master seems familiar with the black portal that the Otsutsuki trio just went through, not to mention, and their appearances is just like hers. Who? Tamura asks. Kaguya Otsutsuki. His master responds and recalls, however, that's just a suspicion until further notice. He adds, needing to wait for more information. This is when the plot thickens now that the Otsutsukis have been discovered. Only a matter of time before their reveal. Which will be fun to expand on, and now with the last match of the second round over, the next chapter kicks off the third round, which I'm more excited to write on. Thanks for reading and see y'all later. 805 Chapter 36, Shinki, Origin. Third round. 1. Boruto Uzumaki vs Shinki 2. Izuku Midoriya vs Shoto Todoroki. 3. Sarada Uchiha vs Tenya Iida 4. Fumikage Tokiyami vs Katsuki Bakugo. In Waiting Room 2, Boruto thinks over his strategies on how to fight Shinki. After seeing how he defeated Eijiro and Tsuyu, bashing my way through Shinki's iron sand is gonna be hassle. I mean, his quirk was strong enough to block a combined lightning from Kaminari and me during the cavalry battle. He recalls, even noticed that it didn't make so much as dent in his sand. The only attack that would work is. Before he could finish that thought, his attention is turned as the door opens, revealing to be Eijiro, Tsuyu, and Mezzo. Sup, Boruto. The former greets with a smile. Hey, guys, he greets but surprised to see them at the same time. So, what brings you three here? We figured that we could help you come up with a plan on how to deal with Shinki, Mezzo said. Yeah, because so far, his quirk doesn't look like it has any weakness. Tsuyu adds, finger on cheek. I get where you're coming from on that piece. Boruto nods in understanding, his sand wall blocked by mine and Kaminari's bolt attack without showing the sign of struggle. No shit. Eijiro agrees, even when I hardened, it was impossible to even create a dent in his black sand. He thought back in a little shame, but remains firm, so we'll back you up with this plan, so you can kick his ass and move up. He grins, what do y'all say? Surprised by their support, he replies, ya know. I have one move that could take him down. Ribbit. What type? Tsuyu asks, curiously. I'd rather show it on the field. Boruto grins, standing up from his chair, and yeah, I'll go ahead and take you guys up on your offer. He accepts their strategy. Great, Eijiro's glad to hear before they get to it. Opening 3, It's All in the Game, by Kyoto starts off with the main players of the UA Sports Festival, Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Shinki, all 6 of them having serious looks of determination. The next shot zooms in on the arena as the title appears. It then shows the crowd roaring with cheers of anticipation as to who will come out on top, including Class 1A and 1B. Shots of Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, the rest of the Cage Heroes, Shota and the other UA teachers, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Mirko are shown. Flashbacks of the 5 competitors are shown, Sarada, with her fist tight, looking up to Sasuke as a child with her sweet smile. Shinki as he grimaces, meeting and being embraced by Gaara after looking control of his quirk. Todoroki with a mad expression, having flashbacks of his mom, and Endeavor's brutal training. Katsuki being as angry as ever, having flashbacks of bullying Izuku and Boruto getting in his way as kids. Izuku, with both fists balled up. Flashbacks of his quirk given to him by All Might and friendship the young Uzumaki. And the last one is Boruto, with his left fist closed, shown training with Naruto and fighting off Bakugo from Izuku as kids. The next shot zooms to the battles in the arena ring, Izuku flicking a smash attack to repel Todoroki's ice, and Sarada engaging Bakugo in hand-to-hand combat dodging an explosion from the latter, and Boruto dodging a wave of sand and kicks some away before launching a trio of clones to attack. The next shot is when the atmosphere becomes dark and the sky turns overcast as the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, emerge from a portal above the sports festival arena. The former, who grins wickedly and launches a large fireball upon everyone there, which creates an explosion. Out of the scattered dust, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Boruto, and Izuku are the only ones who remain in the 2 UA students charge at the flying alien trio with a battle cry, Boruto doing the Rasengan and Izuku doing a smash attack with his fist surging with red lines, as the opening finishes. Chapter 36. Shinki, Origin. In Waiting Room 1, Shinki is sitting in a meditating position, preparing himself for his third-round opponent, Boruto, who he declared war to, along with Hitoshi, before the festival, the moment I've been waiting for. He speaks inwardly with his eyes closed. Defeating Boruto Uzumaki will prove that father should be the one to take the top spot of the Cage Hero criteria. As he speaks through his thoughts, his inner past begins to show itself. Ever since Gaara took him in, his life and point of view changed from there on out. Flashback. Walking through a sandstorm in a random desert, a very young Shinki was walking aimlessly while wearing a dirtied cloak. He was just a lone orphan. No family or no friends. He came off as rather timid and easily tempered for a reason, because his iron sand quirk was going out of control. Everywhere he goes, his unrestrained quirk would cause problems for him and even do things that he wouldn't mean to do. After a long walk that seemed like it was for hours, he was at the entrance of Japan, Musutafu, finally. A city, he mutters before proceeding to walk on the sidewalk through the small crowd. Some looked at his dirtied figure out of either concern or disgust, but he didn't care and simply continued on aimlessly until he heard the sound of sirens and of explosions, making him perk up and look in the distance. The kid sees that 5 large robbers push people aside while having bags with money, trying to find an escape route. Seeing them come toward his way next, Little Shinky sees this as an opportunity to try and catch them with his quirk. When the two robbers close in on him, "Get out of the way, kid!" one of them shouts, almost using his gun to try and scare him. However, black sand begins to float out of Shinky, much to the shock of the robbers and everyone else on the sidewalk. In a fast turn, the robbers are pinned and stuck against the wall. The impact makes them drop the bags of money and their guns. The first robber struggles. "Who the hell is this kid?" the third one exclaims weakly. "That kid's amazing." Even a few civilians are surprised by how brave little Shinky was at automatically stopping them in their tracks and proceed to give out loud cheers to him. He remains quiet, but part of him is surprised at the amount of praise he's receiving, having never experienced this before. The cheers tone down when a police car arrives and stops near the sidewalk. A few officers and a pro-hero starts arresting the 5 robbers after Shinky releases this. Afterward, the random pro-hero walks over to him as he glances up. "Not bad, kid. But you shouldn't get involved with these things. And you used your quirk without a hero license." "Huh?" Shinky widens a little. "Everyone here may like your little stunt in assisting the local heroes, but the laws are here for a reason and you committed a crime." The pro-hero being strict. Shinky couldn't believe what he was hearing. Is he seriously getting in trouble for doing something right? "But they were pushing people aside and coming towards me. With guns and money." He tries backing up. "That still doesn't mean you didn't use your quirk without permission, you know," the pro-hero said, hands on hips. Shinky begins turning his expression to a mad one, not getting how any of this makes sense. "So you're telling me that saving people and defending myself is a crime?" Responding to his temper, his iron sand quirk begins running wild once more, forming a tornado around him that sends the pro-hero, the police, and everyone else around him flying back. Even if they tried to stop or reach him, it'd prove meaningless as the swarm of sand protected him in his angered state. The civilians begin to evacuate from the rampaging iron sand as Shinky still maintains his angered expression. Another police vehicle, revealing Naomasa to come up, runs towards the random pro-hero and asks upon covering from the sandwind, "What's going on here?" "I don't know, this kid started acting up the moment I gave him small criticism," he exclaims in reply. "Whatever the case, we have to do something about him before he causes some damage," Tsukuchi said in knowing. This is when another port of sand domes into play, swarming around Don's spot and reforms a person in full, revealing to be Gaara, who has his hands crossed of his chest. "Desert sand," Tsukuchi calls out in surprise as the latter walks to where he is. "What's the problem here?" Gaara asks, not fazed by the black sand rampaging. "It would appear that kid's quirk is going out of control," Naomasa points to the shielded Shinky. Desert sand senses something off with him and asks, his eyes. They're troubled. He can tell by looking at Shinky's mad glare. "What do you mean by troubled?" the random pro asks. "All I did was give him constructive criticism about interfering with a hero's work," he adds, continuing to cover himself from the black sand. Gaara decides to walk in the black sandstorm, much to everyone else's sudden surprise. "Desert sand," Tsukuchi calls out, but to no avail. Making his way deep into the sand's hailstorm, Gaara spots the boy, who has his head lowered, and slowly makes his way toward him. The boy perks up in seeing his advancement and fearfully forms iron sand needles that surrounds the desert hero. Gaara is somewhat surprised by this, even using a small amount of his sand quirk to block some incoming needles. This is also when he gives the youngling a hug despite having to tank a few needles that impales his back, making Gaara wince a bit, but fine. Touched by this sudden embracement, Shinky opens his eyes and the sandstorm around them stops, making the black sand needles disappear from Gaara's backside. Pulling away, the desert sand hero begins talking with him. "You did nothing wrong, little one." He assures to put the boy at ease. "Do you want to become a hero?" Surprised by this question with wide eyes, he slowly replies, "I do. Then I'll teach you how to control your powers." Gaara assures as a promise. "What's her name?" "Shinky." He quietly replies. Gaara nods and turns Tsukuchi. "He'll be in good hands with me and will no longer be an orphan." The detective cracks a smile and replies, "It's all right with me." As the citizens all around praise Gaara for his success, Shinky looks up at him with some amazement, seeing that his world and rough life is about to change completely. Following the encounter, Gaara adopted him, and soon after began teaching Shinky proper control of his power and how to effectively use it in battle. Present. After some inner callbacks, Shinky walks through the tunnels as his match with Boruto is about to begin. The anticipation in the stadium fills up. Present Mike hypes it up as the ring's bulls begin to fire up, and that means the first match of the third round is gonna be epic as it's Class 1A versus Class 1B yet again. He begins announcing the competitors, the guy whose quirk has unstoppable defense and wicked offense. From the hero course, Shinky. The iron sand user walks out to the open toward the stage. Versus, the kid who's agile and won his last 2 matches with barely any trouble, also from the hero course, Boruto Uzumaki. The whiskered teen enters the ring as well, both challengers staring the other down with firm looks. He's up against Class 1B's strongest, Kaminari said, Uzumaki's gonna have a tough time against this one. Yeah, it's pretty nerve-wracking, Momo admits. I wonder how Uzumaki's gonna get through his defense. Kyoko wonders before asking Suyu, was the plan you guys shared with him a solid one? Yeah, it should be fine, the frog teen replies. It depends on whether Shinki lets his defenses down, Mezzo adds. Good thing you guys came up with the plan, Metal said, even though I fought Shinki too, I doubt I give the best advice. Don't sweat it, Eijiro assures, besides, Uzumaki already got his own trick to show off. He grins, looking forward. You can do it, Sumair cheers. Go get him, Boruto, Ochako raises a fist. How do you think this match will go? Mitsuki asks Izuku, who has his notebook out for the match. No idea. He answers in honesty, Shinki's quirk will make it harder for Boruto to close the gap. On top of that, his defense is another issue. He adds, but if he can use his shadow clone quirk as a distraction, then he has a good chance of finding an opening and beat Shinki in a physical fight. My thoughts exactly. Mitsuki agrees with him there. In a way, Shinki's like Todoroki. He compares, they both rely on their quirks and don't resort to brute strength. So, if Uzumaki has the speed to bypass his sand shield, then he has a shot, Tenya understands. On another end of the stands, the Cage Heroes and Sasuke make it back in time to see the next match. Well, Uzumaki and Shinki's match, Darui comments. This is bound to be interesting fight, Chojuro adds. You said it. Naruto agrees, turning to Gaara next, may the best son win? HMPH. Gaara huffs, eyes closed and arms crossed, making the blonde sweat drop at his usual quietness. If I recall, you also declared war on the rest of us before this started. Boruto reminds his opponent, smirking while doing so, but I have no intention of losing here. That is if you got what it takes to back that up, Shinki remarks, stirring up his iron sand around him, you'll know despair soon enough. Feeling the tensity in the air from his opponent's quirk, Boruto goes in battle position as well. Both contestants ready. Begin. The second it starts, Shinki launches a set of iron sand needles, which Boruto quickly evades and runs to the side and onward, not wasting any time. He takes a leap backward to avoiding a few more before releasing, Gale Palm. A stream of wind is launched, blowing away the needles and making its way to attack Shinki, who forms a sand wall to shield himself. Going around his wall, Boruto attacks him directly, but ends up jumping over a wave of sand before using it as a rocket to launch himself once more. Before his fist could connect, only a small form of sand protects Shinki again. TCH. The whiskered teen decides to back off and regain his distance as Shinki retracts his quirk. Weak attacks like that won't destroy my impenetrable iron wall, Shinki states firmly. That's where you're wrong. Boruto remarks, I have more in my arsenal than just the Gale quirk, as you already know. He hand signs via fingers together, shadow clones. He summons two and they begin circling around Shinki. Useless. His opponent proceeds to fire off multiple sand needles at each target. My quirk is good against multiple opponents simultaneously. He reveals, adding, it's easy for me to take you and your copies out at once. Is that so? You think underestimating me will do you any good, attacking from all sides? Lightning bolt. Each clone surge their palms with electricity before launching them in unison, seemingly striking Shinki with a direct hit. Nice shot. Izuku cheers. Wow, that was an awesome attack, Hinata exclaims in amazement. Utilizing both his clone and lightning quirks in one combination was impressive, Momo agrees. Yeah, but he's against a foe who hasn't gotten a single scratch yet and has strong defense, Inojin said. Maybe, but knowing Boruto, he'll find a way to pull it off, Sarada chimes in. You're so right about that. Eijiro nods with grin. Hey, well he'd better. Shikadai smirks, hoping he has something up his sleeve. Yowza. Uzumaki starts off strong with a smooth lightning combination. Those clones come in handy, don't they? Mike hypes up via speaker. On Class 1B's side, Monoma cracks a chuckle with arms crossed over his chest, knowing what Shinki is capable of. What idiots. This is where things will turn ugly for Uzumaki and I can't wait for you all to see it. Back down at the rain, the smoke clears to reveal that Shinki wasn't at all struck by the attack and is protected by iron sand covering his whole body from all angles, and when it floats by his sides, they formed into black iron hands with what appears to be electricity surging through them. Whoa, what's that? Boruto mutters in a blink of surprise as his clones at side by him. Like I already told you. Shinki continues with his firm glare, my iron sand is impenetrable. Sweating one time, but keeping his smirk a little, now this, was unexpected. What's that stuff around him? Toru asks in wonder. That looks like some type of electromagnetic field. Sarada guesses, he's changing the shape of his iron sand to control and manipulate it. For real? He never showed something like that when we faced him. Eijiro recalls, referring to him Suyu, Shoji, in metal. That fighting style reminds me of someone. Naruto turns to Gaara with joking comment. HMPH. The latter huffs but replies, the black iron fist. his Quirk's favorite attack. He explains, it can be used for offensive and defense. So attacking and defending. The number 2 hero looks back at the fight, then that means he trails in knowing. Positioning his left giant iron fist aimed the Uzumaki, surprising him as Shinki begins his attack with his right hand forward in control and immediately shoots his right fist out like a rocket. Boruto leaps upward to dodge as his clones end up getting struck down. That's fast. However, he notices blue lines behind his other large fist, like some magnetic field, lightning bolt. He throws down while in midair, tempting Shinki to form a small shield, but this time, it doesn't work and he ends up getting somewhat electrocuted. After landing, got him. The young Uzumaki immediately lunges up him with palm ready to strike. I'll thrash him in close quarters and then, however, Shinki looks up and dodges downward at the right time. Huh? Boruto utters, not getting how he recovered so fast, or if it had no effect on him. Now having his opponent right where he wants him, Shinki coats his right hand with iron sand and balls it into a fist before landing a heavy blow to his torso. Ah! Bulging his eyes out, Boruto grunts in pain as he's sent upward, having felt the impact within that iron. And now, Shinki isn't done yet. Black iron fist. Eject. He attaches his electric strings to control the right iron fist to attack upward while his opponent is in midair, using it to float above Boruto and waving his hand downward to bash him towards the ground. Gah! He crashes and topples upon impact. What up? Just like that, Shinki counterattacks. His offense and defense never fails to disappoint. Boruto! Sumair exclaims in worry. Crap, he got him. Izuku mutters, tightening his fist a little. That time, he deliberately let Uzumaki destroy his iron sand wall and made him think he had an opening to attack. Momo figures and analysis. Yeah, in that situation, anyone would have done that, Kyoka said. What a cheap trick, Minro exclaims dramatically. Well, it worked. Metal trails, and that's gotta hurt too, Sato adds. So his lightning attacks aren't working right now, Ochako utters. During the cavalry battle, his Quirk did block my lightning, along with Uzumaki's. Kaminari recalls, he'll need something flasher to get past his defenses. Boruto stumbles up, wincing as he holds his torso. Damn, I fell for it, he admits before adding. With that attack earlier, I placed an iron sand marking on you. Shinki revealing, stunning his opponent. You do know the properties of iron sand, right? It's like a magnetic force, I know. Boruto responds, not liking the sound of that either, even taking a step back. That's right. Shinki confirms it, that how I manipulate the shape and size of my Quirk, as you're seeing right now with Black Iron Fist. Form here, my attacks are unescapable. He forms sand pellets with his iron fists. So this is what you're capable of when going all out, Boruto grimaces. And this is where I'll show you the difference between our powers. Shinki declares, ready to attack with his next move. Ending 4, Beauties of Nature, by Kachu Fugetsu opens up with a yellow line floating across Boruto, who has his head lower with a shadow over his eyes while a green line floats across Izuku, who has his eyes covered by his hair. As the lines proceeds to expand, the protagonists open their eyes and gaze up while back to back. The next panel shows Class 1A conversating with one another in the classroom, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto. The next shot shows the UA teachers doing paperwork and talking about what they plan to have their students do next. The air then turns red, taking a dark turn with the two boys in the middle. Boruto opening his eye that activates the Jogan and Izuku surging with red lines, green electricity. Their gaze turns to the Otsutsuki trio looming over them, in the forms of Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. The first two aliens looking down with menacing grins. With their hero costumes on, the protagonists express a glare of determination as the next panels zoom in to the Pro and Cage heroes battle against the Otsutsuki clansmen. Gaara, Hawks, Darui, Mirko, and Edshot taking on Urashiki, who has his fishing rod ready to strike. Endeavor, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, and Kuritsuchi against Kinshiki, who has a red energized axe in hand, and finally, Naruto, All Might, and Sasuke lunging at Momoshiki, who grins down at them with his left-palmed Rinnegan activated. The last shot shows Boruto and Izuku watching as the heroes, especially Naruto and All Might, fight on field against these villains. Turn to each other, they give determined nods before running to join the pro heroes in battle. The battle continues with Boruto in a tough spot against Class 1 Ab's strongest, Shinki. Adding new stuff to Shinki's backstory compared to the anime was a bonus here for me. On the next, the fight and rest of the third round matches finishes before the best parts. 805 Chapter 37. One's Own Power. Hello guys. We're back with another chapter of Boku no Hero Academia. Next Generation. We left off last time with Boruto's struggle against Shinki, who turns out to be a powerful foe. Now we'll see how the young Uzumaki will set up a comeback. Without further ado, let's start things off with the new opening before the chapter. Opening 3, It's All in the Game, by Kyoto starts off with the main players of the UA Sports Festival, Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Shinki, all 6 of them having serious looks of determination. The next shot zooms in on the arena as the title appears. It then shows the crowd roaring with cheers of anticipation as to who will come out on top of the first year's tournament, including Class 1A and 1B. Shots of Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, the rest of the Cage heroes, Shota and the other UA teachers, Kakashi, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Mirko are shown. Flashbacks of the 5 competitors are shown, Sarada, with her fist tight, looking up to Sasuke as a child with her sweet smile. Shinki as he grimaces, meeting and being embraced by Gaara after looking control of his quirk. Todoroki with a mad expression, having flashbacks of his mom, and Endeavor's brutal training. Katsuki being as angry as ever, having flashbacks of bullying Izuku and Boruto getting in his way as kids. Izuku, with both fists balled up. Flashbacks of his quirk given to him by All Might and Friendship the young Uzumaki. And the last one is Boruto, with his left fist closed, shown training with Naruto and fighting off Bakugo from Izuku as kids. The next shot zooms to the battles in the arena ring, Izuku flicking a smash attack to repel Todoroki's ice. Sarada engaging Bakugo in hand-to-hand combat before dodging an explosion from the ladder, and Boruto dodging a wave of iron sand from Shinki and kicks some away before launching a trio of clones to attack. The next shot is when the atmosphere becomes dark and the sky turns overcast as the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, emerge from a portal above the sports festival arena, which shocks everyone once they gaze up as the former grins wickedly and launches a large fireball upon every individual there, which creates an explosion. Out of the scattered dust, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Boruto, and Izuku are the only ones who remain, and the 2 UA students charge and lung at the flying alien trio with a loud battle cry. Boruto doing a Rasengan and Izuku doing a smash attack with his right fist surging with red lines, as the opening finishes. Chapter 37. One's Own Power, Iron Sand, Scattered Pellets, Shinki attacks off. Boruto counters with a Gale Palm, blowing away a ton of them, but it still wasn't enough as a few more got through. He decides to jump to try and dodge, however, the sand marking place on him made it impossible as the pellets follow him upward and strike him at the same spot. He's forced to cover himself as the pellets strike him in the front and backside, making his gym uniform go in tatters, small rips almost everywhere as he bleeds from those wounds. Boruto! Izuku exclaims. That can't be good, Sumaira exclaims as well. He's got him in his sights, Pony said, liking Shinki's advantage. This onslaught is Shinki's for the taking, Tagaru backs up. Shinki attached a marking on Uzumaki during his second attempt to engage him in close quarters. Nato recalls, smirking, it's like a magnet since that's the iron's property. He adds, in enjoyment at on of Class 1A's top ace is losing. In words, Uzumaki's chances of fighting back or even taking the win is a 0%. Haha, he chuckles. After hitting the ground and tumbling back up, the whiskered teen proceeds to use 3 clones once more. However, he doesn't get the chance to plan anything as Shinki's magnetic sand fists grab them all. The left holding the clones and the right holding the real one. No way. Mina utters. Come on, Boruto, fight back, Iwabe cheers. Yeah, you got this, Eijiro cheers in addition. Katsuki and Todoroki separately glare at the fight, seeing that Boruto isn't looking too bright right now. Oh, my. Darui looks amazed, looks like Shinki might win this. It sure does look the end for Uzumaki, Kuritsuchi mentions. I've taught Shinki everything I know. Gaara states, arms crossed, this is his full power. He closes his eyes in saying this to Firefox, Naruto, I do feel bad, but this is it. Hearing this, Naruto only keeps witnessing the battle, knowing that Boruto won't give up and hopes he turns it around somehow. Where did you find such a strong magnetic quirk user? Chojuro asks and turns to Gaara. Not answering, Gaara recalls how he first met Shinki as an orphan and stopping a few villains, taking him in afterwards to control his power, which is showing itself here. Up till now, Shinki hasn't been using his full power, Izuku mutters, with Tenya agreeing. Young Uzumaki. All Might utters while sitting with the rest of the UA teachers. Shota on the other hand, thought in wonder, can Uzumaki come back from this, or not? Uzumaki has been caught without no way to escape. Mike exclaims, will this end the match? Goo. Boruto struggles to free himself from the Iron Fist's grip, as do his clones. Nothing would suit me better, right? Shinki speaks out, I didn't prove it during the recommendations exam, but right here, the difference in our power is large without a doubt. And I'm proving that for all the pro heroes and cage heroes to see. He continues, my father overestimates Firefox, because of the respect he has for him. For my dad? Boruto grunts, still trying to break loose. I'm simply proving it to you, Firefox, and everyone else here that I, to whom my father passed all his knowledge, is the one that truly excels, Shinki declares firmly, and tightens his fist's grip around Boruto and his clones, making them wince as his clones disappear in a puff of smoke. Like hell. You are. He refuses to give in to this and forces his right arm free enough to attack, Lightning bolt. He throws a big one, forcing Shinki to let him drop, land on the ground and needing both of his magnetic arms to shield himself from the attack. Finally I'm free. Boruto sighs to himself, but at this point, since normal tricks won't work on him, I'll go with the plan that Kirishima, Asui, and Shoji came up with. He thinks inwardly, but then remembers that Shinki placed an iron sand marking on him earlier. The place he stuck me must have the marking. He looks to the lower side of his torso to see that a small speck of sand on his gym clothing and proceeds to rip a small part of his blue clothing off to prevent himself from getting magnified to any more sand attacks. After the smoke clears, Shinki remains unscathed with his iron fist's arms by him. There won't be any more chances. Actually, Boruto cracks a grin, I already have one. He adds, confusing the latter. At this time, he builds chakra into his feet and bends down in position. Here I go. He lunges at high speed. Shinki widens in shock this time and immediately tries shooting his right iron fist like a rocket, thinking he still has the mark on Boruto. However, the whiskered teen dodges upward and steps off his right iron fist like a launching pad to continue his advancement. What? Shinki then thought. I marked him earlier, that should have been unescapable. Seeing him coming fast, he launches his last iron fist, and even that's dodged to the side. Now appear from his right side, Boruto delivers a right hook to Shinki's cheek, making him rear back. That's now all. He proceeds to beat the daylights out of the iron sand quirk user, delivering blows to his gut and face. Wow! Uzumaki begins his comeback and now has Shinki against the wall without no way of escaping him. Mike exclaims in hype as the crowd cheers. Yeah, way to go, Uzumaki, Eijiro exclaims in cheers. Ribbit, Suyu adds too. The tables have turned now. Mezzo smirks under his mask. Shinki relies on his quirk a lot, so there was no way that he could measure up to Boruto in close range, Izuku states, amazed. You're right, and this means Uzumaki can take the lead from here and win. Tenya smiles in amazement too, so do Sumire and Ochako. Shinki, Pony starts worrying. He's in trouble now, Nirengaki mutters. What's going on? Nato grows frustrated. I thought Shinki marked him earlier, so how did he dodge his iron fists? The way I see it, Boruto's now in control of the battle, Sasuke comments. Ha, ya got that right. Naruto grins in agreement. Gaara only grimaces in a hint of worry at his adopted son taking a beating, and wonders how he'll regain his distance to use his attacks again. Shinki tries to block a few and retaliate, but Boruto's better skill in close combat is better as he knees him under the chin before zapping him with lightning palm. The 1B competitor felt that badly, and now the finisher, he palms him in the stomach, releasing a stream of gale that sends the iron sand user flying across the ring. Looking back to see that he's close to being out of bounds, Shinki quickly manipulates his iron fists to catch him before he could pass the line or hit the grass. Sigh. He huffs, but his right iron fist disbursts slowly at its limit. Come on. Boruto scoffs in a murmur, hoping that would finish him, but it didn't. Impressive, but what I really want to know is how did you get rid of the mark one put on you? Shinki asks. You should have been struck more than once by my attacks. I ripped a small tad of clothing that you marked, right off me. Boruto reveals, if I hadn't done that, then yeah, I'd be in trouble. Still consider yourself to be, since you're almost out of chakra in your quirk after all that, Shinki figures out. I could say the same about you. The blonde remarks, since you won't maintain that iron fist of yours for long. I only need one shot and you're done. Shinki readies his last black iron fist for another eject attack. At this point, I'm out of options. Boruto thought, still maintaining his battle position, I used a large amount of chakra from my previous attacks. He adds in knowing what's left, I really do need to use that. He sighs before putting his left hand above his right, confusing Shinki. What are you doing? The latter asks with a narrowed brow. I planned not to resort to this until the final, but with the mess I'm in right now, this is my only shot, it's now or never, Boruto states firmly, as wind begins to spiral in his palms, spinning into the shape of a blue ball. That move. Shota utters in surprise. Seriously, All Might mutters. Is that? Izuku murmurs in surprise. Huh? Katsuki narrows a brow. Shoto keeps his usual calm demeanor, but does widen his eyes slightly at what Boruto's doing. Oh, Sasuke narrows as well, knowing what it is. He's really doing it. Naruto utters in surprise too, has he mastered it yet? As wind fills his part of the air, this will finish things, Boruto firmly declares. Shinki senses that this attack might be a huge one and has his last iron fist floating in front of him for protection. With his spiral ball in his right hand, Boruto rears it back before announcing, Rasengan. He throws the projectile that then turns invisible into thin air after a second. Wah! 1A and some of the crowd exclaim dramatically, wondering if he messed up that attack. What just happened? Even present Mike. That's not how a Rasengan is supposed to land. Naruto trails, wondering what his son's doing. Is this a joke? If that was your desperate attack, then it was pitiful. Before Shinki could continue, He was silenced immediately as Boruto's attack landed directly to his gut, bursting upon impact, that sends him flying wide, GWOH. Shinki spits out in pain with eyes bulged out at the impact he just felt before he crashes into the wall behind him. Everyone is stunned by what just happened, especially Class 1B as they saw their strongest classmate hit with something invisible. Shinki, Pony exclaims in shock. Wa. Izuku stammers. That was. Sarada trails. Huh. Katsuki widens, caught off guard at what just happened. What did he just do? Shoto thought, in surprise. The hell? Nato exclaims in thought. Gaara widens for the first time in surprise, big time. Whoa. Naruto's in awe. Shinki groans, wincing in pain as Ham's connected to the wall behind him. What was that? Boruto pants in exhaustion one time before grinning slightly as he goes to the edge. The secret weapon I've been saving. Secret weapon. Shinki trails. Yeah. Things would have been bad if I never had it, otherwise, he admits. Goo. I let my guard down. The Iron Sands user winces one more time before finally falling unconscious. Still, Boruto thought after sighing inwardly until he feels some pain on the left side of his torso, which he holds after wincing. This match itself was too much of a close call. Flopping her flail, Shinki is out of bounds. Uzumaki wins, Midnight announces. He advances to the semifinal. Woo! Excited cheers from the crowd. He did it, Mina exclaims excitedly. Yeah, Izuku and Sumair cheer out. Way to go, Iwabe's hypes up. Hey, he pulled it off. Eijiro grins. Ribbit, Suyu croaks excitedly. Indeed. Mezzo agrees. I am possible. Araya stammers from the 1B stands. He was so close to winning too, Setsuna exclaims. That Uzumaki. I knew he wasn't going all out when he fought us, Togaru sneers, referring to him and Pony. Now they see he has a new move. Grr. Nato grits his teeth, frustrated as he sweats. That Uzumaki. What else does he have? Amazing comeback from Uzumaki, I must say, Darui admits, impressed. Yep. They both did spectacular, ya know. Naruto nods for sure before turning to Gaara, who simply closes his eyes in response while having his arms crossed. Yes, it was a good battle, he admits nevertheless. Don't be bummed. With a performance like that, two heroes like us are bound to reach out to him for internship, Kuritsuchi said, grinning. Indeed. Chojuro said before adding, the next match is another one that'll be a sight to see. Midoriya against Todoroki. It will be, now that you mentioned it, Darui said. Who do you guys got winning, anyway? Todoroki. Both Kuritsuchi and Chojuro said in unison. I thought so. Darui thinks as well. Todoroki looks to be the type that would catch on to Midoriya's quirk hurting himself and would using that to his advantage to outlast him and win the match. Not likely. Naruto interjects, getting Static's attention. It's a benefit of a doubt that Midoriya would attack recklessly and use up his stamina off the bat, since he knows the weakness of his quirk. He adds, he'd be the type to come up with a plan to end the match in the quickest way possible. Nobody's coming out with an easy victory in the next round, that much we know. Gaara adds, in agreement before standing up and walking off. Fair point. I guess. Kuritsuchi shrugs. With that, Uzumaki is our first semi-finalist. Mike hypes in the loudspeaker, WHO will be his next opponent, Midoriya, or Todoroki? He wondered out. In the nurse's office. That should do it. You're free to go. Sakura smiles after healing Boruto's battle wounds. Thanks, med woman. Boruto replies with gratitude as he stands up from the circled chair, along with a new pair of blue gym clothes to replace his tattered ones. Shinki, having woke up earlier and now has his wounds healed, bandaged up by Recovery Girl, glances over to Boruto while he sits up from his bed. The blonde teen glances back to him with a narrowed brow and notice. After a few moments of silence while Chio and Sakura watch, Shinki speaks up with his gaze. You better not lose from here, he said, surprising the young Uzumaki. I'll accept defeat for now, but I will win next time. I promise you that much. In response, bring it on. Boruto accepts, firmly. I'll be having some new techniques in my arsenal by then. He adds before taking his leave out the nurse's office. You got yourself a new rival, Sakura said, chuckling a little and recalling hers with Ino. Man, I remember those days. Ah yes, over the guy who eventually became your husband. Chio blurts out, causing Sakura to blush dramatically and exclaim, while Shinki looks on and somewhat amused. Along the way, Boruto, Izuku calls out upon encountering his friend in the hall. Izuku, hey, he waves, walking up, saw my surprising win? Yeah, he nods before adding, since when did you learn the Rasengan? That's one of Firefox's main attacks, he beams in awe. Hey, spent the last 2 weeks perfecting that and it wasn't easy, ya know. He replies, proud of himself with hands on hips. Amazing. Izuku trails. Your match with Todoroki is next, ain't it? His whiskered friend recalls. Give that guy a run for his money so we can square off in the next round. He raises his fist for a fist bump. You got this, no pressure. Appreciating the words of encouragement, Midoriya bumps fists with his, "Thanks. I'll defeat him with all I've got." He smiles firmly before they walk off to their spots. Meanwhile, the Iron Sand Quirk user walks back to the stands where his 1B classmates, Shinki, until he glances up to see Pony heading his way and then giving him a hug in worry. He's somewhat surprised by the embrace, but still remains a little quiet. Pulling away, "I thought you would win. But still, you did the best you could," she smiles in assurance. He glances down to the horn girl. She's right. Gaara appears to where they are, getting their attentions. "Your desert sand," Pony recognizes, in amazement at seeing him in person. Gaara nods in reply to meeting his fellow classmate before asking his adopted son, "So, what's on your mind, Shinki?" "I was just thinking about Boruto Uzumaki." He states his thoughts. "I thought for sure he'd be foolish, reckless, and trivially easy to beat. Yet, you taught me to never let my guard down, and at that moment, I did and acted foolishly. As a hero, we make mistakes." Gaara said wisely, surprising the kids. "That's why we take heed to them in order to advance to the next level of heroism." He adds, "Remember that and go join back up with your classmates." He proceeds to turn around and walk off. Shinki looks down at his palm as Pony narrows a brow in question mark, which he noticed and responds, "Oh, it's nothing this time." He assures, in his calm demeanor, "Let's go watch the other battles." He walks on. Slowly smiling at his positive attitude, right, she follows him back to the stands with the others. With his match almost here, Izuku walks in the hallway and thinks about Boruto's new technique, having caught something different back there when he used that Rasengan. It looked different from when Fox uses it. As he thinks those thoughts, Endeavor steps out the corner, making the freckled teen come to a stop upon the form of the number 4 hero towering over him. "Endeavor?" Izuku exclaims frantically and surprisingly as his jaw dropped. "Oh, there you are." Endeavor speaks in a gruff tone as he looked down on the one for all user. What are you doing back here?" Izuku stammers nervously, gulping lightly. "I watched your match against Brainwashing Guy and the girl with the sword." He begins, pointing at him, "Your power is pretty impressive. You create so much wind pressure by flicking your finger and the electricity that surges your body enables you to increase your speed." He adds, "It reminds me of another quirk. You seem to have much in common with All Might." Perking up for a split second, he stammers in looking away, I guess I never thought of it like that." The same is said for Firefox's son, Boruto Uzumaki. Endeavor continues as he puts his finger down, having watched the Whiskered Teen's last 2 matches as well. From what he displayed during the last match against Desert Sand's son, it's no surprise that he can use the Rasengan. He said, "As it's like father like son." However, it was different from Firefox's, as if it strikes upon disappearing in thin air. He noticed. Izuku stammers, surprised that even the Flame Hero caught wind of it. "It's my Shoto's duty to All Might, Firefox, and Phantom Eye, and become the number 1 hero." He states out, he took down Phantom Eye's daughter during the flag battle, so there wasn't much to judge despite that being his first step. He adds as he gazes down at Izuku and the embers flow coldly around his figure. "However, his match with you will be a good test round to see how much training he has left." He continues as he smirks, "So hit him hard and don't hold back. Only you and Uzumaki can make him struggle and potentially break him out of his rebellious phase." Izuku tenses slightly at this, and it goes back to what Shoto was saying about wanting to reject his father's power and take first place without using it. "That's all I wanted to say. Apologies for bothering you." Endeavor proceeds past him. Clenching his fists, he spoke out, hearing the pro-hero stop in his tracks. I'm not All Might." "Huh? Of course not." Endeavor scoffs. "What are you talking about?" "And neither is Boruto. He's not Firefox either." He glares back to the number 4 hero. "And Todoroki may be your son. But he isn't you." Endeavor deepens his glare at hearing that, but Izuku stays firm and proceeds to walk onward. Shoto, on his end of the hallway, first Midoriya, then Uzumaki's next. "Hey guys." Boruto makes it back to the stands to his 1A classmates. Uzumaki, "Great work out there." Tenya congratulates, with Sumair nodding happily. "Congrats on winning." Ochako adds, Mitsuki usual smiling. "You taking down Shinki means there's number 1B students left to face." "Awesome." Iwabe pumps a fist. "That was a close call, Sarada smirks, "Who knew you were hiding a move up till now?" "For real though, what did you use anyway?" Kaminari asks on his last attack. "Yeah, it's hard to describe it, but it's like that technique turned invisible in while airborne," Mina said. "That was crazy for sure, but a manly victory." Eijiro grins in a fist raise, followed by nods from Mezzo and Suyu, the former giving him a thumbs up. Boruto gives back the thumbs up as well before sitting down between Ochako and Mitsuki. "So, you face whoever wins this fight." The Snake Teen said, "Either Izuku or Todoroki." "Right." Boruto trails in a nod as they look on for the next match to start. It's the second match of the 3rd round. Present Mike begins the hype introduction. "Which of these two will advance? From the hero course, we have Izuku Midoriya," he adds, versus Shoto Todoroki. The two appear from the tunnels, stepping into the rain. So here we are. Shoto speaks up as they stare down the other. And only one of us can advance. Izuku responds back, glaring firmly. First you. Then Uzumaki comes next. His opponent makes it clear, as ice started to show up on his right foot. I have no intention of losing this either. The freckled teen remarks, I owe it to everyone who supported me to try my best. He declares this firmly, activating his full cowling as sparks crackled around him. I will defeat you. Everyone watches closely as this match is about to become tense before Mike exclaims, ready, begin. Shoto unleashes a huge rush of ice to start things off. The one for all user quickly leapt over it, curling his right pointer finger in and holding it back with his thumb. Smash. He flicks his finger to unleash a pressurized blast of air that shattered through the ice and blew his opponent back a few feet, who then uses an ice wall to keep himself in the rain. Ah! He winces in agony as his finger broke from using that attack. Just as I expected. Shoto figures and knew ahead of time, you're prepared to injure yourself to negate my attacks. He adds, all I gotta do is stall you out and. Like it'll be that easy. Izuku uses full cowling to appear above him at high speed, making the half-cold, hot Quirk user widen in surprise. Fast. Shoto's barely able to jump back as his opponent's left fist struck the ground. Todoroki then followed with another ice wave, which his foe quickly blew away by flicking another finger, breaking it as well. Goo! That was my third one. Izuku winces in pain. I'm ending this quickly. Todoroki unleashes another wave, and Midoriya flicks his pinky finger to counter with another gust of wind. Blood splats out from his broken fingers as Izuku winces in agony. That's all my fingers, on my right hand. Shoto forms an ice ramp, who gazed up and flicks the middle finger from left hand to wind counter, which Shoto jumps over as it connects with the ramp. Once Todoroki lunges down at Izuku, the latter dodges back, but once Shoto's hand connects with the ground, an ice wave launches from it and traps Izuku's right leg. Not good, Izuku exclaims in thought and quickly surges his left fist in red lines in a fist before smashing the ice, sending wind pressure around the arena. Gwa! He winces loudly in agony as Shoto manages to put a wall of ice behind him after sliding back. Deku's in too much pain. He just keeps getting injured with his quirk. Ochako trails worriedly. No denying that. He's trying to keep Todoroki from getting in close contact with him, even while breaking himself. Mitsuki analyzes. I get the feeling that this won't end in a pretty way, Sumire mutters. Boruto only watches closely, knowing that every smash attack that his best friend uses only makes it worse and breaks fingers one by one. Izuku. He even can't use full cowling any further. He noticed once the green sparkles faded. He gotta wrap this up, now. Trying to keep me away? Smart. Shoto knows upon standing up, getting some ice off him. Sorry about this, but thanks for drawing it out. He glances up to where Endeavor is in the stands, who looks displeased. Look at him. He's furious that I'm not using his power. He grazes back to his opponent. With those injuries, you can't fight anymore, can you? So why don't we end this? He unleashes another wave of ice towards the terribly injured freckled teen. However, I'm not done yet. Izuku glares widely and counters with another pressurized wind with his broken finger from his right hand, blowing through the ice and sliding Todoroki back as he covers and cushions himself via ice wall. Everyone is surprised by this, especially Boruto, All Might, and Bakugo. Izuku noticed that his attacks have slowed down and states this out. Listen. We're all giving it our all. To try and win, and to make our dreams come to a reality. To become number one. He glares. You think you can win with half your strength? You haven't put a single scratch on me yet? Todoroki. He balls his broken right hand and exclaims in challenge, so come at me with all you got. Young Midoriya. All Might mutters inwardly. That boy. Endeavor thought in a trail. This take a big amount of guts, willpower, and resolve. Naruto thought, pretty surprised. I gotta commend Midoriya for that. Making him use his left side, huh? Mitsuki grimaces in thought. Midoriya. Shoto sneers. You're saying you want my fire? Did you speak to my monster of a dad before this? Yeah, I did. But, shut up, Shoto roars out before dashing at him. Now I'm mad. His movements are getting slower. Sarada noticed inwardly, is it because of the frost that's embedded in his body? So his quirk's like a meteor bar from a video game, meaning he's got a limit, Shikadai theorizes. Did he waste his energy when he fought elbows and snake arms? Katsuki wonders, referring to Hinata and Mitsuki. As Todoroki closes in, he lifts his right foot which gave Izuku an opening to punch him in the gut with his right fist without breaking it, sending his opponent tumbling back, but makes the one-for-all inheritor grunt in pain in the process from his broken limbs as blood splats out from them. From here, the fight is evenly, with Izuku dodging the ice waves this time, as they were moving slower. Damn you. Shoto trying to engage in close quarters with him, but ends up getting blown back by smash attacks, which further causes harm to the freckled teen's already broken fingers. This is intense. Momo utters, stunned. This is truly a battle till one of them falls on their sword. Sarada nods, quite surprised. Shinki is quite surprised from this fight as well. Both of them are giving it their all without backing out from the other. Incredible. Midoriya is still able to fight, even though he's the one critically injured here. How? Tsubaki expresses surprise from this. Deku. Ochako worries. It's like a battle, with their lives on the line. Sumair trails, stunned. That's what this is. Boruto confirms, surprising them. Both Izuku and Todoroki are doing whatever it takes to come out on top. He clenches both his fists against his knees. This is most he's ever seen Izuku with that determination, and even though it's shocking to see him breaking himself, he respects that his best friend is going all out to win. Agreed. Mitsuki nods while frowning. However, Todoroki's still not using his other half. Doing this takes a big amount of perseverance, Shoto thought. Sasuke watches as well and wonders, what's exactly driving this Midoriya kid to go this far as to break himself? He's just like what All Might was, even Naruto. SMAAAAASSSHHH, Izuku flicks his thumb from his mouth, blowing Todoroki back again, who cushions via ice wall. Why? Are you putting yourself through this? Sha questions, confused. Because I want to live up to people's expectations. Izuku declared, surprising to the half-cold, hot quirk user. I want to be able to smile while doing something for them. He runs and headbutts Todoroki in the gut. That's why I'm giving it my all. Just like you should be, he shouts. I don't know anything about what you've gone through or why you're even here. Your life has been so much different than mine. But right now, stop screwing around. He exclaims, if you want to reject your father, then fine. But you don't have the right to be number one if you aren't going to use your full power. Shoto seemed hesitant to use his other half, letting frostbites fill up his body. He feels like by not using his firepower, he's rejecting his father's goal and he'd be a great hero without it, but then again, that was his mind was telling him. That's why. I'm going to win this. Izuku exclaims and slams his surged right fist into his opponent's gut. I'll surpass you. As Shoto flies back, he remembers his mother. It was at that moment when his father pushed her over that she poured boiling water on his left side, giving him his scar. Ever since then, he's only used his ice quirk over his fire. But in the end, this quirk was. It's yours. Izuku shouts out loudly, your quirk, not his. At that moment, thinking about the hero he admired most when he was small, Shoto finally unleashes his flames, the warmth from the heat washing over everyone in the stadium as they looked on in amazement. Incredible. Tenya utters while Boruto, Mitsuki, Sarada, Shinki, and Tsubaki stared in disbelief. Whoa. Boruto utters. So this is his left side's power. Mitsuki trails. These flames are unbelievable, Sarada exclaims. This heat, it's insane, Shinki thought inwardly. This fight itself has been one thing after another. Tsubaki remains stunned. Now that's some real flames, Naruto can't help but grin in surprise. For real, Darui covers from it. Amazing. Gaara trails as they feel the heat's air. So this is his full power, Sasuke thought, admitting his surprise. Young Midoriya. Don't tell me you were trying to save young Todoroki this whole time, All Might stated inwardly. As the battle intensifies, now which one of screwing around? The ice thaws off Shoto as flames now take over his other side. I wanted to. I'll be a hero. As the two grin at the other in a stare-off, Endeavor grins wickedly from the stands, exclaiming out loud in front of everyone, yes Shoto? Have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it, very good. This is the dawn of a new era for us. With my blood in your veins, you'll surpass me. You will live up to the reason I created you, he shouts with excitement as flames flare up around his figure. Endeavor suddenly shouts words of encouragement. What a doting father, present Mike sweat drops. Hearing this doesn't sit well with Boruto or Naruto, encouragement my ass. The former scoffs with a glare, that bastard. So that's what he really sees his own son as, Naruto trails, grimacing. As they turn back to the fight, with those injuries. You're crazy for this. Shoto huffs some smoke, don't blame me for what happens next. The two foes charge up their final attacks, with Shoto shooting a humongous wave of ice that Izuku leaps over towards him, who maximizes the power of his flames around him as his opponent unleashes the full power of one for all through his right arm as his sleeve ripped off. I see now, Midoriya. Shoto begins, raising his left arm as it burns with flames. Thank you, he quietly said in gratitude. Cementos creates concrete blocks to try and stop them, along with Midnight's sleeping gas. However, they proved to be useless as the blast from the collided attack sends wind pressure throughout the arena, with Minoru hanging onto metal like glue from being flung off. As the smoke cleared, half of Shoto's shirt was burned away while Izuku has a lost sleeve and a broken right arm that begins to bleed. However, Todoroki remained in the ring, while Midoriya was out of bounds before he falls and hits the pavement, unconscious. Seeing this, no way. Boruto widens in shock, his best friend having lost the match, even after effort he made. Entasuki frowns with his eyes closed on the other hand. Midoriya is out of bounds, Midnight announces, flopping her flail to panting Shoto. Todoroki wins. He advances to the semifinal. With a mad gaze, Boruto grits his teeth and fists. This now confirms who his opponent will be for the semifinal match, being none other than Shoto Todoroki. And now that he's seen that he's now using both sides to take the top spot, the whiskered teen is sure to look forward to a fierce battle against the half-cold, hot quirk user. Ending 4, Beauties of Nature, by Kachu Fugetsu opens up with a yellow line floating across Boruto, who has his head lower with a shadow over his eyes, while a green line floats across Izuku, who has his eyes covered by his hair. As the lines proceeds to expand, the protagonists open their eyes and gaze up while back to back. The next panel shows Class 1A conversating with one another in the classroom, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto. The next shot shows the UA teachers doing paperwork and talking about what they plan to have their students do next. The air then turns red, taking a dark turn with the two boys in the middle, Boruto opening his eye that activates the Jogan and Izuku surging with red lines, green electricity. Their gaze turns to the Otsutsuki trio looming over them, in the forms of Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. The first two aliens looking down with menacing grins. With their hero costumes on, the protagonists express a glare of determination as the next panels zoom in to the Pro and Cage heroes battle against the Otsutsuki clansmen. Gaara, Hawks, Darui, Mirko, and Edgeshot taking on Urashiki, who has his fishing rod ready to strike. Endeavor, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, and Kuritsuchi against Kinshiki, who has a red energized axe in hand. And finally, Naruto, All Might, and Sasuke lunging at Momoshiki, who grins down at them with his left-palmed Rinnegan activated. The last shot shows Boruto and Izuku watching as the heroes, especially Naruto and All Might, fight on field against these villains. Turn to each other, they give determined nods before running to join the pro heroes in battle. That does it for this one. Boruto defeats Shinki while Todoroki defeats Deku, respectively. Hope y'all enjoyed the new opening, ending, edited both in chapter 36, which confirms the next arc. Until next time, thanks for reading. 805 Chapter 38. The deck is stacked. Boruto, Mitsuki, Tenya, Ochako, Tsuyu, Surmire, Sarada, and even Mineta all rushed to Recovery Girl's office once they had a chance to. Boruto having to slow down so that the others can keep up, but it was a struggle for him as he was antsy to see his heavily injured friend. He never thought or couldn't believe he went this far with his quirk, despite having no complete control over it yet. Even with Recovery Girls and Sakura's healing, that's too much damage to take all for a competition. Midoriya. They all bust in the nurse office, startling All Might, Sakura, and Chio in surprise. Scared the crap out of me, All Might murmurs after coughing some blood. Even though Boruto's surprised to see All Might here, in his skinny form, he had no time to think about that as he sees his unconscious friend in bed, with both arms wrapped in bandages. Is he gonna be okay? Ochako asks as she stands right next to him. He will. Sakura nods in reply, but his right arm was very messed up, even worse than before, she noted, crossing her arms over her chest. When he used his full power at the end of the fight, he fragmented the bones in his fingers, which were already broken, she explained. 2. I see. Boruto grits his teeth, not liking the sound of that. Hey guys, shouldn't you be watching the matches? Izuku wakes up and utters. Never mind that, you're a bad shape, the whiskered teen said, still stunned. The stage is far too damaged, so they're taking a break to prepare it, Tenya informs with an air chop. Yeah, which delays me and Iida's match for the time being, Sarada adds. That match was the scary thing I've ever seen in my life, Midoriya. Minoru shakes with a trembling finger. I mean, what pro's gonna want a sidekick that hurts himself? He's then smacked in the back and on top of the head by Tsuyu's tongue and Sarada's fist. You've said enough. Sarada glares down at the gray bald teen, making him sweat frantically. And you're just adding salt to his wound, Tsuyu adds. You all are being noisy, Medwoman, and I must focus on surgery, Chio informed as she came over. No way. Sumire exclaimed in shock. Surgery? The rest exclaimed as well, except Mitsuki. I figured it was gonna come down to that. The snake teen guessed ahead of time, he went beyond his limits with his quirk. Don't worry, it'll be alright, Sakura assures, he'll be back up with you guys in the stands before the round's over, she promised to them, smiling to her daughter as well. Very well. Sarada nods before they all leave the room, with Boruto and Ochako being the last ones to do so. Ochako hugs her arms, looking back at the door as they walk further and further away. Boruto assures her, he's gonna be alright. Nothing can or will keep him down for long. But it's surgery. She worries, it is, but mom's one of the best doctors there is. Sarada smiles, rest assured, Midoriya will get better. Ochako exhales softly, you're right, thanks, don't mention it. Boruto replies as they continue back to the stands with the rest. Opening 3, It's All in the Game, by Kyoto. Starts off with the main players of the UA Sports Festival: Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Shinki. All 6 of them having serious looks of determination. The next shot zooms in on the arena as the title appears. It then shows the crowd roaring with cheers of anticipation as to who will come out on top of the first year's tournament, including Class 1A and 1B. Shots of Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, the rest of the Cage Heroes, Shota and the other UA teachers, Kakashi, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Mirko are shown. Flashbacks of the 5 competitors are shown, Sarada, with her fist tight, looking up to Sasuke as a child with her sweet smile. Shinki as he grimaces, meeting and being embraced by Gaara after looking control of his quirk. Todoroki with a mad expression, having flashbacks of his mom, and Endeavor's brutal training. Katsuki being as angry as ever, having flashbacks of bullying Izuku and Boruto getting in his way as kids. Izuku, with both fists balled up. Flashbacks of his quirk given to him by All Might and Friendship the young Uzumaki. And the last one is Boruto, with his left fist closed, shown training with Naruto and fighting off Bakugo from Izuku as kids. The next shot zooms to the battles in the arena ring, Izuku flicking a smash attack to repel Todoroki's ice. Sarada engaging Bakugo in hand-to-hand combat before dodging an explosion from the latter, and Boruto dodging a wave of iron sand from Shinki and kicks some away before launching a trio of clones to attack. The next shot is when the atmosphere becomes dark and the sky turns overcast as the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, emerge from a portal above the sports festival arena, which shocks everyone as the former grins wickedly and launches a large fireball upon every individual there, which creates an explosion. Out of the scattered dust, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Boruto, and Izuku are the only ones who remain in the 2 UA students charge and lung at the flying alien trio with a loud battle cry. Boruto doing a Rasengan and Izuku doing a smash attack with his right fist surging with red lines, as the opening finishes. Chapter 38. The deck is stacked. We're now back with the quarterfinals, aka the third round. Mike's voice exclaimed through the loudspeakers, "We're close to the end of this set as we get right into the next fight." He pointed out excitedly, "So," he continued, "are you ready?" He questioned, enticing the crowd to cheer. From the hero course, the one that packs a hell of a punch, Sarada Uchiha. He adds, versus the engine speeder, Tenya Iida. Both competitors made their way out the tunnel and onto the arena. "I'm honored to fight the daughter of the third strongest hero," the engine quirk user bows respectively to his opponent. Likewise, Iida, Sarada responded with a positive nod that said, "I won't be in losing here today." "Sorry, but neither shall I." Tenya takes on a ready stance as his exhausts rev with energy. Sarada lowers herself in her own battle stance, with her fists ready and Sharingan activated. "Ready, begin." Tenya was quick to start his engines, accelerating past Sarada as he closed in on her. However, her Sharingan perceived his speed throws a round kick that forced Iida to block with his arms, making him slide back. Phoenix Flower. She blows from her mouth a barrage of mini fireballs, which he was quick to evade by dashing around and attempted to land a roundhouse kick with his right leg. The Uchiha blocks it with her left arm, exchanging a fierce glare with Tenya before they leapt back from each other. She then punches the ground and sending chakra bursts toward her opponent, who dodges quickly to the side. "It looks like Iida's got the upper hand when it comes to speed," Kyoka notes. "Maybe, but Sarada's Sharingan is able to perceive his high-speed movement. Hence their speed ain't too far off." Mitsuki chimes in, saying other. "You might be right." Sumair trails as they see Sarada narrowly lean back in time to avoid another roundhouse kick from Tenya's right leg. As she attempted to retaliate though, the engine quirk user sped away. Then from that point, they were exchanging a few blows of kicks and punch, evenly matched until they gained some distance from the other. Better now to use this than never, Tenya decided inwardly, taking a ready stance. Blue flames expelling from his exhausts. "Recipro. Burst!" he exclaimed, speeding forward in an instant. Seeing that, Sarada widened her eyes as she barely ducks a speeded right kick from Iida. His speed leveled up, she thought inwardly in surprise. Even her Sharingan is barely keeping track of him now. 8 seconds until the engine stall, Tenya thought. "I need to end this now." He brings his left foot down as Sarada blocks with both her arms this time, feeling a heavy impact that slides her back far. After recovering, she sends another wave of chakra burst through the ground, which he dodges again. "I'll finish in advance, Uchiha," he runs at her. "Hey," she smirks to his surprise, "I'll be the one doing that." Suddenly, Tenya's right leg trips into a small debit crater in the ground, knocking him off balance. "What?" Charging her right fist with chakra, she tears it forward then back and taking this opening, she connects to his gut. "Erg!" He grunts in agony, being sent flying across the ring and coming to a stop upon landing on the grass. When he realized this, he lowered his head in frustration. Iida is out of bounds. Midnight flail flops. Uchiha advances to the 4th round. The crowd cheers as Mike exclaims, "There ya have it folks. With that, Uchiha's our 3rd semi-finalist. Who will she be facing between Tokiyami and Bakugo?" Sarada helps Tenya to his feet and said, That reciprocal burst of yours was something. It caught me off guard. Even with my Sharingan, it was too fast. Yeah, congratulations on winning. He smiles a bit, and good luck in the semifinal. Thanks Iida. Sarada bows respectfully. I'll continue to win and finish first place at all costs. She added before walking back through the tunnels to the stands as the crowd cheered. With a combination of Chiyo's healing kiss and Sakura's own medical quirk, Izuku's surgery is complete. Okay, you're healed enough to the point that you can only, Sakura said. Be careful from here on. Chiyo adds. Thank you very much. Izuku says in gratitude to the two before looking at the scars on his right hand. That's what you get for overusing your quirk in a short time frame, the latter said. From this point on, they'll serve as a warning on how much you can use your quirk. Sakura states, arms crossed, adding more, also, this is the last time that these type of injuries will be healed. Hearing this surprises Izuku and All Might. I'm saying this because next time could be even worse. To the point that you could never use your arms again. Izuku gasps at that, so does his mentor. All Might, you've got to take the time to help him find a better way to use his power. Sakura criticizes with a serious gaze, because this happening over and over just isn't the answer. Even praising him won't cut it this time. The skeletal number 1 hero lowers his head a little. I agree with Med Woman, there has to be an option that isn't so self-destructive. Chiyo agrees, to which the 2-1 for all users understand as the two medical heroes are right about his power control. Meanwhile, Boruto went to check on Izuku to see how he's holding up with that surgery until finally, Midoriya and All Might both exit the room. They freeze momentarily when they see someone right out the door but relax when they realize who it was. Oh, young Uzumaki, you really startled me there. The skeletal number 1 hero sighs in big relief. Sorry, I just came to check on Izuku after that surgery, he said. Thank you, I'm better now, not fully healed but I can at least walk around, his friend informs him. Phew, that's a relief, he sighs until he noticed the scars on his right hand, huh? The freckled teen tried to hide it but Boruto grabs his hand and begins to inspect it. Damn, Izuku. You really went that far with your quirk, huh? He lets go. Lowering his head, yeah. I used my quirk too recklessly, he replies. All Might gazes downward. Yo. Their attentions turned to Naruto walking toward them with a hand raised. Fire Fox. Izuku's surprised to see him. Hey, Dad. Boruto greets with a hand raised as well. Great job on winning your last 3 matches, Boruto. Naruto congratulates, earning a proud nod from his son, and Midoriya. You fought valiantly out there to the last core. Good job. He looks to the green-haired teen with a smile too. Thank you for the compliment, sir. But I still went overboard with my quirk. Izuku says otherwise with a small gaze. All Might bows his head in shame. Medwoman was right. It's my fault for not teaching you a better way to use your quirk. Izuku gasps. No, you're wrong, All Might. I already had a better way to use my quirk but I didn't know what else to do. I had to use one for all at 100%. Putting a hand on his shoulder, just so ya know, nobody's mad at you, Izuku. I could tell from how hard Todoroki was fighting, you wouldn't have been able to put up half a fight with just 5%. Boruto said and asks this. The question is, why did you go so far at that moment? All Might and Naruto were curious as well and wait for an explanation from Izuku, who replies, I'm sorry, if I'd shut up, not said anything. I might have been able to beat him. I could have been able to face you in the next round too, Boruto, but It's fine, man. Boruto assures him, you still gave it your all during that fight which was more than enough. He adds, and honestly, I wouldn't want to fight you while you're broken like that. He refers to his injuries, it wouldn't have been fair. No offense. Yeah, I know. Izuku understands what he means, his broken injuries would have made it hard to fight another battle. All Might puts a hand on his shoulder, stating, you got young Todoroki to realize something very important about himself. He did. Boruto raises a brow, looking at his uninjured friend. In his first match, he looked so sad. I was trying to figure out why when I should have been focused. I made a bigger mistake when I did. Whenever we were fighting, I was just so frustrated, I couldn't see the bigger picture or what it would take to win. I'm sorry. Izuku tries holding back his tears as the group was silent. Naruto breaks the quietness and states out, if I were to be the judge of that fight, I'd say you were the real hero of that match. Huh? Midoriya stammers. I was the same way back then. There's some essence to being a hero, and that's meddling into someone's problem when you technically don't have to and sometimes being reckless to save another. Naruto explains, with a smile. He's right. Boruto agrees, smiling too with a nod. It's like you put yourself through hell, just so that Todoroki can be free on own, or at least start to be. Reckless as it may be, that was pretty damn heroic from my point of view. All Might adds his words of encouragement as well. At first, I also saw the old me in you, but you've gone beyond what imagined. Yet again, he smiles. Tears begin to well in Izuku's eyes at the praise he's receiving from his best friend, mentor, and number 2 hero. I learned from the best. They laugh for a few seconds until All Might mentions, the same goes for you, young Uzumaki. Me? The blonde teen points to himself. Yeah, you also put yourself in harm's way to save others, like at the USJ, All Might said. You've shown what it takes to be a hero. Always lending me a hand whenever I need it. You're just the greatest. Izuku smiles in addition. Yep. Exactly what they said, and you never stop at striving for higher either. Naruto agrees, grinning, another one that's truest heroic. Now it was Boruto's turn to look away, down and blushes in embarrassment. See, come on guys. I didn't sign up for the constant flattery. He stammers but does smiles, honestly. Thanks anyway, he said, getting smiles from them. Anyway. Naruto speaks up, go ahead and watch out the next match. I mean, the sports festival ain't over yet, kids. And good luck on your next match against Todoroki. All Might said, with Naruto nodding to that for sure. Right. Boruto nods, so does Izuku before they head off. As they do get back, hey, Izuku. He narrows a brow. I'll take down Todoroki in the next match, for the both of us. The blonde teen smiles determinedly. Having widened his eyes a little, but nods in believing in his best friend, yeah, give him all you got. By the time they get back to everyone else, there you guys are, Sumire waves. Deku, Ochako surprised to see him walk so soon. I see your surgery went well? Mitsuki asks him as they sat down. Yeah, recovery girl and med woman healed me up enough walk, Izuku said. Well that's a relief. Suyu adds, finger on cheek. Yeah, well, shouldn't you take it easy? Ochako asks. I want to watch the rest of these matches, Izuku said, determined too, this is where everyone's efforts pay off. Exactly. Boruto nods, which Ochako understands as they watch the current match between Katsuki and Fumikage. The battle goes in favor of the former as he continues bombarding Dark Shadow, in turn, revealing his weakness to be the light from the explosions. Stun grenade. Katsuki flares up as a big explosion erupts and by the time the smoke clears, he has Fumikage pinned down by his beak, with explosion sparkles in his left hand on ready. This was a bad matchup for you, I almost feel bad, but you're done. With a frustrated look in shame, I surrender. The Dark Shadow Quirk user gives in. Tokiyami gives up, Midnight Flail flops, Bakugo advances to the semifinal. With the crowd cheering, so. Dark Shadow couldn't go on the offensive because of the light, Ochako said. That matchup couldn't have been worse, Sumire trails. Bakugo would be the person to exploit that. No surprise, Mitsuki states with a straight face. Poor Tokiyami, what a bummer. Chocho sighs, so light was his weakness huh, Eijiro trails. Here I thought the bird would win. Hinata guessed but was wrong. That just means his quirk wasn't invincible as we thought, Iwabe adds. In the hallways. Endeavor enters the corner of the hallway and proceeds to walk down the stairs until, it's been quite some time, hasn't it, Endeavor? The number 4 hero glares around to see Naruto a few feet away, Firefox. He growls with his deep voice, what do you want? He glares with flames floating on him. Nothing in particular. Just gotta say that your son is performing well. Naruto said. Until the third round, he was only use his ice to advance, which was impressive. And the flames he showed against Midoriya was great too. You seem to have trained him to a good degree. Endeavor simply turns his back and walks down the stairs, if that's all you gotta say then get lost. Nah, I'm not done. Naruto said, which stops the number 4 in his tracks, since our sons are facing off next, let's see who comes out on top. Turning his back once again, but this time, grins darkly, there's a reason why I created that boy. To surpass you, Phantomai, and All Might. What? Naruto now gives off a serious expression, remarking, ever since that match, you've made it seem like he was some sort of lab rat, despite the fact that he gets to decide his own path. So what of it? He's my son and I'll call him whatever I please. Endeavor argues, even after he used his left side, he's still in his rebellious phase, but that's why I'm counting on Boruto Uzumaki to make him realize that he won't get far with just one half. Haha. He walks down the stairs, laughing. Why you? Naruto sneers with an unsettling gaze. Back outside. With that vicious bombing victory, Bakugo advances. Mike exclaims through speaker, ladies and gentlemen, here are the top final 4. Semifinal. 1. Boruto Uzumaki vs Shoto Todoroki 2. Sarada Uchiha vs Katsuki Bakugo. Alright. Boruto stands up, ready, off I go. He heads up the steps. Katsuki appears and nonchalantly bumps him with his elbow, making him stop. Something you got to say, Bakugo? He inquires, looking down and already giving off an annoyed glare. Whether it's you or icy hot. He glares back, I'm gonna crush you with everything I've got, after I beat the brute glasses first. He refers to Sarada, who glares towards him and says, we'll see about that. Exactly what she said, so focus on your own match before even talking. Boruto remarks, turning his back but still glaring over his shoulder. I'm focused on Todoroki right now, hence, you don't matter right now so give it rest. He states seriously walking off. Grr. Katsuki growls at what he thinks is arrogant talk. Oh. Kaminari utters. He pushed another button alright. Iwabe trails. He said it with such confidence too. Talk about manly, Eijiro exclaims with a toothy grin. Excluding that last part, you're right, Kamiko said, sweat dripping at the manly part. So, what are the thoughts on this fight between Todoroki and Boruto? Mitsuki asks. Well, Izuku thinks of some theories. This should be a close match to call, because they both should be evenly matched in terms of mobility, adaptability and skill. He adds to it, one thing that Boruto has over Todoroki is physical strength, since the latter is a long-range fighter. So if he can just close the distance between them and beat him in close range, then he could pull it off, Sumire guesses. I think so too. Izuku nods. However, it may not be safe to engage in close combat with Todoroki. Tenya chimes in. He's using his left side, and that makes him all the more dangerous. You might be right. Ochako trails. Aside from negating his attacks with lightning and wind, the only move that I think will give Uzumaki the edge is that invisible technique he used to defeat Shinki. Fumikage brings up. Oh yeah. Izuku remembers, the Rasengan. Meanwhile, there you are, Fox. Kuritsuchi glances as the number 2 hero sits down. Just in time since the clash between Uzumaki and Todoroki is about to begin, Chojuro adds. I gotta say, this was the matchup that I was anticipating the most and seemed like it came to fruition, Darui said. As to who would win, this would be a close one to call. The Eartha hero states, though, I probably got Todoroki winning as of now. Mainly due to the kid now using his fire quirk and Uzumaki would get microwaved if he tried to fight him close up. I don't think he has to. The static hero replies, Uzumaki has his wind and lightning quirks to counteract his opponent's ice and fire. I agree. Gaara speaks up, surprising the rest since he's usually silent, only with those, he has the Rasengan, which is different from yours, Firefox. He glances to him, who has a mild serious expression as he looks to the ring. Something wrong? Chojuro asks the number 2. Just had a run-in with Endeavor. Naruto replies, getting their surprise, the talk wasn't too crazy, but… He grits his teeth a little, I just hate the way he treats Todoroki, his own son, like he's an experiment. He's a human being too. Oh really? Endeavor's always been a grouch, but to take it that far? Unbelievable, Chojuro sighs. Sasuke gazed in, only listening, knowing that Endeavor's mind only contains hatred, which the number 3 himself used to have way back. With everything ready, the first match of the semifinal. Might begins. They've both shown amazing powers and it's a battle of the elites. The crowd goes wild as he announces, advancing through the last match with a move that took everyone by surprise. From the hero course, Boruto Uzumaki, the whiskered teen walked towards the ring with his fists tightened and with a determined gaze, versus. He made it halfway with just his ice power, and unleashed some serious flames in the last match. Also from the hero course, Shoto Todoroki, the half-hot, cold quirk user makes it to the ring with a firm expression. Once on the platform, Boruto and Shoto stared each other down. I'm already getting nervous here. Mina trails, shaking a little. Nerve-wracking, isn't it? Kyoka agrees. Who can blame ya? Shikadai nods, I'm curious to how this will go. Question is, will Todoroki use his full power again, just like he did against Midoriya? Suyu wonders. Yeah. Kamako trails nervously. Katsuki and Sarada looked on carefully at the field below, ready to see who they'd potentially meet in the finals if either of them won their next match. This is it. Todoroki. Boruto speaks first, getting his attention. You do recall us making that declaration of war of the other, right? Yeah. His opponent replied before firmly stating, however, I have no intention of losing here, Uzumaki. That's my line. Boruto clenches his fists, the one that's winning this is me. He then hand signs one time and rears his right foot back, as well as his right hand as a little lightning sparks out of his palm while Todoroki plants his right foot down as ice starts to form out. Ending 4, Beauties of Nature, by Kachu Fugetsu opens up with a yellow line floating across Boruto, who has his head lower with a shadow over his eyes while a green line floats across Izuku, who has his eyes covered by his hair. As the lines proceeds to expand, the protagonists open their eyes and gaze up while back to back. The next panel shows Class 1A conversating with one another in the classroom, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto. The next shot shows the UA teachers doing paperwork and talking about what they plan to have their students do next. The air then turns red, taking a dark turn with the two boys in the middle, Boruto opening his eye that activates the Jogan and Izuku surging with red lines, green electricity. Their gaze turns to the Otsutsuki trio looming over them, in the forms of Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. The first two aliens looking down with menacing grins. With their hero costumes on, the protagonists express a glare of determination as the next panels zoom in to the Pro and Cage heroes battle against the Otsutsuki clansmen. Gaara, Hawks, Darui, Mirko, and Edgeshot taking on Urashiki, who has his fishing rod ready to strike. Endeavor, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, and Kuritsuchi against Kinshiki, who has a red energized axe in hand. And finally, Naruto, All Might, and Sasuke lunging at Momoshiki, who grins down at them with his left palmed Rinnegan activated. The last shot shows Boruto and Izuku watching as the heroes, especially Naruto and All Might, fight on field against these villains. Turn to each other, they give determined nods before running to join the pro heroes in battle. That ends that. Next up, the semifinal begins now, starting with Boruto versus Todoroki. It's gonna be a blast writing that. Look forward to it, and until next chapter, 805 chapter 39, Boruto versus Todoroki. The standoff between Boruto and Shoto is on, lightning and ice quirks ready to clash as everyone watches closely in anticipation as to who will make it to the finals. Ready. Begin. Mike exclaims to start. Deciding to end this right away, Shoto instantly begins with a humongous wave of ice that's heading fast toward his opponent, similar to what he used against Zero. Seeing that he's not wasting time, Boruto quickly counters, lightning bolt. He throws a large bolt of electricity that clashes with the ice, but due to more power, Shoto's ice wins the clash and seemingly engulfs the young Uzumaki as the ice pillar forms above half of the arena. Boruto, Izuku and Sumair exclaim in fright as everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Todoroki starts off with a grazing ice blast. Present Mike exclaims, Uzumaki seems to be completely barred. Is it possible we got a winner down there? This isn't like when he attacked Zero. Izuku knows, the ice just more in control. He's taking the cautious approach. Mitsuki nods. Huh. Shoto exhaled, thinking he had already won. Endeavor stared deeply with his arms folded over his chest while Naruto looked on with a focused expression. The ice is then blasted open via wind as Boruto jumped out and lands, having used Gale Palm to bust out the ice prison. I would have been a frozen snow cone at that moment, but Boruto charges at his opponent. It won't happen again. He summons 3 shadow clones as they charge in a unit. Todoroki launches another ice wave, which the clones scatter to dodge before continuing their assault. As they closes in, Todoroki stomps up an ice wall that blocks the clones. However, hey. Having been ready, the real Boruto uses Gale Palm to blast through the ice wall. Todoroki widens before getting struck by the attack, making him plummet back. The first blow from Uzumaki and Todoroki is sent flying, Mike exclaims. TCH, Shoto forms an ice wall behind him to cushion his fall. Once he looks up, he sees that Boruto and Shadow clones ain't finished yet and dashes at him again. In turn, the half-cold, hot quirk user throws another wave of ice, which takes care of the 3 clones this time, but the real whiskered teen dodged that quickly by coating his feet with chakra for speed increase and upon getting close, delivers a kick to Shoto's gut, goo. The latter's sent flying again, toppling on the ground. What's the matter, Todoroki? Is that all you got? Boruto smirks, in a firm battle position with his fists up. Opening 3, It's All in the Game, by Kyoto starts off with the main players of the UA Sports Festival, Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Shinki, all 6 of them having serious looks of determination. The next shot zooms in on the arena as the title appears. It then shows the crowd roaring with cheers of anticipation as to who will come out on top of the first year's tournament, including Class 1A and 1B. Shots of Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, the rest of the Cage Heroes, Shota and the other UA teachers, Kakashi, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Mirko are shown. Flashbacks of the 5 competitors are shown. Sarada, with her fist tight, looking up to Sasuke as a child with her sweet smile. Shinki as he grimaces, meeting and being embraced by Gaara after looking control of his quirk. Todoroki with a mad expression, having flashbacks of his mom, and Endeavor's brutal training. Katsuki being as angry as ever, having flashbacks of bullying Izuku and Boruto getting in his way as kids. Izuku, with both fists balled up. Flashbacks of his quirk given to him by All Might and Friendship the young Uzumaki. And the last one is Boruto, with his left fist closed, shown training with Naruto and fighting off Bakugo from Izuku as kids. The next shot zooms to the battles in the arena ring, Izuku flicking a smash attack to repel Todoroki's ice. Sarada engaging Bakugo in hand-to-hand combat before dodging an explosion from the latter, and Boruto dodging a wave of iron sand from Shinki and kicks some away before launching a trio of clones to attack. The next shot is when the atmosphere becomes dark and the sky turns overcast as the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, emerge from a portal above the sports festival arena, which shocks everyone as the former grins wickedly and launches a large fireball upon every individual there, which creates an explosion. Out of the scattered dust, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Boruto, and Izuku are the only ones who remain, and the 2 UA students charge and lung at the flying alien trio with a loud battle cry. Boruto doing a Rasengan and Izuku doing a smash attack with his right fist surging with red lines, as the opening finishes. Chapter 39. Boruto vs Todoroki. Shoto stumbles back up with a glare as ice covers his right side, while Boruto maintains his fighting stance. Endeavor isn't pleased with his son's performance right now. Stop holding back, Shoto, use your fire. They continue to stare the other down until Boruto speaks first, if you won't attack. Then I will. He dashes fast at him with chakra coating still in play. Todoroki puts an ice wall in front of himself to keep distance, but that doesn't work, as the whiskered teen still closes in around it and delivers a couple more combat blows to his opponent's gut and face. Recovering quickly, Shoto tries to grab him with his right hand in an attempt to freeze him, but to no avail as Boruto dodges and grabs him by his right arm and throws him over through his ice wall in a crash. Grr! Todoroki quickly resorts to skating on a sheet of ice he creates to keep himself in the fight. Boruto lunges at him with another strike via Gale Palm, but Shoto manages to dodge and grabs his opponent's right arm with his left hand. Oh crap! Boruto exclaims in thinking that Todoroki was gonna burn him. However, this is when they both hear Endeavor shout from the stands with a grin, "Use your left side, do it Shoto." A beat passed and Shoto throws Boruto away instead, ignoring his father. Sliding to a halt, Boruto gazes back to his opponent and realizing, even before the number 4 talked that time, "What's up? You literally could have had me at that moment with your fire." Shoto glances down a little in response. Since his opponent wouldn't answer, "Fine. I won't force you to use your fire like Izuku did." Boruto states out, getting Shoto's attention back. "In fact, this just makes it easier for me to win." "What?" Shoto glares. 1. It's impossible to win with half of your power, and 2. Boruto charges at him right away, which his opponent tries to encase him in ice, only for it to be dodged. On top of that, his ice attacks were starting to slow down due to using a majority of it during his first assault. Upon being left wide open, "You suck at hand-to-hand combat." Todoroki takes another blow to the face as Boruto then summons a clone to use some attack combinations that starts to further push the half-hot, cold Quirk user back. What is this? Todoroki endures a beatdown and can't seem to get away as Uzumaki uses a clone to attack as well. "How creative," Mike exclaims in amazement. "Just how many ideas can Uzumaki come up with that clone Quirk of his?" Kaminari asks, somewhat amazed. "Nobody knows, but he's giving the fight to Todoroki," Iwabe notes out. "Chakra quirks sure are amazing. That basically gives the user multiple quirks," Momo mutters. "He's not using his fire like before." Mitsuki noticed, smiling all the while as usual. Boruto is sure to win this match. Izuku only looks on, knowing that Mitsuki's right about Boruto close to winning, but wonders if Shoto's really alright with not using his fire to win like he did before. Todoroki's not putting up a fight from what we're seeing. Darui shrugs, it's only a matter of time before Uzumaki knocks him out for the count. "Yeah, so far so good." Naruto agrees, but also wonders why Shoto isn't using his fire. "Hiya!" Boruto's clone skyrockets and kicks Shoto back. "Shoto, just use your left side," Endeavor roars from the stands. "Enough!" The latter slams his hand against the ground, making ice surge up and engulf his Boruto and his clone in an instant. "Another ice wave," Hinata exclaimed. "Fighting up close would be difficult for most people like Todoroki anyway." Shikadai noted aloud, arms crossed over chest. "A second ice blast. Is this another attempt to keep his distance from Uzumaki?" Huh. Shoto exhaled in exhaustion as frost had built up along his right side. "I don't need my left side to." He stopped talking as he saw the ice shatter, widening his eyes. Having used Gale Palm again to blast out and his clone taken out, blood begins to spurt out of Boruto's right arm as some of the ice got to his skin. However, he still maintains a grin on his face while panting a little. "That won't stop me," he firmly stated. "That didn't even tickle. Much less hurt." Clenching his teeth in frustration, "It doesn't look that way to me," he remarks. "Don't try to give off that tough guy act now." "That's exactly my line," Uzumaki remarks, making his opponent perk up. "We both know that you've reached your limit with that ice after the last attack. As well as your attacks getting slower every time, so it's no use in putting up the facade, Todoroki." He adds, "Half of your power isn't enough to beat me." Grr. Shoto scowls. "Just shut up. Here I thought you didn't care about making me use my left side." "Don't get the wrong idea, I don't," he remarks. "In fact." Boruto positions his right hand over his left. "I'm ending this right now." Spiraling wind begins to form into a blue sphere in his hands. "That again." Shoto widens. "It's that technique he used before," Ochako notices. "Yeah, the Rasengan." Izuku nods, seeing what'll happen. "He's using that already?" Naruto wonders in surprise. "Rasengan." Boruto throws hard with his right hand, then wincing a little from the pain in it due to the ice. "I gotta move." Shoto is forced to let out the last of his ice to skid off to the side as the attack turned invisible in thin air. After getting away successfully, "That was your best attack and it couldn't." Before he could finish, a huge blast from the invisible Rasengan destroys the giant ice pillar that was launched, shocking everyone in the crowd. Shoto gasps, looking back at the collapsing of his ice from the start of the fight. "What the hell?" Kaminari and Minoru exclaim in unison. "His attack could do that?" Metal exclaims shockingly. "Whoa." Izuku widens completely, so does Sumair, Ochako, and Tenya. Even Mitsuki widens a little in awe at that. "That was a shocker." Sarada trails, surprised. Katsuki widens. He starts getting flashbacks to Izuku using the smash back during the battle trial that destroyed the whole inside building, except, Boruto's Rasengan here proved to be more powerful than that as it destroyed the mountain of ice, which makes Bakugo even sweat a bit in shock. His attack's impact looks more stronger than when he used it on against me, Shinki thought back. His Rasengan did that. Huh? Naruto expressed a grin surprise and amazement, talk about unpredictable and incredible. Young Uzumaki. All Might trailed, who knew that would happen? Imagine if Todoroki got stuck by that. I don't know what type of training that Uzumaki did, but it's showing its true colors. Shota thought, surprised and amazed while Mike had his mouth dramatically wide out. That. Uzumaki's attack became even more crazier than before, what power. Endeavor, for sure, opens his mouth wide open, stunned at what that Boruto's technique did. He clenches his teeth angrily, damn it Shoto. Stop being a stubborn fool and use your fire. Shoto turned his complete shocked gaze back to Boruto, who used this distraction to deliver a palmed blow to his opponent's face. Go, Todoroki grunts out. The blonde's onslaught continues without rest as he knees Shoto in the gut and then under his chin before doing a roundhouse kick that sends him back. Lightning bolt. He electrocutes his opponent, who grunts loud in pain, paralyzed by the white static that blasts him back. Huh. Boruto pants in exhaustion from doing all of that, feeling his chakra starting to run low. Struggling to stand up with his legs shaking and a bleeding nose from the beatings. Why? Shoto utters, you're pushing yourself that far. Just like Midoriya. So what if I am? He replied, heroes are supposed to go all out in the open field, even while fighting a strong villain to protect others. He adds, just like how Dad does it. As well as what All Might did back at the USJ. Shoto gasps in surprise. Boruto, Izuku utters. Let me ask you this Todoroki. Why are you here at UA in the first place? Boruto asks, seriously with a glare. You think taking the top spot is gonna solve your family problems with your dad, Endeavor? To get others to sympathize with you so they could get their minds off of winning? He asks in question, making Todoroki widen. Apparently, it's not doing you any good. He lunges and punches Shoto back with his left fist. I'm not saying that I don't sympathize with your past. But whatever you went through is irrelevant. Whether you want to use your fire or not doesn't matter to me. He clenches his teeth and exclaims in determination, in the end, I'm gonna win this fight and take the top spot. Even though he hesitates and begins having frostbites, Shoto tightens his fists as embers begin to flicker from his left arm, as well as remembering Izuku's words about his quirk being his own, HRR. At that moment, his flames erupted from within his left side, melting the frostbites off his right side. Boruto widens in shock at him now using his other quirk. With a swing of his left arm, Shoto fires off a powerful stream of flames that strikes his opponent, who covered himself and couldn't dodge in time. Arg! He screams in pain and topples across the ground. Boruto, Izuku, Sumair, and Ochako cries out. Oh no, Tenya trails. Well, that's not good. Mitsuki grimaces. He's using his flames again like before. Eijiro exclaims out. Endeavor grins widely, inwardly coming off. Excellent, very good. You're finally realizing that half of your quirk isn't enough for you claim victory. With that, you'll live up to your duty to surpass me. Boruto. Naruto widens in shock as his son now stumbles to his feet, wincing in pain after enduring that heat. You've convinced me, Uzumaki. Shoto speaks and gets his attention as his flames continue flowing. Using half of my power isn't enough to take you down, including taking the top spot. He aims his left hand at him. With these flames of mine, I'm taking the lead from here. He fires some more. Uzumaki's quick to dodge as the stream of fire hits the edge of the ring. Wowza! Todoroki rallies with his flames and has Uzumaki on the ropes. What will he do next? Mike exclaims through loudspeaker. Boruto finishes in dodging another shot of flames. Just when I was gonna finish him, he uses his flames. Crap. He knows that's on him for rambling on before he snaps out of those thoughts and dodges another shot of fire. Shadow clones. He summoned two before they both jump in midair to do a combined lightning bolt that launches at the half-hot, cold quirk user. HMPH, Shoto shoots a blast of flames to intercept the amped attack and wins the clash. As Boruto and his clone lands, they see a stream of fire heading their way. The clone gets struck, causing it to puff off, while the real one gets struck to his left leg, but dodges all the way to avoid more damage. Goo. He winces at feeling the heat, kneeling while clutching his leg. His flames have more attack power than the techniques I've used thus far. Boruto thought, clenching his teeth. Dang it. He snaps out of those thoughts as he barely dodges another stream of flames from Todoroki. Up until now, Uzumaki was giving Todoroki a massive beatdown, but now, he's getting overwhelmed and feels the heat. Mike hyped it. Looks like the tides have turned now, Kuritsuchi said. Todoroki might pull it off after all. Maybe, but the match still isn't over, Chojuro adds. Naruto gazes in concern at the tough spot that his son is in. Uzumaki's not looking so good. Tenya trails. His attacks are getting overpowered by Todoroki's superior firepower. On top of that, he can't so much as get anywhere near him. Tokiyami adds, "'Cause if he does, then he'll get burned to a crisp." Man. Just when Uzumaki had the edge in physical strength, this happens. Kaminari trails. Only thing he can do is dodge and use ranged attacks, but Tsuyu trails. Yeah. Todoroki's got the upper hand when it comes to that. Sarada finishes before wondering, what will you do, Boruto? The whole square ring is now surrounded by fire as Boruto sweats non-stop from the heat. In pants in exhaustion while standing to a small degree. I'm literally losing right now. I can barely react to his flames, even Gale Palm wasn't enough. He's burning through my techniques. He rubs the sweat off his right cheek, using Rasengan as my best bet. But I can't do it without a plan. What's the matter, Uzumaki? Is that all you got? Todoroki challenges, asking the similar phrase that his opponent asked him earlier, just like Midoriya. You're crazy for rambling on to the point of making me use my left side. Ku. Boruto scoffs, still standing firmly, positioning his inflamed left arm and aiming at his opponent. This is end of the match for you. Boruto. Izuku and Naruto thought inwardly in huge worry. Young Uzumaki, so does All Might, while Endeavor grins wickedly yet again. Just as things look bad for the whiskered teen, he puts a hand his right eye. Shoto raises a brow, but still proceeds in charging his flame attack. When Boruto lets his hand off his right eye, the Jogan Eye activates, allowing him to see the energy flow in Todoroki's next attack, a stream of fire coming his way, but this time, the blonde teen dodges it right on time. Todoroki widens in surprise, wondering how Boruto dodged his flames this time. After dodging to the side, Shoto doesn't stop however, and shoots out some more flames, only for Boruto to predict it with his Jogan Eye quirk and propels himself upward with a high jump before surging his right hand in white electricity. Lightning bolt. He blasts down, and compared to before, it's evenly matched with the flames thanks to the Jogan. After the clash cancels the other out, Boruto lands and inwardly speaks, my right eye. This hasn't activated since the fight with New back then. He adds, and it's allowing me to predict Todoroki's next attack from the looks of it. He positions back to his on-guard stance. With this, whether it's the Byakugan or not, I can utilize it to win this. That eye. Shoto trails out, getting his foe's attention. I don't know what it is, but I assume that could be the reason why your reaction time is on point. You could say that. Boruto forms a smirk now let's step things up a notch. He charges and summons 4 shadow clones to charge at the half-cold, hot quirk user, who waves a wall of fire to burn them out. However, he only took out the clones as they puffed away in smoke and the real one appears fast behind Todoroki. He gasps and widen, left open. Lightning palm. Zapping Shoto's right side. It's enough to paralyze him and make him turn off the flames on his left side. Shoto grunts before his opponent lands 3 close combat blows on him. After taking palm strike to the cheek, Todoroki manages to catch his fist with his left hand and swiftly activates the flames from that side. Goo! Boruto feels the heat and quickly pulls his hand back, gazing at the burnt spot his fist endured. At the moment, Shoto tries to blast him at point range with his flames, which Boruto manages to dodge, as the flames give a slight burn to his left cheek, and he retaliates with a gale palm to Shoto's gut, which the latter tanks as he's sent back a little and recovers. Let's continue. Shoto challenges, with his activated left side as the two continue their fight in the square ring. That's surrounded by fire. This match is going in both ways and is too close to call. Mike hyped it. Uzumaki's now keeping up with the fired-up Todoroki as they go back and forth on the inflamed platform. A few feet away from each other, Boruto throws out a gale palm, and Shoto leaps out of the way and uses an ice slide to land to safety. Boruto would already be on the move, charging at his foe to close the distance. Shoto begins using both his quirks to keep the range between them, using ice waves and his left side of fire to keep him at bay, but Uzumaki would keep dodging everything that came his way, pivoting and jolting at the right moments. With high perception, he's avoiding everything that's thrown at him. With further aid from the Jogan Eye, he can see Shoto's fast attacks coming a second early and move to the side multiple times to avoid the element attacks as he continues charging. After dodging fire, Boruto leaps and approaches striking distance, but Todoroki throws up an ice wall between them. The young Uzumaki uses lightning to blast the ice easily, but is met with an incoming fire blast from his foe, and if not for the Jogan, he would have been burned. He rolls over to the right to dodge the flames, and upon recovering, he throws a bolt of lightning to counter the flames again, signaling off a huge explosion that causes almost everyone to cover themselves from. Amazing. One random pro mutters out. These kids are stronger than the average pros. Another one adds. It's like that's what you get from the son of Firefox and the son of Endeavor, another one said. Naruto, Izuku, and All Might widen in finding it surprising, amazed at how he suddenly kept up, despite not keeping track of the flames earlier. Sarada and Katsuki have their eyes widen as well. Sasuke and Gaara keep calm, but do express some sort of surprise at the intensity of this fight. While in midair, Shoto shoots down another set of flames, only for Boruto to backflip out of harm's way and retaliates with a bolt of lightning that forces Todoroki to endure the attack after landing. Once the smoke clears and the fire still surrounding the rain, the two 1A competitors pant in exhaustion from pushing the other to their best and counteracting the other's attacks. It was fun, Uzumaki. But this has gotta end, now. Shoto pants with a firm glare, readying both his fire and ice. Good point, because the sooner we go, the sooner you lose. Boruto huffs as well, glaring firmly as well with his eye quirk still in play, having his right hand out in position in readying another Rasengan. With the chakra I got left, this will finish it. The spiraling blue sphere begins to grow bigger than the medium size, and making him lift it, and its wind forces the fire to blow in spiral way, hence, clearing the embers around the ring and returning it to normal, shocking everyone, including his opponent. His technique expanded and blew the flames. Endeavor widens in thought. This is very different from when he fought me, Shinki thought, shocked. Midnight and Cementos are now able to see what's going on, but they also hesitate as things were looking rather dangerous, even more than the previous match. Going all out, Shoto launches a humongous wave of ice like he did before while the whiskered teen coats his feet with the last of his chakra to leap over it with his large Jogan Ev Rasengan ready to strike. The half-cold, hot quirk user maximizes the flames at his left side as his foe closed in. Rasengan. FLASHFREEZE. Heatwave. They roared loudly, before clashing with their powerful techniques, creating a huge explosion into the entire arena. Ah! Minoru yelped, almost flung off from the force if not for Mezzo using an arm to catch him. Izuku and Naruto gasped, standing up from their seats while Endeavor ran down the steps to find out what had happened, looking concerned in a very uncharacteristic way. The smoke and dust filled the whole arena before being slow to clear, but when it did, everyone's eyes widened. Boruto was covered in various burns, with the right side of his jacket burned away, as well as his pant legs up to his knees. There were ice shards in the wall behind him as he barely stood, breathing heavily as his Jogan disappears back to his normal eye. Todoroki was in a different state. He's crashed against the wall, having a spiral wound that's exposed on his gut. They both gaze at the other one more time before Boruto falls forward, knees first before going unconscious. At the same time, after coughing out blood, Shoto did the same. Midnight utters, they're both out of bounds. She adds, it's a double knockout. Everyone remains speechless in disbelief. Ending 4, Beauties of Nature, by Kachu Fugetsu. Opens up with a yellow line floating across Boruto, who has his head lower with a shadow over his eyes, while a green line floats across Izuku, who has his eyes covered by his hair. As the lines proceeds to expand, the protagonists open their eyes and gaze up while back to back. The next panel shows Class 1A conversating with one another in the classroom, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto. The next shot shows the UA teachers doing paperwork and talking about what they plan to have their students do next. The air then turns red, taking a dark turn with the two boys in the middle, Boruto opening his eye that activates the Jogan and Izuku surging with red lines, green electricity. Their gaze turns to the Otsutsuki trio looming over them, in the forms of Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. The first two aliens looking down with menacing grins. With their hero costumes on, the protagonists express a glare of determination as the next panels zoom in to the Pro and Cage heroes battle against the Otsutsuki clansmen. Gaara, Hawks, Darui, Mirko, and Edshot taking on Urashiki, who has his fishing rod ready to strike. Endeavor, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, and Kuritsuchi against Kinshiki, who has a red energized axe in hand. And finally, Naruto, All Might, and Sasuke lunging at Momoshiki, who grins down at them with his left-palmed Rinnegan activated. The last shot shows Boruto and Izuku watching as the heroes, especially Naruto and All Might, fight on field against these villains. Turn to each other, they give determined nods before running to join the pro heroes in battle. That ends the astonishing first match of the semifinal. The involvement of the Jogan during the second half of the fight to counter the left side was a fun addition. On top of that, the match was a tie. Unexpected, huh? Now to see what'll happen time. On top of that, Sarada vs Bakugo is next. Until then amigos. 805 Chapter 40. Sarada vs Bakugo. Hosu. In the dark alleys of Hosu, a red-eyed villain in a dark combat suit, plated with metal armor across his body that holsters his weapons, a sleeveless torso, and yellow bandages from just below his shoulders to his wrists. He also wears long black wristbands and a watch on his left arm, and his knees are protected with metal pads. Black boots with steel armor complete the costume. He dons a blood-red scarf, matching headband, and the tattered cloth he wears around his face as a mask. On the ground, a hero in armor lays face down while bleeding out as the villain growls, "Fame. Money. That's what all you heroes are completely after. But you bastards are not heroes." He then steps on and crushes his victim's cell phone that had a missed call on it, "The only ones that I'll allow to kill me." He sneers, "All Might is worthy." He extends in a deep breath as blood drops from his sword. The same goes for him. Fire Fox. From top the building, adult Shin and kid Shin look down at him, observing his continuous murders of heroes everywhere in this city. This is his sixth one. The latter trails. Thus far, he's been killing heroes left and right without showing a hint of mercy. You don't say. The former agrees and adds, whatever motivation he's carrying out, it's about time we recruit him to our scurvy league. He turns to the purple portal opening. Ain't that right, Kurogiri? I'll bring him to Tamura Shigaraki when the time calls itself. The warp villain said, for now, we'll wait a little more. Adult Shin thinks about it but replies, fine, but not too long. After the last match between Shoto and Boruto, everyone in the stands started murmuring in wonder on who actually won the fight, especially since the smoke veiled on who went out the ring first. Some others even wonder on who's gonna get the default win as one of them's gotta make it to the finals. Even though the match was a draw, it was still a spectacular battle. A man of average height with a slim and narrow build, along with blonde hair. He wears a black shirt with a wavy golden pattern, over a tan jacket with a high collar and slits over his shoulders that accommodate his wings. The insides and cuffs of the sleeves are lined with white fur, and black gloves. He has a red square-shaped lobe piercing in each ear, with a pair of yellow ear protective headphones over them, just the type of heroes the society down the line. Hey, they would fit perfectly in agency. A dark-skinned woman of above average height with white hair and rabbit ears. Her costume consists of a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim around her shoulders and waist, a wide yellow crescent moon design over her chest, and a single thick metal plate wrapped around her midriff. She wears purple thigh-high boots to complement her leotard, with more plating around the heel and toe areas, making her feet look like those of a rabbit. As well as a pair of thick, white gloves on her hands with long cuffs. I got first dibs on the kids. You may want them, but it's still their decision to pick the agency that's suited for them. A tall, slim man with an unnaturally long and flexible neck, with blonde hair covering his left eye. His costume consists of a pair of jeans, a denim waistcoat with 2 large breast pockets, and a denim dress shirt with a very high collar which covers his face up to just below his nose. He wears 2 belts, one around his collar and one around his waist, and short dark brown boots with thick gray shafts and soles. Just as he said, Mirko. A slim, muscular man with gray hair. His hero costume adapts the appearance of a traditional ninja. He wears a blue mask that covers his mouth, tied at the back of his head with red yarn. He sports red shinobi shozoku underneath a blue robe. His arms are covered in a thin, dark cloth that tucks into his white forearm sleeves. There are red straps attached to his belt and his robe that extend outward, though, I'd like them to work for my agency as it'd be honoring. We'll see when we send out the internship applications after the sports festival is over, Kakashi said, having joined them in the stands. Yeah, now let's go to the next topic aside from Uzumaki and Todoroki, shall we? Hawks shrugs. We still have the next match between Uchiha and Bakugo. I don't think that fight will be too crazy, compared to the last one, Genist said. I'd rather watch first before being the judge of that, Edgeshot states. Whoever wins, I just hope the battle turns to be a bang like the last one, Mirko grins. So says you. Kakashi sweat drops, Cage Hero stands. Geez. Darui rubs his head, that match was ridiculous. Either one of them could have took the W. No shit. Kuritsuchi trails, first match of the semifinal and we already get a tie. Now this makes you wonder, who's gonna get the bye win to the finals? Chojuro said, finger under chin. There'll be plenty of time to determine the verdict since the ring is gonna take a while to repair and both Uzumaki and Todoroki are out of commission, for now anyway, Darui said. Indeed, also, Kuritsuchi asks, where's Fire Fox? Isn't that obvious? Gaara said, arms crossed. Oh, right, she knows in realizing where. In the nurse's office. Ah. Boruto groaned as he opened his eyes. He was lying on a bed, shirtless in the nurse's office, sitting up and blinking in surprise. He looked around and found bandages wrapped around his arms. Good, he's awake, Recovery Girl's voice chimed in, as he saw her in a small chair, with Naruto standing there as well. Boruto, are you alright? Naruto asks, concerned. Yeah. But Boruto utters, head lowered in grimace, I lost the battle. I'm sorry, Dad. Actually, nobody lost or won, he replied, causing his son blink in surprise. It was a tie. Both you and Todoroki fell over at the same time, Sakura chimes in. Turning his head, Boruto looked over and saw an unconscious Shoto lying upon another bed while being tended to by Sakura. He had bandages all over his body, mainly his stomach area. So, how is he? The young Uzumaki asked in concern. Well, he's sustained some serious damage from that match. Sakura explains, most specifically his stomach. It's not in the best condition from that blue sphere technique you let off, so he won't be fighting again for a while, she adds, but with plenty of rest, he'll be fine. She lets off a small smile. I see. Boruto nods, before turning the other way, so does that mean Sarada and Bakugo's match is the final? Actually, Sakura takes out her communicator. I was about to call midnight to let you advance to the final. She reveals, shocking the whiskered teen in huge surprise. Huh? Did I just hear that right? Yep. Sakura nods with a smile. Your injuries aren't that bad compared to Todoroki, so you're still good to fight another round. She adds, that is, if you want to. Not knowing how to say, Boruto turns to Naruto, who in response, the choice is your to back, Boruto. Not looking down, he clinches the bed sheets. Part of him is saying that he shouldn't since he didn't outright beat Todoroki, but another part of him is saying that he can't waste this given opportunity to still claim the top spot. With a deep exhale, he gives his answer, I'll do it. He continues, even though that match wasn't a true victory. I also don't want to waste this chance that was given to me by luck either. So I'll take it. He said, determined this time. Very well. Sakura nods before giving the call to midnight through phone. While she does that, Naruto gives a thumbs up to his son for his performance thus far, earning a proud smile from the whiskered teen. Once he's checked out of the nurse's office with some new gym clothes, he heads back to the stands to the others through the hallway, until, Uzumaki, he perks ahead to see Izuku, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Tenya, Tsuyu, and Minoru rush up to check on the blonde classmate. Oh, hey guys. Boruto greets, but with a sweat drop. So how are you feeling right now, Boruto? Izuku asks, concerned. Better, actually, he nods. Medwoman stated that my injuries weren't as bad as Todoroki's. That match was the craziest one here, first Midoriya, and now you. Just how? Minoru exclaims, trembling frantically. You need to chill out. Tsuyu mutters in a little annoyance, even using her tongue to slap his head. What about Todoroki? How's he doing? Tenya asks. He's recovering fine too. Still unconscious from our last attacks though. Boruto replies in assurance. I see. Glad that you're both alright, Sumair mutters. Aside from that, you two put on quite a show. Mitsuki said, calm usual smile, shame that it was a tie. Either one of you could have won. I guess that the final match is between Sarada and Bakugo, Ochako wonders aloud. Yeah, about that. Uzumaki proceeds to explain that Sakura contacted Midnight to move him up the bracket since he was still good to fight, plus the difference injuries. As he said this, they hear Midnight make an announcement outside about Boruto automatically advancing to the finals, which made the crowd cheer loud. And there you have it. He grins sheepishly as they walk down the hall. That's excellent. Sumair's claps one time happily. That means you can still win this thing, Minoru yells out, first raised. Undoubtedly, Izuku adds. The question mark here is who you're gonna face, either Sarada or Bakugo, Mitsuki said. Good point, since they're both strong fighters. Tsuyu trails, finger on cheek. Who do you guys think will win? Ochako asks. I've got my bet on Sarada taking it, but it won't be easy, Tenya replies. I'm with Iida. Bakugo's versatility is no joke while Sarada's flexibility so something to look out for as well. Mitsuki adds. I got Sarada taking it too, but we'll just have to see, Boruto said as they arrived to where the rest are. Opening 3, It's All in the Game, by Kyoto starts off with the main players of the UA Sports Festival, Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Shinki, all 6 of them having serious looks of determination. The next shot zooms in on the arena as the title appears. It then shows the crowd roaring with cheers of anticipation as to who will come out on top of the first year's tournament, including Class 1A and 1B. Shots of Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, the rest of the Cage Heroes, Shota and the other UA teachers, Kakashi, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Mirko are shown. Flashbacks of the 5 competitors are shown, Sarada, with her fist tight, looking up to Sasuke as a child with her sweet smile. Shinki as he grimaces, meeting and being embraced by Gaara after losing control of his quirk. Todoroki with a mad expression, having flashbacks of his mom, and Endeavor's brutal training. Katsuki being as angry as ever, having flashbacks of bullying Izuku and Boruto getting in his way as kids. Izuku, with both fists balled up. Flashbacks of his quirk given to him by All Might and friendship the young Uzumaki. And the last one is Boruto, with his left fist closed, shown training with Naruto and fighting off Bakugo from Izuku as kids. The next shot zooms to the battles in the arena ring, Izuku flicking a smash attack to repel Todoroki's ice. Sarada engaging Bakugo in hand-to-hand combat before dodging an explosion from the latter, and Boruto dodging a wave of iron sand from Shinki and kicks some away before launching a trio of clones to attack. The next shot is when the atmosphere becomes dark and the sky turns overcast as the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, emerge from a portal above the sports festival arena, which shocks everyone as the former grins wickedly and launches a large fireball upon every individual there, which creates an explosion. Out of the scattered dust, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Boruto, and Izuku are the only ones who remain, and the 2 UA students charge and lung at the flying alien trio with a loud battle cry. Boruto doing a Rasengan and Izuku doing a smash attack with his right fist surging with red lines, as the opening finishes. Chapter 40. Sarada vs Bakugo. Alright ladies and gentlemen, with Boruto Uzumaki moving up automatically as our first finalist, WHO will he face off between these two. The screen shows Sarada and Bakugo, the second match of the semifinal between two close-range fighters who'll brawl it out towards victory. Mic begins as the two combatants exit the tunnels toward the ring, from the hero course, Sarada Uchiha. He adds, versus her classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. Unlike her other opponents, your daughter is against a tough one, Phantom Eye. Chojuro turns to Sasuke after stating that. Yep. Out of curiousness, how will she do against the explosive Bakugo? Kuritsuchi wonders, finger under chin. We'll see if she's not Bakugo's next female victim, like Uraraka and Kake. Darui said, as a joke. Sasuke ignores the comments and simply looks downward at the match that's soon to start. The two stare each other down. Alright glasses. Katsuki began, glaring all the while, can those red eyes of yours keep up with my explosions? Seeing that as a challenge we'll just have to see and find out, won't we? Sarada gets in her battle stance, fists balled in addition, get through this guy and I'll face Boruto in the finals to win. Everyone was tensing up at this matchup. Just like the last match, this fight could go either way. After seeing how Katsuki proved his strength during his last matches, especially against Sumaira and Ochako. Some in the stands wonder how Sarada will pull this off without getting blown to smithereens, as does her classmates. Ready, start. You're dead. Katsuki then turbo rushes her way via explosions. Not wasting time, Sarada activates her Sharingan and begins to read his movements. A right hook? No. A feint? She backflips in the nick of time from his explosive right palm. Once the smoke cleared, Phoenix Flower, she hand signs one time and shoots off mini fireballs from her mouth, only for her opponent to propel himself around the air to dodge them all before charging at her next thing. Ha! Bakugo rears his right palm back to attack again, but this time, Sarada ducks underneath to dodge the explosive before rearing her right fist in return and delivers a solid punch to the center of his face. Guh. He felt that upon getting sent flying, but regains his position after sliding the ground. Boom! An amazing right hook from Uchiha. Awesome way to start off the second match. Lucky shot. Katsuki growls, rubbing the impact he just took to the face. Is that all you got? Sarada taunts, making him perk up, attack some more. Be careful for what you wish for. He sneers, readying himself again, if you won't come at me, then I'll come at you. He dashes his way toward his opponent before attack a leap and coming down with an explosion, making Sarada jump back. However, she doesn't get time to recover as Katsuki is on her trail. She defends as he throws a left hook and dodges a right palm blast before responding with her own fist attacks, which leads them to a round of close combat. She goes for a swift left fist, only for the hothead to lean back and use that opportunity to raise up his right hand and blast her in the back. She staggers. Being calm and observing the whole time won't get you nowhere. Katsuki doesn't let up and strikes again, only for Sarada to dodge and to tuck and roll a distance. This is the way I fight, so deal with it. After positioning, she coats her right fist in chakra and smashes the ground, sending floating debris towards Bakugo, who slightly propels upward at the last second. As that happens, he sights Sarada taking a big leap at him for another blow that forces him to block with both arms, but the impact sends him flying down. Katsuki sees that he's heading toward the outside ring's grass and positions his hands on his sides that fires out a huge explosion to skyrocket himself back onto the platform. Yowza! Bakugo narrowly avoids being launched out of the ring. UCHUHA sure is gaining the big lead, Mike exclaims though speaker as the crowd cheers. Way to go, Uchiha! Izuku cheers, she almost won the match right there, Mitsuki said. If she can do it again, then she might take this, Momo trails. Grr! Katsuki growls, glaring his foe in the eyes. Gotta say, I commend you for not going down from that last hit, Sarada states all of a sudden. Huh? Her opponent narrows a brow annoyingly. However, she widens her Sharingan that then flashes out a bright glow. This is where it ends for you. Katsuki saw the flash in her eyes just now, but ignores it, whatever the hell's that supposed to do. He skyrockets with another blast, which seems to have hit her, got her. He grins highly, however, it turns out to be an afterimage of Sarada as she vanished in thin air. Wah! He's suddenly kicked on the side of the face that sends him back, coming from the reappeared Sarada. Getting up quickly, what did she just do? He wonders, but shakes off that thought and growls to continue his attacks by firing another explosive, only for Sarada to vanish again, letting the blast connect at nothing. Confused again, he's then punched in the gut this, making him stagger. I don't get what the hell is happening. You mentioned that I was calm and observant, right? Hate to break it to you, but it's better than being a hot-headed fool that charges in recklessly, Bakugo. Sarada taunts, to the latter's charge in before she continues on the offensive and appears beside him before landing a knee blow to his gut that makes Bakugo grunt in pain as she grabs him by the arm and slams him to the ground. She did the same thing I did during the battle trial. Izuku recalls back to doing the similar throw to Katsuki. Hey guys, is it just me? Or so far, Bakugo's been hitting nothing but air, Sumire noticed. You're right, I noticed too. Fumikage nods, even though Uchiha's attacks are behind or beside him. It's like he seemingly attacks what's in front of him, like his senses are clouded. Momo then realizes upon thinking, that's it, she must have casted Bakugo under an illusion. An illusion? How? Mina asks. The Sharingan is one of the strongest visual prowess quirks there is. Momo explains. Phantom Eye, the number 3 hero, also uses it to cast his enemies under an illusion. She adds, and since Sarada relayed to him. Like father like daughter, you're right, Shikadai said, she's messing with his 5 senses to take control of the fight, amazing. She must have done something to confuse his senses, Kendo comments. HMPH, that looks to the case, Tsubaki said, watching closely at Sarada's movements. Getting overwhelmed by his opponent, Bakugo pants raggedly as sweat pours out his head. Every moment he attacks, he ends up attacking an afterimage of his opponent and struck down by heavy blows that Sarada continues to contain. Right now, Katsuki is losing the fight, which begins to infuriate the latter. Bakugo's back is against the wall. Uchiha continues to attack without rest. She just might win. Mike hypes it up as the crowd roars loudly. Goo! Bakugo sneers in stumbling up after receiving another blow from his opponent. I can't afford to lose here, Bakugo. Sarada speaks, getting his attention. My goal is to become the strongest cage hero and winning this festival will be the first step toward that goal. TCH. He scoffs. I'll end this right now. She proceeds to run around him and charge at him at his blind side while he glares at the afterimage of her in front of him as he's still under her illusion. Hey! Katsuki grins all of a sudden at getting an idea and unexpectedly blasts himself in the gut, which makes him grunt a little in pain, surprising everyone. Sarada's taken back as well, but proceeds to at him while the iron is hot. As soon as she got close for a chakra-coated punch, Katsuki turns around and blasts her up in the gut. Gah! She felt that and topples on the ground before coming to a halt and standing up. What? I figured out your petty little game. Bakugo reveals with a wicked grin. The moment I looked at the flash of light in that damn Sharingan of yours, I begun to hallucinate. Attacking what I thought was you, which was nothing but a fake afterimage. He added, touch, smell, taste, sight, and sound. All of my senses were jammed. Hence, which was why I blasted myself to recover from that cheap trick. He snapped out of the illusion but inflicting pain on himself. Smart, Mitsuki noticed. Not surprised that Bakugo was gonna figure that out. Boruto trails. Bummer. Sumire sighs. Just when she had him on the ropes, Ochako adds. Bakugo sparked with explosives in his palms. You had me good this whole fight, but I'll kill ya now. Sarada keeps a calm composure but he is surprised that he figured that out. She remains firm and comebacks, so you got out of the Sharingan illusion, huh? It wouldn't have been interesting otherwise I suppose. She balls his fist. Now these next few crushing blows will put you down for the count. Ha! Bring it! Katsuki blasts his way at her, getting them to engage in close quarters yet again. Dodging a few punches from her while she misses a few explosions from him. Sarada is amazing. Tsuyu said in surprise. She's using her Sharingan to anticipate his next moves like before, Kyoka adds. Yeah, but Izuku noticed something is strange this time. Huh? Katsuki's attacks are more fearsome as Sarada barely avoids blast aimed at her fast. She widens in noticing something. He's starting to keep up, my Sharingan's not keeping track of him now. The more sweat I build up, the more powerful my explosions are, Katsuki reveals, continuing to attack and evenly finds an opening that he takes, blasting her in that gut. Gwa! She shouts in pain, sent flying. Sarada, Sumire and Izuku exclaim in fright. Damn! Boruto mutters, he started to react to her movements despite not doing so a few moments ago. Indeed. Mitsuki nods, it's gonna be bad if this continues. What is this? Bakugo has now turned the tides completely in a surprising twist. What's Uchiha's next move to try and bring it back? As she stands with her gym uniform in tatters, you can stay calm and smart all you want, but it won't do you any good. Katsuki blasts the ring again as Sarada barely evades and as he comes at her again, she manages to duck an attack and kick him in gut, making him stumble a little. Still got the fight in her, huh? No matter, I won't drag this battle out. The battle continues as Sarada finds an opening and strikes him in the face. However, Katsuki refuses to budge from that and grabs her arm before kneeing her in the chest, making her spit out in pain as she's then thrown back by an explosive amped throw by his opponent, making her topple on the ground. This ain't looking too good, Kuritsuchi trails. It might be over for your kid, Phantom Eye, Daruhi states in being sure. Sasuke only glances at the match, wondering how his daughter will pull things through. Huh. Sarada stumbles and breathes heavily from the impactful attacks she's received, all bruised up. Same goes for Bakugo as he still took damage from the right hook he received, which made his nose bleed. I suppose you put up a pretty good fight, Uchiha. He admits, calling her by her last name is a sign of respect, just like Ochako and Sumair, but this last attack means the end for you. While panting, Sarada flashbacks to her child self looking up to Sasuke in inspiration. Striving to becoming a strong hero as well, she remarks, "I'm not gonna lose this one." She charges her right fist, infusing the chakra that she has left. This drive to win means that losing isn't an option, Bakugo. She charges immediately with no holds bar, same with Katsuki as he turbo blasts his way at her. Both competitors are charging at each other for one last attack. Mike exclaims through loudspeaker, "WHO will take the victory?" Cha! Ha! They both roar loudly as they connect their attacks on the other. A chakra-coated fist to the cheek and a large explosive palm that sends one flying back. The collision causes smoke to fill the ring as a result. Once the dust clears, everyone is stunned what the similar outcome is. Sarada's sports jacket was blown off, revealing her black gym tank top and her tattered stated with her glasses having been blown off in extension. Bakugo wasn't any better as his face is messed up from constant physical power and he's crashed against the wall in the process. They both out of bounds. Midnight announces, surprised just like the rest, it's another draw. As both were unconscious and out of the ring, the audience is in disbelief once again. Ending 4, Beauties of Nature, by Kachu Fugetsu opens up with a yellow line floating across Boruto, who has his head lower with a shadow over his eyes while a green line floats across Izuku, who has his eyes covered by his hair. As the lines proceeds to expand, the protagonists open their eyes and gaze up while back to back. The next panel shows Class 1A conversating with one another in the classroom, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto. The next shot shows the UA teachers doing paperwork and talking about what they plan to have their students do next. The air then turns red, taking a dark turn with the two boys in the middle, Boruto opening his eye that activates the Jogan and Izuku surging with red lines, green electricity. Their gaze turns to the Otsutsuki trio looming over them, in the forms of Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. The first two aliens looking down with menacing grins. With their hero costumes on, the protagonists express a glare of determination as the next panels zoom in to the Pro and Cage heroes battle against the Otsutsuki clansmen. Gaara, Hawks, Darui, Mirko, and Edshot taking on Urashiki, who has his fishing rod ready to strike. Endeavor, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, and Kuritsuchi against Kinshiki, who has a red energized axe in hand. And finally, Naruto, All Might, and Sasuke lunging at Momoshiki, who grins down at them with his left-palmed Rinnegan activated. The last shot shows Boruto and Izuku watching as the heroes, especially Naruto and All Might, fight on field against these villains. Turn to each other, they give determined nods before running to join the pro heroes in battle. That wraps up this one, and yep, another draw like the first match. I was planning on making the top 4 unpredictable and here we are. Having Sarada use Genjutsu mid-fight was to keep the intensity going and to clarify, her Sharingan is 2 Tomo for now. In advance, one of them is automatically advanced to the final just like Boruto, so have fun guessing who. The final match of the sports festival begins next chapter before, you know who, arrives. Until next time. 805 Chapter 41, Sports Festival's final battle. After the second semifinal match, there ya go folks. Even the second match wound up being a double knockout. We'll use this time to take a short break and see WHO automatically advances to the finals to face Uzumaki. In the hallway. So Iida, what's up? Boruto asks as he, Izuku, Mitsuki, Sumair, and Ochako meet him up the corner of the stands. Yeah, is something wrong? The freckled teen asks. Guys. Tenya begun, this is sudden, but I must leave early, he added, much to their surprise. But, why? Sumair asks. A villain got my older brother, Tenya revealed, lowering his head, making them gasp, except Mitsuki, who only frowns. Your brother? Izuku widens. Whoever this was got ingenium? Boruto adds, same way. Yes, he trails. No way. Sumair widens as well. Is he going to be okay? Ochako asks, worried. I don't know the details, so I'm going to go visit him directly to see for myself, Tenya states, bowing a little. Boruto gazes and encourages, we understand, go check on your brother. You'll be told the verdict of the festival when you get back, Mitsuki adds. Tenya nods and before leaving, and also, he glances to Boruto and wishes, good luck in the finals, Uzumaki. Thanks, he nods, whether it's Sarada or Bakugo, I'll come out on top. The turbo engine Quirk user then takes his leave after that before they discuss, I hope things go well with Iida's brother, Sumair murmurs. Yeah, Izuku agrees. So Boruto, who do you think will advance to the final as your opponent? Mitsuki asks, changing the subject. I'm sure Sarada will make it through after she recovers. He answers with a smile of confidence, after all, she's aiming to be the best hero as well, and I know she won't give that up. Yeah, being the best cage hero is her goal too. Ochako nods, it'd be fun to see you two battle. For sure, Izuku nods. Hey, you guys know it, Boruto nods. As they get back to the stands, listen up everyone, the announcement of who moves on between Uchiha and Bakugo has now been decided. This is when everyone focuses on listening closely as to who it will be, particularly Boruto. Most of them expect it to be Sarada. However, the last competitor to advance to the final match is Katsuki Bakugo. The screen then reveals. Final. Boruto Uzumaki vs Katsuki Bakugo. This takes one by surprise. Boruto. Izuku gazes quickly to him, only to see that he's grimacing, not surprised or worried in the slightest. Bakugo it is then. Boruto accepts it. In fact, this is exciting. He smirks, we got a score to settle anyway. He walks off after telling Izuku, Ochako, Sumair, and Mitsuki, wish me luck, guys. Ochako trails in confusion, he seems enthusiastic about this. And what does he mean by, score to settle, Mitsuki wonders. Thing is, him and Kachan go way back, along with me. Izuku states truthfully, they fought many times as well, so that's why. Oh really? Sumair narrows a brow. So that's it, huh? Mitsuki said. Let's go and take our seats for this match. Izuku takes the lead. As of now, a fight between these two wouldn't end in a good way. In the infirmary. Sarada wakes up, in bed with her sports tank top on and covered in bandages on some of her big wounds. When she looks around, she sees Sasuke, Sakura, recovery girl, and a bed sleeping Todoroki on the other side. Dad, Mom. It's good to see you come to, Sarada. Sakura smiles in relief. Glancing at her sheets, so, I lost. It was a tie, just like Boruto and Todoroki's match. Sasuke reveals, her. You both collapsed at same time, so it led to only one of you advancing, automatically while the ring took a while to repair, Chiyo adds. Getting the gist of what she means, Sarada looks around for Katsuki, expecting him to be in bed too, but there's no sign of him. Hold on, if Bakugo isn't here. Then does that mean? She trails, now having a sad impression to knowing the verdict. Yes. Sakura trails a little sadly, we had no choice but to call midnight to let him advance automatically to the finals due to being in better condition. He wasn't too happy about the match being a draw, but since it was against Uzumaki, he agreed to it, recovery girl adds. I see. Sarada looks to her sheets and clutches it in frustration, if only I had won. Then this automatic advancement wouldn't have happened. Whether you won or lost, this tournament is a guide to point the errors you did, and in return, you grow stronger by making those mistakes, as well as motivating you to improve your quirk and skills. Sasuke explains in wisdom, you can be frustrated, but it happens to even the best. He's right, Sarada. Sakura smiles, on the bright side, you didn't lose once in this part of the tournament. You'll get a lot of internship offers from various agencies for sure, because of that battle. Not knowing what to say, Sarada wipes the small tears in her eyes thanks to these words of encouragement, replying, yes. I'll do my very best from here to become a great hero. She firmly says now, getting positive reactions from them before Sasuke leaves the infirmary. At that time, Shoto groaned as he opens his eyes, shirtless in bandages. Good, you're finally awake, Chiyo said to the half-cold, hot user. What happened? Last time I remembered, I was fight Uzumaki. Shoto recalls slowly till he notices Sarada in the room. Uchiha, what are you doing here? Long story. Sarada chuckles a little before telling him that Boruto automatically advanced to the finals due to being in better condition than him and that he slept through her match with Bakugo, which resulted in the latter also advancing due to a better state. I see. Shoto understands after hearing the details, so the finals is between Uzumaki and Bakugo. He added, which is further confirmed by the Sarada and the two doctors. Opening 3, It's All in the Game, by Kyoto starts off with the main players of the UA Sports Festival, Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Shinki, all 6 of them having serious looks of determination. The next shot zooms in on the arena as the title appears. It then shows the crowd roaring with cheers of anticipation as to who will come out on top of the first year's tournament, including Class 1A and 1B. Shots of Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, the rest of the Cage Heroes, Shota and the other UA teachers, Kakashi, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Mirko are shown. Flashbacks of the 5 competitors are shown, Sarada, with her fist tight, looking up to Sasuke as a child with her sweet smile. Shinki as he grimaces, meeting and being embraced by Gaara after losing control of his quirk. Todoroki with a mad expression, having flashbacks of his mom, and Endeavor's brutal training. Katsuki being as angry as ever, having flashbacks of bullying Izuku and Boruto getting in his way as kids. Izuku, with both fists balled up. Flashbacks of his quirk given to him by All Might and friendship the young Uzumaki. And the last one is Boruto, with his left fist closed, shown training with Naruto and fighting off Bakugo from Izuku as kids. The next shot zooms to the battles in the arena ring, Izuku flicking a smash attack to repel Todoroki's ice. Sarada engaging Bakugo in hand-to-hand combat before dodging an explosion from the latter, and Boruto dodging a wave of iron sand from Shinki and kicks some away before launching a trio of clones to attack. The next shot is when the atmosphere becomes dark and the sky turns overcast as the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, emerge from a portal above the sports festival arena, which shocks everyone as the former grins wickedly and launches a large fireball upon every individual there, which creates an explosion. Out of the scattered dust, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Boruto, and Izuku are the only ones who remain, and the two UA students charge and lung at the flying alien trio with a loud battle cry, Boruto doing a Rasengan and Izuku doing a smash attack with his right fist surging with red lines, as the opening finishes. Chapter 40. Sports Festival Final, Boruto vs Bakugo. Meanwhile, Tetsu grumbles in the 1B stands. These finals have been one big showcase for Class 1A. 2 ties in a row. Damn it, he adds dramatically. You're not wrong about that, but they're actually amazing for performing at that high level, Wasabi said, causing Tetsu to scoff it off. I'm positive you guys would have done the same thing, Shinki, Kurigane. Kendo glances at the two, who have their arms crossed and eyes closed with a huff. It doesn't matter who won, lost, or even a draw, these first years are amazing, a random pro comments. I know, right? Looks like the draft will be exciting this year, another adds. In waiting room 2, Boruto sat at the room's table to got over his strategies against Katsuki. Granted, the hothead has a lot of firepower with his explosion as he already knows, but in a close quarters battle, the whiskered teen should be fine. However, seeing Bakugo's use of propelling midair with his explosions unpredictably is gonna be a challenge. The slam of a door was then heard, snapping him out of his thoughts as he looked to surprisingly see Bakugo at the doorway, who's just as surprised to see him. What the hell was that for? Boruto narrows a brow. Huh? Why are you here? Bakugo points a finger before reading the sign. Crap, this is waiting room number 2? So you can't read now? Tough. Boruto shakes his head, unsurprised. This gets under Katsuki's skin as he has a ferocious glare and tick mark, even slamming his hand against the wall, letting off a small explosion, and causing Boruto to glare back at the blonde hothead. Don't get high and mighty with me, Whiskers. Prepare? Sure, I just did. Now take a hike and go prepare or something. Boruto scoffs after that taunt. Don't need to. I've had more than enough, Bakugo sneers, and you. I can't stand you, ever since we were little kids. Cool, the feeling's mutual, dude. He remarks back, in a low tone that is as he glared up at him. 1. You're nothing more than a mentally unstable jerk. 2. You're an eyesore. Say that again? Katsuki growls, getting closer with a stomp of his feet, only for his soon-to-be opponent to rise to his feet to face, despite being a couple inches shorter than the hothead. 3. I don't understand why Izuku looks up to someone like you, who acts like nothing but a thug, Boruto states, frowning. Then Katsuki began to look angry, a very pained angry, as he grits his teeth and then kicks the table across the room. Boruto's not even bothered, and remarks, what? You thinking simply kicking the table is gonna make me take back what I said? Deku has nothing to do with this. Bakugo growls, it's just you and me out there, and for the times you've been getting in my way as kids, you'll be kissing the pavement by the time I'm through with you, he continues. I don't accept that tie against Uchiha as it wasn't a complete victory, but crushing you will make up for it. You talk too much, ya know that? Boruto taunts, tensing the hothead. Those are some big words that you have absolutely no chance of backing up. Now how about you stop babbling like an imbecile and prove it during our match? Why wouldn't that be my plan? You'll be crushed at your best, even with that stupid and cheap invisible attack you got in your arsenal. Katsuki shouted before turning and marching out of the room. He won't have the chance to use that technique, as I'll bomb every inch of that damn Whiskers and show the world what a champion looks like. He grins excitedly as he continues marching down the hall. I'd like to see you try, bastard. Boruto isn't fazed on the other hand and clenched his fist in accepting the challenge. Outside in the stadium. Welcome to the final battle of the UA High School Sports Festival. In just a moment here, we'll see which first year comes out on TOP. Present Mike Hypes in presentation of the screen as roars are heard. The crowd, pro heroes, and students sit anxiously and excitedly at where they're at in anticipation for the final battle of the sports festival. This match is even being broadcasted everywhere as they speak. This matchup is both balanced and interesting, Iwabe comments. Shikadai nods in agreement and inwardly states, you have no idea that these two go way back. Right? Though I think Uzumaki would give Bakugo a run for his money, Minoru states, firmly in positivity. Maybe, but just like Todoroki and Shinki, I think Bakugo would make him struggle for it, Hinata said. Good point, but Uzumaki should still be able to pull it off. Fumikage mentions with arms crossed over chest. Well, he'll have to use all of his chakra quirks to their fullest to win, including his invisible technique, which I'm sure won't catch Bakugo that easily, Momo theorizes. Good point, Yaoyorozu, Mina agrees. Using attacks back-to-back from those with chakra quirks would make them run low on energy. Kyoka said, so Uzumaki would probably have to end it as fast as it could. Who do you think's gonna win, Deku? Ochako asked the freckled teen, who's sitting between her and Sumair. It's actually hard to tell who would come out on top here. Izuku admits, much to his classmates' surprise, combat-wise, they should be evenly matched. Even in firepower, Boruto and Kacchan aren't that far from the other. He continues, one thing's for sure. They'll give us an amazing battle, but I do think Boruto will win. Same here. Sumair nods, along with Ochako and Mitsuki. From the upper stands, Sarada and Shoto appear from the infirmary, with bandages on their arms and face, with the latter commenting, whoever wins this takes the top spot. Yes, Sarada nods, win this, Boruto, she hopes. From the cage stands, now we're at the final showdown, Darui comments. Whoever wins this, it'll be no holds barred, Kuritsuchi said. Naruto nods and wishes in thought, good luck, Boruto. It all comes down to this, folks. Both competitors make their way on the platform, as the ring's fire torches lit up, from the hero course, Boruto Uzumaki, adding, versus, his classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. Both glare at each other all the while, with the latter cracking a wicked grin within his explosive palms ready as the former grimaces in his own battle stance. There's nothing you can throw at me that I can't handle, Katsuki sneers. Keep talking tough while you still can, cause you'll be defeated by me, here and now, Boruto exclaims firmly. Now, begin. No time was wasted and the second the signal was off, the two boys rushed at each other with gale and exploding palm connecting, causing an explosion in the ring right away, already much to everyone's surprise. Once they slide out of the smoke as it cleared, their eyes were locked as Katsuki used his turbo speed to come at him, with Boruto dashing to do the same, as they both reared their fists back. Die! Katsuki roared as they followed through, but by instinct, tilts his head to the side as a small jet stream of gale went past him. At the same time, his explosive palm pasted Boruto's head as an explosion went off behind him, but caused the whiskered teen to wince a little as the underside of his right arm got stung. Backing off and then resuming, Boruto lunges and throws out a few punches that Katsuki blocks off before he uses a right-palmed explosion that Boruto evades by backflipping. Forming two shadow upon regain, they charge at the hothead straight away, however, weak. He uses a huge blast to get rid of them both, but those clones were only distractions and the real Boruto appears behind him in midair with his left leg ready. Fast. The hothead is forced to admit inwardly as he blocks his opponent's leg with his left arm before grabbing it with his opposite hand. Ha! Boruto isn't finished yet and throws a right hook, which Katsuki blocks with his left palm, and as soon as the whiskered teen does a right leg follow through, it still doesn't work as Bakugo uses his left arm to block the kick that was aimed at his head, even having his opponent upside down all the while. Nuisance! Katsuki roars as he an explosive amp throw. Boruto grunts as he lands, still feeling the explosive stings from those bombs. Your attacks in close range aren't that hard to fend off. It's absolutely getting you nowhere. He then turbo boosts his way at his opponent, so stop holding back and try harder. Boruto goes for an axe kick, only for Katsuki to propel over him with a blast, before grabbing his opponent's head, hair and left shoulder, underestimating me. Idiot! Bakugo throws him with an explosion again, doubling the amount. Doing a flip, the young Uzumaki lands on his feet, sliding back. That's it. He grows annoyed with this and before Bakugo could continue on the offensive, lightning palm. He electrocutes Bakugo in the gut before he could do another explosion. Goo! He felt the surging of the zaps throughout his body in midair. Using this open, Boruto delivers an axe kick to his gut that makes Bakugo spit out in pain and send him toppling back. Who said I was underestimating you, stupid? Boruto remarks back as his opponent recovers with a foul expression. The real question. Is that all you got? He exclaims back. Attacks like that have no chance whatsoever at taking me down. Amazing. Ochako mutters out. For the most part, they're evenly matched. This fight is just warming up, Mitsuki comments. He's dead set on giving Kacchan a run for his money, Izuku said, looking closely. This match is intense for sure. Seeing him form 4 shadow clones via hand sign, it doesn't matter how many clones you throw at me. He readies his explosive hands, any number is child's play for me. We'll see about that. They charge at Katsuki in a unit from all sides, which doesn't faze the explosion Quirk user as he dodges and blows a few blows before retaliating by taking one out with a blast and uppercuts another. He fires a huge explosion with his palms together to take out the rest, however, where's the real one? Where are you looking? He turns around and is met with a powerful right hook to the face, staggering Bakugo back greatly. The young Uzumaki goes to attack again until his opponent puts his palms together. Stun grenade. He blasts a flash of light that blinds Boruto enough to make him cover his eyes. What? By the time the flash clears, he sees that Katsuki's right palm is inches away from his face. OCRA. Before he could finish, the explosion ignites. Arg. He yells in pain as he takes the full brunt of blast to his face. Boruto, Izuku, Ochako, and Sumire exclaim in fright, while some of the girls, Mina, Toru, and Kyoka, flinched at that. Ah! He clutches his face painfully, he got me and that hurt. His eyes then widen and cartwheels out the way of another blast. Hey! Bakugo feral grins, sneering, I know you can take more than that. I'm gonna have some fun with this. Don't care. Keep that definition of fun to yourself. Boruto starts next with lightning. It still won't stop me from winning this thing. He fires a lightning bolt, which Katsuki narrowly avoids, and ends up having to propel in the air to dodge another stream of electricity. Coming to a stop, with him moving around in the air, I'm getting nowhere. Boruto admits inwardly. Seeing his opponent propel straight at him, in that case, he summons and sends his clone to meet the explosion Quirk user in midair. Out of my way, damn you. He blasts the clone, only for it to puff in smoke as Boruto uses the cover to come in front of his face in midair, surprising the hothead. Gale Palm. It connects to Bakugo's face, almost sending him flying, but before that could happen, he stands his ground and puts his hand to Boruto's chest and blasts him on that spot as well, making him wince as well. Both attacks send the boys back to the ground at the same collision. What an incredible show of open action. Mike exclaims, hyped up. They're evenly matched as they landed an impact on the other at the same time. With each panting one time, as expected, you're pretty good, Bakugo. Boruto smirks. Pretty good you say. He takes that as an insult, sneering deeply, I've had enough of you belittling me. Say what? Coming from the guy who's been full of arrogance since we were kids. He remarks, acting like you're already number one? Huh, fat chance? That's because I will be the number one champion of this thing, and surpass all might by the end of it, Katsuki exclaims in declaration before going to attack with his hand reared. Boruto easily sees an opening and kicks him hard in the gut. The way you're fighting says otherwise, he remarks as Katsuki regains his position, you'll never reach the top like that. Not even for a split second. Is that right? Katsuki rages and charges at him with exploding turbos. This gets them to engage in close combat, with Boruto able to keep up with his movements and retaliates with attacks of his own as the hothead attacks non-stop in anger. As they continue in a fierce trade of blows, Boruto manages to dodge a close-up blast before delivering two punches to Katsuki's face and kicks him in the gut, jumping midair and throws down a lightning bolt, only for the explosion Quirk user to barely avoid it and propel upward to where the whiskered teen is and delivers an axe kick that's blocked, which makes Boruto grunt in pain at its impact and sent downward. Luckily, he recovers fast and lands perfectly, but by the time he gazes upward. Bakugo blasts form his left palm that Boruto dodges by trying to go to the side, but the hothead catches him by his right leg before he could escape. Where do you think you're going? Goo! Boruto grunts as he's slammed to the ground. Any weakling in front of me. Katsuki goes to blast him while he's on the ground, only for the young Uzumaki to roll out the way quickly, will be crushed no matter what, the hothead exclaims furiously as his sweat makes his explosions more powerful and blasts Boruto as soon as the latter got up. The angered Katsuki isn't done yet and proceeds to bombard Boruto without stopping while yelling loudly, proceeding to do it 5 times. Oh boy! Bakugo attacks Uzumaki with back-to-back explosions mercilessly as if he's a tad upset. Mike exclaims through the loudspeaker, how will Uzumaki get out of this one? Boruto, Sumire and Ochako exclaim in fright. Bakugo just won't stop, Eijiro exclaims. This isn't good. Momo widens. Uzumaki's in trouble, Suyu adds. Do you think that fight with Todoroki still wore him down? Mina wonders. Don't know, Kyoka said. Come on, Boruto, fight back, Iwabe cheers. Boruto. Izuku's worried for his best friend right now, but still has faith that he can turn this around somehow. Big brother, Himawari exclaims in fright while looking at the screen. Boruto, you can do it, Hinata cheers inwardly and in worry. From the cage stands, things are taking a bad turn for Uzumaki, Kuritsuchi comments. At this rate, it might be over now, Darui said with his arms crossed. Naruto grits his teeth and fists and inwardly, Boruto, hang in there. Fight back, Boruto, Sarada cheers, while Shoto widens his eyes a little in surprise at the vicious onslaught. Back at the ring, damn it, I don't have time to catch my breath. That fight with Todoroki still has its toll on me. I gotta fight back. Boruto coughs after getting constantly bombarded with explosions and tries to counterattack, even after blocking a couple hits, but is too overwhelmed to do so and ends up getting blasted in the face. Staggering back, but coming to a stop, Boruto lunges at him to attack with an axe punch, only for Katsuki to grab with his left hand and sets off several explosions from his right as he swings Boruto around and tosses him to the ground like a rag doll, making the injured Uzumaki topple on the ground violently. You asked if that was all I had, right, Whiskers? I just showed you, Katsuki exclaims with a deep rage glare, as Boruto stumbles up slowly. There's no doubt that I'll be the best student in the festival, he continues. All it takes is to simply pummel you to dust, and I know that I will, because now I'm the one who's stronger of us both, he declares loudly and confidently. With his gym uniform in tatters and burns, Boruto pants a couple times and grits his teeth. Shut up. He glares madly. That's the side of you I can't stand, he remarks, remembering back to when Bakugo would always think of himself as the superior one. Flashback. Back in junior high during PE class, phew. Boruto came to a stop and exhales as he was the first kid out of his group to finish a lap around the track. Amazing, Boruto. You finished without even stopping, one of his classmates compliments. Yeah, you're fast, another of the boys comment. Even some of the girls find him amazing. Hey, it was a cinch, Boruto chuckles in confidence. Gym class was actually his favorite class out of the rest. Doing exercises like running was one of his hobbies, especially as it'll help him become a good hero. When he saw Izuku running by with his group, they were all taunting him the whole time as he was tailing behind. Unlike him, his freckled friend didn't like gym class at all, but if he wanted to be like All Might, then he had to do it. Once that group was finished, guys, check it out. One of the boys chuckles as they look back at the exhausted Deku. Midoriya looks like he's about to puke, ha ha. He and the others laugh, including Katsuki. Seeing this, Boruto tenses up with a glare and was about to walk over there until Shigde puts a hand on his shoulder. Easy, Boruto. Those guys aren't worth the effort, he said. Every chance they get, they'll continue to brag on Midoriya, non-stop. So getting in there might not work this time. Grr. The blonde gives off a frustrated expression as he turns and sees the boys and the others leave to the locker room, except Shikadai. Deciding to drop the glare, he goes over to Izuku, helping him to his feet. The trash can's over there. Boruto points with a hand behind his back, and drinks some water after that too. He added. Izuku merely nods, even with a scared look from being bragged as his whiskered friend escorts him. After those two things are done, HMPH, Katsuki scoffed out, catching their attentions as they stopped. Why are you even defending that damn nerd? He asked with arms crossed. He's Quirk-less and keeps saying he wants to be a hero. He pointed out, he'd even die trying to be a police cop. He laughs. Shut up, Boruto exclaims, to the hothead's surprise. There's literally a few heroes out there who don't have quirks, but still became heroes. Like Batman and Iron Man for example. He glares, try thinking before you talk. What? Katsuki growls. We're outta here, Boruto says to Izuku and Shikadai and ignoring Bakugo before they leave the gym. Later on after school. You'll never become a hero, Deku. No matter how much you try, Katsuki shoves him to the ground while they're at the playground, along with a couple of the hothead's friends. Stop, Kachan. Why do you have to be so mean? Izuku whimpers. I'm just stating the truth. You're better off watching from the sidelines. Katsuki smashes his fists together, making a small explosion. That's enough, damn it. Boruto arrives on time, with Shikadai being there too. Oh, Bakugo. His friend with the red wings utters. You again, Whiskers? How about minding your own business for a change? Katsuki exclaims. I won't and you can't make me, Boruto remarks. Helping a friend while they're in trouble is something a hero does. Ha. You'd make one lousy hero, Firefox's boy, Katsuki taunts. Right back at you, brainless thug, he insults back. Say that again? Katsuki dares him with little explosives. You wanna go again? Bring it on, fool. Boruto dares him as well. Here we go. Shikadai sighs, hands in pockets. The two have a small scuffle that ends in Boruto coming out the winner, but not without having some bruises during it. Huh. The young Uzumaki pants, you done yet? Ah. Bakugo. The kid with rock hair picks up the explosion quirk user, who opens his eyes angrily. This isn't over. The hothead sneers, dead set on settling the score. We gotta go, before a teacher gets here, his friend insisted. Right? The one with red wings agrees as the two take Bakugo off, despite his refusal. This isn't over, Bakugo exclaims loudly anger. Once that's done, thank you for that. Boruto. Izuku smiles gratefully. Don't mention it, he grins positively, whatever that jerk says doesn't matter. You'll become a good hero one day for sure, as long as you don't give up. Whether you have a quirk or not. Hearing the words of encouragement from his best friend, Izuku smiles in confidence, while Katsuki wanted to prove them both wrong and beat them on the other hand. Present. As Bakugo closes in, you're finished, Whiskers. Everyone is nervous as things appear to look bad for Boruto. However, lightning palm, as soon as Katsuki rears his hand back, he gets a powerful electric zap throughout his body, making him grunt in pain. Now gale palm. He blows him back as a follow-up. It would be a disgrace losing to a thug like you, Bakugo, who doesn't deserve to take the top spot due to arrogance. Boruto declares as the latter recovers and glares back. That's why. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, remembering the Hyuga stance that Hanabi taught him and takes the said stance. I won't lose. Huh? Katsuki notices in surprise. That stance. He inwardly thought, but shakes out of those thoughts and glares fiercely. So what? You don't have the strength to beat me. As soon as he begins to turbo blast toward his opponent, Boruto begins to calmly read his movements. I can see it. He smacks his opponent's palm hand away, letting his explosion go upward. What? How did? His movements are different from just a few moments ago. Katsuki widens in shock, but doesn't give up and goes for a kick, only for that to be blocked easily by Boruto's left arm. He then goes for a large blast with both palms, but Boruto jumps away from that at the right moment, letting his blast connect with the ground, destroying some of it. At a good distance, bring it. Boruto puts his right hand up in a bring it on pose as he maintains the Hyuga stance, daring him to attack. Hesitating for a split second, Bakugo angrily goes on the offensive. By the time he does, the hand-to-hand combat battle continues, with Katsuki being unsuccessful at landing in blows on Boruto, who continues to predict his movements via the Hyuga's gentle fist. With a kick to his leg, Boruto holds his right arm back and makes Bakugo kneel on one knee and gives him a kick to the chest and face before planting his foot on his shoulder, launching off to midair and throws down a lightning bolt, which Bakugo dodges backward in time and charges for a right hook blast. After landing, Boruto rolls to the side and sees that the hothead continues his assault. Thanks to the Hyuga stance and prediction form, Uzumaki sees an opening and palms Bakugo in the chest and then face, before finishing it with an axe kick that sends him flying to the ground. Getting up quickly and propelling upward, Katsuki then comes down fast with his explosive hands backwards and both feet down to attack. Boruto uses both arms to block off his opponent's double kick, which gets him sliding back while holding his ground. Grabbing him by his left leg, Boruto throws him a few distance away. Damn it! Katsuki sneers in recovery and attacks without a second thought with multiple blasts. Training with Big Sis Hanabi paid off. Maintaining the stance is making it easier for me to predict his moves. Boruto dodges them all by doing cartwheel and backflips. Awesome! Hinata mutters. They both have lightning speed reflexes, it's crazy, Kaminari adds. The way I see it, Bakugo is attacking recklessly and Boruto's the one taking the lead back, Mitsuki comments. Indeed. Fumikage agrees. As the smoke clears from the blasts, Boruto isn't anywhere to be seen. Where is he? Before Bakugo could finish that sentence, he turns around and receives a right hook to the face immediately before getting pummeled over and over by Boruto's enhanced skill of H2H. Wowza! It was only several seconds ago that Bakugo was taking the lead, but now Uzumaki is the taking over and giving him the beatdown. Unbelievable! Tetsutesu jaw drops in surprise. It looked like he was done for sure and now he's winning? Kamakiri exclaims. He can read Bakugo's movements. Kendo expresses amazement. Awesome! Pony mutters. It's just like when he fought me in Todoroki. Uzumaki's taken control of the battle after getting thrashed first thing. Shinki said inwardly, surprised by this. Yeah, get him, Boruto, Iwabe cheers. Bakugo's now the one getting creamed. Minoru exclaims in delight at seeing this. Give him the what for, Uzumaki, Metal cheers. It surprises me how he comebacks out of nowhere. Incredible. Fumikage admits, smirking all the while. You said it, Ochako agrees. You got him, Boruto, Sumair cheers. Yes, win it. Izuku cheers loud as well. That's it, go get him, Boruto. Sarada cheers with a fist tightened. Now this is a sight for sore eyes, Darui said, blinking twice. What was it you guys said? A bad turn for Uzumaki? Doesn't look that way to me. Chojuro smirks as he watches. I admit, I had my doubts, but now I don't, Kuritsuchi said. Fantastic, Boruto. Go for it, Naruto cheers. The crowd roars loudly at the young Uzumaki dominating the explosive quirk user. Ever since the start of the match, they were against Bakugo winning this thing and have cheered for Boruto completely. And now that the latter is winning, the cheers get louder. Boruto continues his onslaught by dodging a couple attacks from Bakugo and delivering a left hook to his face, making him stagger, but the whiskered teen ain't done and grabs Katsuki by his front gym collar, bringing him forward and bashes Bakugo on the nose with a headbutt, making blood spill from his nose. That's it, Boruto tosses him over to the ground. Gah! Katsuki grunts in pain upon toppling. You said you were the strongest of us two, right? Boruto summons two clones and charges forward, with Katsuki trying to blast them again but fails and is kicked to the side of the waist by the first clone. Looks like you failed to prove that, pal. Enraged, Katsuki loses his temper and attacks with forming any strategy. Shut up. You pledged that you were gonna win this thing, as well as surpassing All Might? Boruto taunts as he sees through his moves again and delivers a knee to his gut that knocks the wind out of Bakugo. In the end, arrogance and overconfidence is the only thing that clouds your judgment. His second clone does a spinning jump kick that sends Katsuki to the ground. Goo! Damn you! Katsuki grows more rage than ever and blasts the ground to separate himself from Boruto in order to get some space, now realizing, he's reading my movements. Before he could think more, his opponent and clones catch up and begin to deliver a few team combos that gives Bakugo more damage before the real one sends him flying with a gale palm. Upon recovery and inches away from the white line, getting close to him is a death wish at this point. Bakugo admits it in a hateful way. He tries to retreat by propelling himself in midair, but the whiskered teen meets him up there and delivers 2 hook strikes before using lightning palm to zap him completely, halting his movements. As they fall, Boruto flips Bakugo over and gets atop him. Using his right hand to release a gale palm upward, Boruto sends them both downward and using him as a cushion to land, both feet smashing Bakugo to the ground. He spits out in pain as a small crater is formed. Hopping off of his opponent, Boruto looks on after his clones puffs off in smoke. Bakugo strugglingly gets up, panting heavily in exhaustion, but continues to push through. "I will not lose," he roared, launching himself up in another blast. "Neither will I." Boruto puts left palm over his right, forming a blue sphere between them. Katsuki then fires off multiple explosions, propelling himself around until he was enveloped in a tornado. Howitzer impact. Bakugo yells out. Rasengan. Boruto bellows out in counter. Both attacks clash, creating a humongous explosion that causes the crowd to feel and cover from a huge gust of wind. Once the smoke cleared steadily, both Boruto and Katsuki were still in the destroyed rain, with their uniforms battle damaged and in completely tatters. Even after that last collision, both of our final combatants are still standing, just which of them will come out on top? They both pant in exhaustion as Katsuki questions, "How? That explosion should have finished you." "Hey." Boruto grins, rubbing the sweat off his cheek. "Underestimating me was a mistake." He adds, "Your overconfidence is gonna cost you big time." Grr. Katsuki clenches his fist with a furious glare before he charges. Boruto forms 2 shadow clones charge in retaliation and to keep him busy. While engaging in H2H, Katsuki isn't as fast as he was before while caused the clones to gain the upper hand for a few seconds until he finally took them out with a large blast that makes smoke arise. "Get rid of the real one and it's over." Katsuki glares around to find the real Boruto. "Come out here you coward, or are you just gonna?" Before he could finish that statement, he feels a large sense of pain on the side of his left gut, GHOH. The smoke clears to reveal that Boruto launched his invisible Rasengan at the right given moment while he was distracted. The technique makes a big blast and sends Bakugo plummeting to the stadium wall, causing a big crash to be heard in front of everyone. The whiskered teen drops on one knee, panting in exhaustion after all that. On the opposite side, he sees that his opponent is finally knocked unconscious after that last blow. The crowd is stunned by what just happened, just as Midnight goes to check and see if Bakugo is fine aside from being knocked out. After that, she turns back to Boruto and gives an appraising nod before announcing out, "Bakugo is out of bounds. That means, Uzumaki is the winner." The crowd stands and scream with everything their lungs have. Seeing Boruto finally defeat the tyrant hothead in this epic final match. "He did it," Kamiko beams. "Yeah, way to go." Iwabe raises a fist. "I knew he was gonna pull it off," Minoru exclaims in having called it. "So did I," Metal agrees. "That was a great battle, worthy of Uzumaki's victory," Mezzo said. "You can say that again." Shikadai agrees. "Indeed." Fumikage agrees as well, smiling while Kaminari and Shiro lose it completely over Boruto winning, very glad for him. "He has so many tricks up his sleeve, it's incredible," Kyoka notes with a smile. Ribbit. Tsuyu agrees. Hooray, Izuku, Sumair, and Ochako jump in excitement at their friend winning while Mitsuki smiles usually, but happy that he won too. Sarada smiles at Boruto's success while Todoroki widens a little in surprise, but amazed too. Even Class 1B is cheering in congratulations to the whiskered teen. He actually defeated the hardcore Bakugo, Enko mutters in amazement. "No kidding." Kendo nods. "Boy, Uzumaki is one heck of a fighter alright," Juzo said. "It's not that surprising, considering he's the son of the strongest cage hero, aka the number 2 hero," Nirengaki states. "I'll say, he's now the strongest first-year student there is," Yosetsu agrees. "So that's how it is, huh?" Monoma scoffs, fists tightened in refusing to accept that. Boruto Uzumaki. Shinki thinks inwardly, "Next time we fight, I will win." Endeavor, having watched the fight, "That boy." He trails before walking away, but knows that Boruto has a lot of potential. Young Uzumaki, "Great job." All Might grins in his skeletal form. "That was spectacular, the kid actually won it all," Darui said. "Can't believe I had little doubt." Kuritsuchi sighs, but smiles anyway. Turning the situation around just like that, at the moment of defeat. Gaara states, "Your son is something else, Firefox." "Hey." Naruto chuckles, "It's the guts to never give up." Inwardly, "Fantastic. Way to pull it off, Boruto." Sasuke glances from another part of the stands, "Not bad at all." He admits at the young Uzumaki's performance. At the house, "Did you see that? Big brother won it." Himawari jumps in excitement. "He did and it was amazing." Hinata agrees, smiling too. On the destroyed rain, the young whiskered teen himself looks around. "I won." "Really?" He stands up and glances around at the crowd cheering him on. After a few seconds, Boruto begins to form a bright smile and then grins. Yeah. He yells in delight and lifts his right fist in the air at his big win, furthering the crowd to cheer even louder. And with that, the finals is officially over. The first-year champion of the UA Sports Festival is Boruto Uzumaki from Class 1A. Soon enough, all attendants, even the ones who lost at the very beginning, now stand on the field. Midnight now stands on a newly placed stage that allows her to comfortably address the crowd. The first-year students have completed all the events for the UA Sports Festival. She gestures to the screens that stylistically displays the award ceremony logo, fireworks activating all along the roof of the stadium. Now it's time to relax and enjoy the award ceremony. She poses like a showgirl to display the rising stages where each of the last 3 contestants now stand. Boruto in first place, watching the crowd in awe and fully recovered thanks to a combo of Sakura and Recovery Girl's quirks. On the second was a raving and chain-bound Bakugo, who doesn't seem to be taking his loss all too well. In fact, his classmates are a little concerned. Whoa! Mineta fearfully grumbles. Dude, seriously? Shikadai sighs. What the heck? Jiro asks in disbelief. He's got a crazy mindset for sure, Inojin said, shaking his head. He's been going nuts ever since he woke up. Man, Bakugo, pull yourself together. Kirishima bemoans. He's acting like a furled animal. Fumikage sweat drops. No shit. Iwabe does too. Shoto and Sarada stand on the third-place platform, with the latter staring in disbelief at Katsuki. This guy is a loose cannon, she mumbles. Boruto also glances at the raging blonde, shaking his head unsurprised. A sore loser is what he is. He corrects that to Sarada, much to Bakugo's chagrin as he rages even more. And presenting the medals, our top finalists is none other than I am here. All Might bellowed as leapt down, landing in a 3-point position. All Might. Midnight finished, having had her announcement interjected early by the number 1 hero's arrival. Messed that up, didn't I? She bows guiltily. He sighs, but proceeds to go on stage to give out the medals, starting with third place, young Uchiha and young Todoroki. He begun, congratulations. You both proved your strength and courage all the way to the semifinals. He adds, even if you couldn't continued you to a draw, don't be ashamed. Because you both performed valiantly. He puts the medal around Shoto first. Thank you, All Might. He said in gratitude. If it weren't for Uzumaki and Midoriya, then I wouldn't have been sure of myself. Even if I did win, he admitted, clutching the medal in his left hand. I want to be the kind of hero you are. But I still have a long way to go. Shoto adds, I also got to settle things with someone very soon. Well, I won't pry for details, the number 1 hero assured, leaning over to embrace him gently, patting his back, but I believe that you'll figure things out from here. Yes. Shoto nods. After that, the number 1 hero puts a medal around Sarada next. You showed tremendous strength throughout your battles today. You did great on Phantom Eye's behalf. He hugs her as well. Thank you very much, All Might. She smiles, proud of her accomplishment. Hey, Todoroki. She turns to him, grabbing his attention. Even though we both came in third place, I still haven't completely won against you yet, she said, to his surprise, but next time, I won't lose. She raises a fist with a smirk. Gazing for a moment, Shoto has no problem with the challenge. Yeah, he nods. Moving on to the second-place podium, where Bakugo is raging worse than before. This is a little much. He unhooks the muzzle that was placed on Bakugo. Though you didn't do as you had pledged, you still fought very bravely. Remember that failure isn't the end, but one of the many stepping blocks on your way to becoming a hero. All Might. Bakugo growls loudly. I don't want the damn medal. Second place is nothing. I didn't prove that I'm the best one here. I refuse to accept it. Scary. Look at that face. All Might clears his throat. In a world where we're constantly being compared to one another, there are very few who can keep their eyes focused on the top spot. You're one of them. He holds up the silver medal. Please accept this. Even if you have to think of it as a scar, something you'll never forget. I don't want that piece of garbage. Katsuki tries to back away to prevent it being placed on him, but All Might instead placed it between his teeth, having gave up. Now for the first place champion. Ha 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 ha. Young Uzumaki, you've proven that you have the heart of a mighty warrior. Whenever the odds looked bad, you persevered through and against them. This flattery is killing me. Boruto's chuckles, rubbing the back of his head. All Might laughs before adding, I'm happy to present to you the first place gold medal. He puts it around his neck. You did fantastic. I'm sure Firefox is very proud of you, he mentioned with a bright smile and a thumbs up. Thanks, All Might. Boruto has a shining grin and holds his medal, taking a good gaze at it, before looking over to Naruto, who smiles proudly at his son's accomplishment. All Might looks at the crowd and announces, here they are. The winners of this year's sports festival. But listen closely, any of you first years could have ended up standing on these podiums. Think about what you've done today. You've challenged each other, learned, and climbed even closer toward your goals of being pros. I think the next generations of heroes are proving to be our most promising one yet. So I have one more thing to say. I want to hear everyone yell it with me. You know what it is. Plus Ultra. Thanks everyone for your hard work. What? That was the perfect time to say, plus ultra, all might. Hearing the dramatic boos, oops, well yeah, I guess, but everyone did such a good job. As everyone's still on the field, walking and talking to one another, Boruto, I'm so proud of you. Way to go, big brother, Hinata and Himawari yelled through the phone, causing Boruto to hold it away from his ear for a little bit. Thanks, Mom, Himawari, he adds, the fights were crazy, but I did it in the end, he said, much to their further amazement. As Boruto bids them bye for now and hangs up, Naruto comes over, beginning, terrific skills out there Boruto. He smiles, bet every agency out there is gonna want you in their ranks for internship. No kidding. I can see that. The whiskered boy chuckles, it would even include the other top 10 heroes and it'd be hard to choose at that point. Ha, you'll figure it out. Naruto knows it for sure, after all, the path you take from here is yours to make. Right. Boruto nods in reply as the festival is now over. Ending 4, Beauties of Nature, by Kachin Fugetsu opens up with a yellow line floating across Boruto, who has his head lower with a shadow over his eyes while a green line floats across Izuku, who has his eyes covered by his hair. As the lines proceeds to expand, the protagonists open their eyes and gaze up while back to back. The next panel shows Class 1A conversating with one another in the classroom, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto. The next shot shows the UA teachers doing paperwork and talking about what they plan to have their students do next. The air then turns red, taking a dark turn with the two boys in the middle, Boruto opening his eye that activates the Jogan and Izuku surging with red lines, green electricity. Their gaze turns to the Otsutsuki trio looming over them, in the forms of Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. The first two aliens looking down with menacing grins. With their hero costumes on, the protagonists express a glare of determination as the next panels zoom in to the Pro and Cage heroes battle against the Otsutsuki clansmen. Gaara, Hawks, Darui, Mirko, and Edgeshot taking on Urashiki, who has his fishing rod ready to strike. Endeavor, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, and Kuritsuchi against Kinshiki, who has a red energized axe in hand. And finally, Naruto, All Might, and Sasuke lunging at Momoshiki, who grins down at them with his left-palmed Rinnegan activated. The last shot shows Boruto and Izuku watching as the heroes, especially Naruto and All Might, fight on field against these villains. Turn to each other, they give determined nods before running to join the pro heroes in battle. In the sky above the UA stadium, a black portal cracks open, revealing Momoshiki, Kinshiki, carrying the ladder, and Urashiki to fly out it. By the time they do, they gaze down to all of the pro heroes and UA students conversating in one place, having finished the festival. Here we are, Lord Momoshiki. Urashiki confirms while gazing downward, it sure is lively down there, isn't it? Must have been quite the festival they had going on. He adds, there's so many amazing quirks here in one spot and I can't wait to take them. He grins widely. So this is where the two Jinchuriki heroes are, Kinshiki voices. Bingo. Urashiki replies. At the arena, Naruto's quirk senses begin to act crazy. He widens and looks straight up at the Otsutsuki trio flying about them. Having used his Byakugan for confirmation, Momoshiki cracks a grin himself, speaking, so I finally found you. The wind blows as the looming threat of these aliens is about to be unleashed. With that said, the sports festival arc is now done. It took a while, but it's finished. The fight between Boruto and Bakugo was a great way to end it. As for the ending of the chapter, things are about to get ugly as the Otsutsuki trio are about to make themselves known and stir up some chaos. As of the next chapter, the versus Momoshiki, Otsutsuki invasion arc begins, with the addition of MHA in this O, which I'm gonna have a fun time expanding. 805 Chapter 42. Otsutsuki Invasion. Part 1. Catching Naruto's expression, Dad, what's wrong? He asks and glances up like him. Boruto widens in a light gasp at the floating figures. Some of the pros and students gaze up at the flying aliens and catching notice of surprise as well. Who are they? A random pro points up. Are they villains? A general studies student widens. The three Otsutsukis descend to the ground, causing everyone in the stadium to spread out as they land straight in the center of them all, with Momoshiki hopping off Kinshiki's shoulder. This is when the top heroes have their attentions gained. Boruto, behind me. Naruto gets in front of him, making his son blink in confusion. Those guys. All Might widens in grimace, as they gaze up. It can't be. Shota too. What? Endeavor's stunned by this. Those three. Kakashi trails. This is a huge problem. Best Jeanist utters. You're not wrong. Edgeshot agrees. This is the worst possible time for another attack. Mirko scoffs. On top of that, these guys aren't your average villains. Hawks states under his breath in disbelief. They're Chojuro trails. We literally got done with the festival and then these guys come? Kuritsuchi exclaims. Damn. Darui scoffs. Gaara stands up from his seat, knowing this is about to get dangerous. The students tense up in shock at well, Huh? Izuku widens in a gaze. What are they? Sarada widens. Don't tell her, Hinata trails. Flying villains? Minoru, Kaminari, and Kamiko exclaim frantically. Wasn't there supposed to be security around UA? Mezzo said, gazing. My thoughts exactly. Shikadai mutters, I got a bad feeling about this. Shinki narrows a brow at the flying aliens. This is rare. Tsubaki trails. Katsuki and Todoroki narrow in alert as well. Mitsuki gasps, revealing he knows what they are. Impossible. Ribbit. What's wrong, Mitsuki? Suyu asks. Do you know what they are? Fumikage asks, but the snake teen is too stunned to answer. At the League of Villains bar, Tamura and his master observe what's going on through the screen, with the latter mumbling, those guys, again. Hey. His master sees this intriguing, so they've revealed themselves to the heroes first before us. He adds, this is getting interesting for sure. Back at the arena, everyone spreads out in a circle around the menacing Otsutsuki trio. With the top heroes knowing that this is gonna be dangerous. No way. Who in the hell are these trespassers? Mix exclaims through the loudspeaker. His voice sure is loud. What sorcery do humans use for that, I wonder? Urashiki said, curious, with his fingers under his chin, despite the tense atmosphere and the three still being surrounded. Ignoring that, Momoshiki uses his Byakugan again to confirm the power that Naruto has inside him, smirking all the while. Those eyes. Izuku widens in thought. Byakugan. Boruto confirms inwardly, stunned. Fire Fox. All Might trails. Yeah. Naruto nods, before asking the trespassers, you guys. Are you related to Kagaya Otsutsuki? Hey. Momoshiki ignores the question, telling his partners, there are too many vulgar creatures in the way. Shall we clean up the area first? Kinshiki asks, glancing to him. Perhaps. The alien leader replies. Done. Time to take out the trash. Urashiki grins in a taunt to the heroes and students around them. Say that again? A random pro exclaims angrily, we don't know who you guys are, but you're leaving now. He tries to attack and lung at them with his quirk. Stop, don't get close. All Might tries warning him, but fails, because by the moment the random pro does get close, Kinshiki smacks him so hard to the point that he's sent flying directly out of the arena and through the skies, sliding through the clouds until the fodder either falls high to his death or dies of oxygen loss in outer space. Everyone is shocked in the arena, especially the students. And no way. Izuku utters, startled. His strength is off the charts, Sarada exclaims inwardly. It's just like. Bakugo widens in stunned completely, thinking back to when All Might sent that Nomu flying back at the USJ, except. This bulk alien did it with one hand. Shit, this isn't good. All Might sweats. Summoning red energy in his right fingertips, Kinshiki smashes them into the ground, causing a big shockwave throughout the entirety of the stadium, sending everyone flying backwards and spreading cracks everywhere, in the ground and up, until eventually, the whole UA stadium begins to break apart. The civilians in the stands begin to panic as chunks of debris starts falling upon them. It's collapsing. Run. This is when the heroes and cage heroes come into play and begin their objective to save everyone. Pro heroes like Mount Lady, Rock Lee, Konohamaru, Choji, Kiba, Cementos, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms are already on that. By the time a large debris comes upon one part of the stage, Sakura uses her brute strength to smash it to pieces. As the small debris fall, a woman with two ponytails and costume consisting of a dark blue kimono that's below her knees, a beige belt with white polka dots around her belly, fingerless black gloves, and high-heeled boot sandals with wooden soles blows them away with her three-mooned fan. Scythia, right on time, Recovery Girl calls in relief. Our top priority is to evacuate everyone now, Tamari states out, with her fan in hand, as Ino arrived with her. Right, Ino nods. Indeed, Sakura nods in addition before they do so. Using his Fiber Master quirk to pull a few civilians by their clothes, Best Jeanist wonders while grimacing under his hero costume. What the hell are these guys after? As he thinks those, a piece of debris begins to fall, only for Kuritsuchi to use a rock dome to block it, Earthwa. This ain't over yet, Best Jeanist. Keep the evacuation in check, she heads off to save more. No need to tell me, he does just that and quickly. Flying some out of the arena and heading back to continue, along with Darui, we need to evacuate the kids as well, the latter points out. Agreed. Hawks nods, with his red feathers out. This is the second villain attack since the USJ. And that's not going to look good on UA's part. He adds inwardly after Darui heads off. However, these guys are leagues apart from normal villains. Opening 3, It's All in the Game, by Kyoto starts off with the main players of the UA Sports Festival, Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Shinki, all 6 of them having serious looks of determination. The next shot zooms in on the arena as the title appears. It then shows the crowd roaring with cheers of anticipation as to who will come out on top of the first year's tournament, including Class 1A and 1B. Shots of Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, the rest of the Cage heroes, Shota and the other UA teachers, Kakashi, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Mirko are shown. Flashbacks of the 5 competitors are shown. Sarada, with her fist tight, looking up to Sasuke as a child with her sweet smile. Shinki as he grimaces, meeting and being embraced by Gaara after losing control of his quirk. Todoroki with a mad expression, having flashbacks of his mom, and Endeavor's brutal training. Katsuki being as angry as ever, having flashbacks of bullying Izuku and Boruto getting in his way as kids. Izuku, with both fists balled up. Flashbacks of his quirk given to him by All Might and friendship the young Uzumaki. And the last one is Boruto, with his left fist closed, shown training with Naruto and fighting off Bakugo from Izuku as kids. The next shot zooms to the battles in the arena ring, Izuku flicking a smash attack to repel Todoroki's ice. Sarada engaging Bakugo in hand-to-hand combat before dodging an explosion from the ladder, and Boruto dodging a wave of iron sand from Shinki and kicks some away before launching a trio of clones to attack. The next shot is when the atmosphere becomes dark and the sky turns overcast as the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, emerge from a portal above the sports festival arena, which shocks everyone as the former grins wickedly and launches a large fireball upon every individual there, which creates an explosion. Out of the scattered dust, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Boruto, and Izuku are the only ones who remain standing, and the 2 UA students charge and lung at the flying alien trio with a loud battle cry. Boruto doing a Rasengan and Izuku doing a smash attack with his right fist surging with red lines, as the opening finishes. Chapter 42. Otsutsuki Invasion, Part 1. In the center of the cracked-up stadium, the heroes and UA's students are scattered everywhere, where most of them stagger and struggle to stand up. The ones who kept on their toes formed the ground shockwave was Naruto, Boruto, All Might, and the bandage is Izuku, who the bulked hero protected. The number 1 hero balls his fist, rightfully angry without his signature smile, attacking right after ruining such a fun and spectacular event. He growls, "You've crossed the line." Otsutsukis. Without warning, All Might proceeds to attack the 3 white aliens. Detroit Smash, he bellows out, only for the attack to be intercepted by Kinshiki's energized hammer. What? All Might stunned by this strength. As the shockwave of the clash surges out, he held back All Might's attack with just a hammer? Izuku widens in shock, covering himself. Not phased, Kinshiki proceeds to burst through All Might's attack, staggering the latter back, and while he tries regaining his stance, the bulk Otsutsuki bashes him on his left side, via hammer. GHA. All Might shouts in pain before getting sent flying through the wall of the stadium, shocking everyone present. All Might. Izuku and Boruto exclaim out. Why you? By the time Naruto looks back to them, Momoshiki is already above him and delivers a kick to face that sends him flying through the arena wall as well. Dad. Fire Fox. Everyone is shocked at their best heroes seemingly out of the fight by these white foes who appeared out of nowhere. This is. Ajiro utters. Impossible, Mina shakes. Even All Might and Fire Fox are no match for these guys? Minoru exclaims, frantic in a bad way. Are you kidding me? Katsuki utters, shocking eyes. Damn. Nato grits his teeth, stunned. This is insane. Hitoshi widens. Walking by the stunned Boruto, who's on the ground from that impact, Momoshiki makes his way to where Naruto crashed through. Stop, the whiskered teen exclaims, on one knee and getting the leading alien's attention. With a hand sign, lightning bolt, Boruto tries to attack, but due to the battles during the sports festival, my chakras, he's unable to use it. Momoshiki gazes in grimace and simply walks the whiskered boy, who looks up, frantic. Boruto, get away! Izuku widens in horror. Just as it looks like Momoshiki was about to attack him, Naruto swoops right in and tries to land some blows on the leading Otsutsuki, who sidesteps and dodges without looking before the number 2 hero grabs his son and jumps from the alien. At that moment, All Might also comes in and tries to land a crushing blow on Momoshiki, only for him to easily dodge it as well. All of you who are pro-heroes, evacuate the students now, All Might exclaims in order. Why yes sir. A random pro nods before the rest of the heroes begin evacuating the classes of 1A, B, General Studies and many more. On the upper rows, Sarada and Todoroki are dashing through some of the falling debris. I can't believe this. It's our second attack in a row since the USJ. The latter states out in disbelief. I know, but for now we should focus on getting through this collapsing mess, Sarada replies as they had to jump over some debris. As soon as they land, Shoto sees Kinshiki charging at them with his energized machete. Sarada, get back, he gets in front of her. She gasps. It looked as if the bulk alien was gonna slash them, but luckily, Sasuke appears right on time and blocks his red machete with his blade. Dad, Phantom Eye, Sarada and Todoroki call in surprise at the save. Don't touch my daughter, or you want me to shorten that horn some more? Sasuke threatens. Grr, I'll shut that insolent mouth of yours forever, Kinshiki sneers. This is when Endeavor comes in with a blazed fist that strikes Kinshiki's side, making the bulk alien fly back to a land. Endeavor 2, Sarada said, which Shoto grimaces at seeing him. Are you alright, Shoto? Endeavor asks, looking back to him. His son's surprised by his question of concern, looking away with a frown. Yeah. We're taking him now, Endeavor. Sasuke readies his sword. I know that. Endeavor fires his fist. Replacing his machete with an energized axe. You inferior beings will grovel to the ground. Kinshiki roars and going to attack them. Meanwhile, a few from Class 1B, Tetsu, Abara, Wasabi, Kendo, Reiko, and Yosetsu, run through one of the rows in the stands. This way, hurry, Kendo leads them, pointing ahead. Best not to get caught in this unfolding chaos, right? Wasabi adds. You got that right, Yosetsu agrees. Damn, Tetsu scowls, if only we could fight too. Fight you say? If these guys could stand up to Firefox and All Might, the strongest heroes here, then there's no way we'd stand a chance, Kendo argues. I know, but if Class 1A was allowed to fight back at the USJ then we should too, the Metal Man continues to insist. That was different. This is a bigger problem, Yosetsu exclaims. Still, we could, before Tetsu continues. The alien with the red energized fishing rod flies in front of them, blocking them off and making the 1B students come to a stop. If you kids insist on wanting to be the heroes, then I'll play with ya. Urashiki grins, it'll be my personal entertainment to kill some time. What? Tetsu gets mad and provoked. He's one of the white villains, why's he over here? Kendo surprises in thought, nervous as well. Underestimating this will be the last thing you'll ever do, Tetsu metals his arms for battle. Dude, calm down, Wasabi tells him. We don't stand a chance against this guy if he's on the same level as those other two. She's right, Tetsu, we need to leave, Kendo exclaims. You're free to do just that. Urashiki chimes in, getting their attentions again. The way I see it, it'd be a fun game of cat and mouse, huh? He laughs in addition. This guy is literally looking down on us. Tetsu proceeds to lunge at him, that does it. Tetsu wait. Wasabi holds her hand out, but to no avail at stopping him. As soon as the metal quirk user gets close, he feels something go through his waist-side, gah. What? Tetsu freezes in midair, gazing down widely to see a red fishing hook that begins to absorb some power from his quirk. Tetsu. His 5 classmates exclaim, shocked. Wah. Did you do? The metal teen asks, sweating in pain. Hey. Urashiki smirks instead of answering, before taking the hook out his gut and then light kicks him to the ground. Anybody else? Going low as to attack from behind was unsportsmanlike. Abara claps her hands together to spread out vines from her hair, but it's useless as Urashiki's fishing rod easily slashed through and disposes of them at quirk speed before controlling his string to wrap around her. Ah? She stammers as she winces and feels her quirk energy getting zapped away as well. Shiozaki, hang on. Reiko uses her poltergeist quirk to telepathically move some debris to launch at the alien fisherman, who sidesteps every object thrown at him while still having Abara restrained. Nice quirk, allow me to take that too. Urashiki releases the drained Shiozaki, who falls to the ground, and zaps his hook through Reiko's shoulder, stunning her. Reiko! Yosetsu cries out. Stoop! Kendo exclaims, enlarging her fist to attack, along with Wasabi bringing out her cat claws. Both girls angry enough to attack. No can do. The fisherman takes his hook out of Reiko and easily swats them both aside with his rod. EGH, they hit the pavement hard, knocking them unconscious. What the hell did you do? Yosetsu exclaims while checking on Abara, Tetsu, and Reiko. Nothing really, except I took a huge chunk of their quirks. Urashiki shrugs, shocking Yosetsu. They'll be paralyzed for a while, so it's no use telling them to get up. He adds in extension, and you don't look all that strong, so I'll pass on taking some of your quirk energy. You. The 1B glares with shaking eyes. Hey. Urashiki flies off, leaving Yosetsu with his unconscious classmates. Damn, he utters under his breath, stunned at what to do. Meanwhile, Sasuke dodges a few axe strikes from Kinshiki before countering attacking with sword strikes of his own, both seeming to be on even ground. The Uchiha jumps out the way as an attack is called, Flash Fire Fist. Endeavor heats up, lunging in with his Hellfire Fist. HMPH, Kinshiki raises an energized shield weapon to block the attack before retaliating by trying to slashing the number 4 hero with his axe, which the latter jumps back and barely avoided in time. Strong. Endeavor inwardly states, glaring at the bulk Otsutsuki. Even at that size, he has speed to the point my attacks aren't landing. His quirk is unpredictable as well. Kinshiki swings his axe to a ready position, without saying a word and glaring at his 2 foes. He even activates his Byakugan in addition. Kinshiki Otsutsuki, Chakra Quirk, Weapons and Byakugan. He can create any red glowing artillery to use in battle, as well as his Byakugan that grants him X-ray vision to see opponent's quirk system. Byakugan, Endeavor widens, still preparing his Hellfire Fist, one thing after another. Just be on your toes. This guy isn't a pushover, Sasuke warns him. I can see that. Endeavor knows an annoyance before they charge at the bulk Otsutsuki, who creates a red shield to block Endeavor's fist and his axe to block off Sasuke's blade. You inferior beings have no chance at defeating me. Kinshiki repels them back a couple distance with his amped strength. Just then, a couple random pros come in to attack the bulk alien. We got you now, one of them exclaim, however. Huh? Kinshiki simply uses his axe to bisect them in one swing with sheer force, making them scatter away and bleed out in the process. Endeavor widens, stunned at his physical strength. His strength might be greater than All Might. You better not be getting cold feet, Endeavor. Sasuke snaps him out of his thoughts. Just coordinate your attacks with mine and eventually there'll be an opening. Now out of his thoughts, I get it already. He sneers and launches a stream of fire at Kinshiki, who blocks via red shield. Every attack you throw will be useless, Kinshiki said before adding, I'll show you both the difference in strength. He goes on the offensive from here. From afar, compared to before, it's like he's gotten stronger. Shoto analyzes as he's watched along with Sarada. I know, he's taking on both Dad and Endeavor without missing a beat. She adds, please pull this off, guys. At the same time, as there's dust and debris flown everywhere, in center of the arena, Momoshiki releases a fire quirk he absorbed prior to blast at both Naruto and All Might, forcing the two to each grab Boruto and Izuku and dodge the attack, which creates an explosion. Having children in your grasp is quite pitiful. Momoshiki comments, unimpressed with a bored expression, either way, you won't get away, Fox. He raises his right Rinnegan palm at him. Grr. Naruto glares, wondering what to do. From afar, it's hard for All Might and Fire Fox to kick his ass as long as that damn nerd and Whiskers are around. Katsuki thought, also stunned that Momoshiki is lasting long and seemingly having the two top heroes where he wants them. In that case, he decides to recklessly blast head first at the leading alien, who turns his head at the hothead coming his way. What? Naruto exclaims. Kachan, Izuku exclaims as well in surprise as well. I refuse to sit around and do nothing, Katsuki charges with an explosion. You idiot, Boruto calls. Young Bakugo don't. All Might exclaims in warning but it falls on deaf ears. As soon as Bakugo gets close and tries delivering an explosion to the alien's face, it instead gets absorbed completely as Momoshiki has his right Rinnegan palm raised to nullify the attack. What? The explosion quirk user widens in shock, he absorbed it. Out of my way, worm. Momoshiki proceeds to put his palm to Bakugo's chest and just as he was about to blast the hothead with his own explosion, All Might jumps in and pulls Bakugo back, tanking the explosion instead. All Might. The four exclaim. Goo. All Might grunts in pain, but jumps away with Bakugo to gain distance from the leading Otsutsuki. Truly pitiful. Momoshiki huffs, going through such lengths to save weak life forms. It's what we heroes do, All Might remark, having recovered from that explosion. Exactly. Naruto agrees, glaring at Momoshiki, and just like every other villain, you're going down here. Putting his Rinnegan palm up once again, back that up if you can. Momoshiki challenges, unfazed. On the upper stair level, Father, Shinki arrives to where Gaara is, along with Togaru and Pony. I can't believe a massive attack like this is happening, Togaru stuns and gazing around. Right after the sports festival too, Pony mutters, nervous. As the number 5 hero continues catching the debris while saving civilians, Shinki's gaze switches downward to Momoshiki, who's facing Naruto and All Might. The Iron Sand quirk user then glares, reading his Iron Sand. Shinki, Pony narrows a brow in confusion. What are you doing? Togaru wonders. Knowing what his son's trying to do, Shinki, Gaara gets his attention. Don't misjudge the battle strength between yourself and the enemy. He warns, you're no match for them. So the three of you will prioritize on evacuating everyone right now. He gives in instructions, think of it as your first task as real heroes. Got it, Pony nods, encouraged. Understood, Togaru as well. Shinki's a little hesitant at first, but reluctantly agrees, yes, father. The 3-1B students proceed to do as instructed. Meanwhile, having been told to evacuate like the rest, several from Class 1A, Mitsuki, Fumikage, Ochako, Tsuyu, Sumaire, Iwabe, and Eijiro. As they run, Ochako notices something off and stops. Hold on, where's Deku and Boruto? She asks, making the other 6 stop. Now that you mentioned it, even Bakugo, Uchiha, and Todoroki aren't here either. Eijiro looks around. Having spotted them down in the center, down there, Sumaire points, making their gaze turn to Naruto and All Might staring down against Momoshiki, with Izuku, Boruto, and Katsuki having been thrown into it as well. They're still there, Iwabe widens. Being caught in the crossfire would be dangerous, Tsuyu mutters. Especially if it's the strongest heroes in battle, Fumikage adds. Mitsuki gazes, seeing his 3 classmates in the middle of a dangerous standoff. He speaks this to the rest. "I'm going down there," he said, shocking them. "Are you serious?" Iwabe exclaims in shock. "That's suicide, dude," Eijiro adds to that. "He's right, this is completely out of our league," Fumikage states. "Maybe. But I have no intention of leaving our classmates behind, especially Boruto and Izuku." Mitsuki makes up his mind, taking a step forward in front of them, then having green energy begin to surround him. "Now I'll release my other." Just as he's about to transform, a fishing hook is launched and jabs its way through Mitsuki's chest. GHA. The infliction of this sudden pain forces the snake teen to stop building up energy and is now paralyzed. "Mitsuki!" His 6 classmates exclaim in shock. "Where did that come from?" Iwabe widens, as they are now looking to where the hook came from. "My strength," Mitsuki utters with shocked eyes, holding his hand to where he was jabbed. "I've never seen a chakra quirk used like that." They gaze up to see that the hook line is coming from Urashiki, who grins down at them and chuckles as the red energized hook absorbs Mitsuki's power. "He's one of the villains that just attacked," Eijiro points out in shock. Glaring while paralyzed, Otsutsuki, Mitsuki identifies. "I must say." Urashiki's smirk turns to a frown. "That power is dangerous and I won't let you use it." He smirks widely this time and forcefully pulls the hook out Mitsuki, draining his quirk energy. "Gah!" Mitsuki shouts in pain, falling to the ground. "Mitsuki!" The girls check on him, but only to see him slowly fall unconscious. Seeing his classmate down sparks a raged fury in Tokiyami. "You bastard!" He immediately attacks the alien fisherman with Dark Shadow. "Oh!" Urashiki dodges the large bird's shadow fist. That power is almost that of a tailed beast, even if it's not a chakra quirk, meaning it's also equally dangerous just like the fallen one. He throws his hook at Dark Shadow, who tries to block, but the red energized hook gets through and pierces through Fumikage's left chest as well. "Guh!" The bird student widens in pain. Tokiyami, Iwabe and Eijiro exclaim out. "I'll snatch extra from you before that shadow bird gets complicated." Urashiki grins and does just that by pulling some quirk power from Fumikage, making him fall to the ground like Mitsuki. "No way," the bird teen utters before going unconscious. "What did you do to them?" Eijiro growls. "Relax, Spiky, they're not dead, however." Urashiki grins wickedly. "A good chunk of their power have been stolen so they won't be waking up anytime soon." "Ha ha," he laughs. "Some of their powers were stolen?" Ochako shakes. "That can't be." Suyu widens as well. "This is crazy." Sumair utters, "We don't stand a chance against this guy." "I wouldn't be so sure." Eijiro gardens his arms, as Iwabe summons his rock hammer from the ground. "All it takes is to simply dodge his hook, right?" "Exactly, that's the reason why he took half of Mitsuki and Tokiyami's quirks." Iwabe adds, "We'll even take that rod away from him and end this ourselves." "I like the spunk you two have, but I got other quirks to take so I'm ending this quickly." Urashiki states, fishing rod in hand. "Try and back that up, blabbermouth." Eijiro and Iwabe charge at him together, on the offensive. "Oh I will, like this." Urashiki delivers a strong axe kick to Iwabe's gut. "Guha!" The latter widens and sent flying into a large debris. The fisherman dodges a right-hardened hook from Kirishima and uses his fishing rod to stab through the hardened teen's gut side. Eijiro grunts in pain, eyes widened in shock. "Kirishima!" Sumair and Suyu exclaim in horror. "Stop it," Ochako begs with tears in her eyes at the alien fisherman, who pulls his rod out of Eijiro, having took some power from him and allowing the hardened quirk user to drop to the ground unconscious. "I fetched myself some powerful quirks so far and it's amazing." Urashiki grins, gazing at the amount of Eijiro's quirk he took and proceeds to add it to his red energized waste bucket, as he did Fumikage and Mitsuki. "Our techniques don't process this kind of power." He adds, intriguingly, "The creatures of this planet are quite amusing. I might just take one more chunk of theirs." He looks down at the unconscious Mitsuki and Fumikage with an intent to take more of their power and then gazes down at the girls checking on them, as they shake with frantic looks at what the fisherman did to their 4 classmates. "All right, little girls. Move aside." Urashiki grins evilly now. "You 3 don't look to be that strong so I'll spare you for now." He adds, "I'll take another chunk of their quirks before fetching my next target." He proceeds to skip down the arena stairs with a sly expression as the girls only stare and frantic at what they should do. As Urashiki was about to reach his targets, he stops midway without his foot touching the ground. He then jumps out the way as burst of sand comes out of the ground, followed with red feathers that are fired out, making Urashiki fly downward to dodge. "Oh, we got some newcomers here." The fisherman alien now finds himself against the appearance of Gaara, Hawks, and Chojuro, with a plain sword. "You look to be the type that's good at surprising people," Gaara said. "However, not the type to be taken by surprise," Hawks adds with his red feather blade. "Big words coming from you too." Urashiki laughs those comments off. "Ha!" Mariko comes out of nowhere and attempts to deliver an axe kick, only for Urashiki to dodge it by jumping back, but barely. A fourth one, he narrows with his fishing rod in hand. Hey, surprised now? Mariko smirks. You asked for it the moment you set foot in this arena. Ha. Urashiki chuckles a bit. It takes action than words to prove that theory. Fine then, if you insist. Mariko cracks her knuckles as she stands with the other three. Chojuro looks back at Ochako, Sumair, and Suyu, with the boys being unconscious. You three go on ahead quickly, and take the other three with you. He instructs, turning his sight back to Urashiki. We'll handle this intruder. Right, we'll waste no time with him and aid the rest as soon as possible. Hawks adds as he grimaces at the alien fisherman. The girls understand completely. Okay, be careful. Ochako mutters before using her zero gravity to lift up the unconscious Mitsuki, Tokiyami, Eijiro and Iwabe, making them lightweight for Suyu to use her tongue to wrap around them to carry closer before they proceed to move to the arena exit, leaving the pros to take on Urashiki in a 4 version 1. Ending 4, Beauties of Nature, by Kachin Fugetsu opens up with a yellow line floating across Boruto, who has his head lower with a shadow over his eyes, while a green line floats across Izuku, who has his eyes covered by his hair. As the lines proceeds to expand, the protagonists open their eyes and gaze up while back to back. The next panel shows Class 1A conversating with one another in the classroom, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto. The next shot shows the UA teachers doing paperwork and talking about what they plan to have their students do next. The air then turns red, taking a dark turn with the two boys in the middle, Boruto opening his eye that activates the Jogan and Izuku surging with red lines, green electricity. Their gaze turns to the Otsutsuki trio looming over them, in the forms of Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. The first two aliens looking down with menacing grins. With their hero costumes on, the protagonists express a glare of determination as the next panels zoom in to the Pro and Cage heroes battle against the Otsutsuki clansmen. Gaara, Hawks, Darui, Mirko, and Edshot taking on Urashiki, who has his fishing rod ready to strike. Endeavor, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, and Kuritsuchi against Kinshiki, who has a red energized axe in hand, and finally, Naruto, All Might, and Sasuke lunging at Momoshiki, who grins down at them with his left-palmed Rinnegan activated. The last shot shows Boruto and Izuku watching as the heroes, especially Naruto and All Might, fight on field against these villains. Turn to each other, they give determined nods before running to join the pro heroes in battle. The versus Momoshiki arc is on as the Otsutsuki invasion begins, with things already starting out gruesome against the heroes. There will be tons of expansions as the arc continues onward. Thanks for reading, and until next time. 805 Chapter 43. Otsutsuki Invasion, Part 2. At the destroyed arena side, Urashiki activates his Byakugan against Gaara, Hawks, Mariko and Chojuro with a grin forming. Come and get me. The fisherman challenges. Hey, Mirko wastes no time in doing just that. Luna Rush, she lunges at him to deliver a strong axe kick, only for the alien to dodge out the way as she connects with the debris. While he's in the air, Chojuro meets him up there and tries striking him down with his blade, which Urashiki counters with a block from his rod before pushing him back. By the moment he looks down, he finds himself having to fly around multiple times in dodging a combination of Hawk's feathers and Gaara's sand. Ha, it won't work. Urashiki laughs arrogantly before flying off. Don't let him escape, Hawks exclaims as he spreads his red feather to give chase. We know, Mirko gets it as she jumps high off of debris, while Gaara and Chojuro chakra jump in doing the same. As the pro heroes continue to evacuate the students and civilians in this dust of debris that is scattered in the arena, Sasuke and Endeavor continue their clash against Kinshiki, who blocks every attack they throw at him with his enhanced strength. Chidori scream. Sasuke sets his one palm the ground, spreading electricity in Kinshiki's direction, who flies upward to dodge it. While the Otsutsuki is airborne, Endeavor is as well and attacks from afar, behind, Jet Burn. Jet Burn. He shoots a blast of fire, seemingly engulfing him. Got him. They did it, Sarada delights with her fist tightened. Shoto watches closely to see if they actually pulled it off. Once the smoke clears in the air, Kinshiki is revealed to have a large energy shield in front of him, unharmed from attack. Grr. Endeavor gets annoyed. That didn't work, Shoto trails. No way. Sarada utters. Not a bad shot, but a weak attack like that won't do anything to me. Kinshiki readies his axe at Endeavor while glaring. Now it's my turn. He throws the large weapon at the fire hero, who barely manages to fly to the side to avoid it, allowing it to contact to the ground. Damn it. Above you. Sasuke warns out. By the time the fire hero does look up, it was too late as Kinshiki bashes his red hammer down to Endeavor's side. Grr. He grunts in pain as he plummets into the concrete with a loud crash. Endeavor. Sarada exclaims, shocked. TCH, Sasuke scoffs, same with Shoto. You're the only one left, insolent runt. Kinshiki glares at Sasuke, with his Byakugan still activated. The number 3 hero isn't phased and holds his blade firmly with his one and only right arm. Just as Kinshiki was about to strike and Momoshiki raising his left palm to his foes at the center, Shikamaru uses his shadow binding to restrain both Otsutsukis at once. Huh? The 3 heroes and 5 students look over afar to see Shikamaru intervention? Oh, Momoshiki sees the black lines gather him up to his palmed Rinnegan. Grr. Kinshiki struggles all the while, giving the chance for Sasuke, Sarada, and Shoto to go over to where Naruto, All Might, Boruto, Izuku, and Bakugo are. That was a close one, Shikamaru states with a hand sign while on one knee to keep his shadow going. Shikamaru Nara. Quirk. Shadow binding. Just like his son, Shikadai, he can restrain his opponents with just his shadow alone. However, it's way stronger and can restrain multiple foes at once. Don't think we'll let you do as you please, Shikamaru exclaims firmly. You heard him. Best Jeanist appears besides the last shadow hero and uses his fiber quirk to also restrain the 2 Otsutsukis by their clothing. How trivial. Momoshiki grimaces at this amount of restraint, activates the Rinnegan in his left palm to absorb the shadow paralysis off of him and Kinshiki. Feeling his shadow being absorbed and cut off, he absorbed it, Shikamaru widens in surprise. However, my fiber restraints still have a hold on them. Jeanist reveals he still has the 2 aliens restrained by their clothing. So that's it, huh? Momoshiki isn't bothered as he and Kinshiki proceed to use brute, sheer force to undo the fiber bindings. What? Jeanist widens as the fibers are disconnected from his Jean arms. They got out of it with just their strength. Kinshiki. Momoshiki calls, sir, he complies, flying over to his foster son. Naruto, All Might, these are the guys. Sasuke reveals to them, Kaguya's file had an entry about their arrival. The ones Kaguya was creating white Zetsu in preparation for? Naruto asks. Yeah. Their objective is the chakra quirk fruit. Sasuke states, in other words, the tailed beast chakra, Kurama inside you. Seriously? All Might narrows a brow, then that's not good. You know that much do you? Momoshiki actually being surprised. I am Momoshiki Otsutsuki. He introduces, I belong to the same Otsutsuki clan as Kaguya. And I am his guardian, Kinshiki Otsutsuki, his foster father introduces in addition. What do you want? Naruto asks for some answers. You. Momoshiki smirks at the Firefox hero, you have the strongest chakra quirk in this seedbed. He adds, if we harvest it from you, we can replant the divine tree. The divine tree? All Might widens. From afar, the newspeople catch sight of this. Are you recording this? A newswoman said. Yeah. A newsman utters in reply, with his camera up and begins recording on the Otsutsuki duo and what they're saying. Yes. Momoshiki reveals to the heroes, our mission is to redo Kaguya's work. Recover the scattered quirk chakra beasts for the chakra fruit. Thus, revive the divine tree. The divine tree. Sasuke begins, that legendary tree, which was the source of power for Kaguya Otsutsuki, the founder of chakra quirks. Kaguya obtained the chakra fruit from the divine tree and scattered them into quirks, Sarada said in recall. Yeah. That's when chakra quirks were a thing. Izuku trails in addition, and the tree was lost for eternity from our understanding. That's right. Sasuke confirms before asking their alien foes, and what will you do by resurrecting that legend, Otsutsuki? Isn't it obvious? We will yield pills from all the chakra quirk energy we've gathered, Momoshiki reveals. Perpetual youth, immortality, and supernatural phenomena. Kinshiki lists them off. All of it can be acquired by ingesting the pills. So it's like medicine. Naruto realizes. You catch on quickly. Kinshiki confirms it, then you understand how remarkable these are. Momoshiki holds a red spill in his 2 fingers, showing them, as long as we have these pills, one can instantly and effortlessly acquire true power, making us invincible. He adds, unless you inconvenient humans train and preserve senselessly. You get nowhere, he smirks evilly. Simply put, you're cowards who rely on doping, Naruto exclaims, digested. They're crazy. Katsuki mutters. You're just being controlled by tools and drugs, All Might exclaims, mad. That's right, Boruto adds with the same expression, that's not true power at all. Only way to get power is if you work hard for it, Izuku adds, glaring. Work hard for it. You say, Kinshiki narrows. HMPH, they're just vulgar creatures after all. Momoshiki huffs, ignoring their words, nothing more than fodder for his Otsutsuki. Hearing this taunt, the top 3 heroes prepare to engage both aliens at the same time. Opening 3, It's All in the Game, by Kyoto starts off with the main players of the UA Sports Festival, Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Shinki, all 6 of them having serious looks of determination. The next shot zooms in on the arena as the title appears. It then shows the crowd roaring with cheers of anticipation as to who will come out on top of the first year's tournament, including Class 1A and 1B. Shots of Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, The rest of the cage heroes, Shota and the other UA teachers, Kakashi, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Mirko are shown. Flashbacks of the 5 competitors are shown. Sarada, with her fist tight, looking up to Sasuke as a child with her sweet smile. Shinki as he grimaces, meeting and being embraced by Gaara after losing control of his quirk. Todoroki with a mad expression, having flashbacks of his mom, and Endeavor's brutal training. Katsuki being as angry as ever, having flashbacks of bullying Izuku and Boruto getting in his way as kids. Izuku, with both fists balled up. Flashbacks of his quirk given to him by All Might and Friendship the young Uzumaki. And the last one is Boruto, with his left fist closed, shown training with Naruto and fighting off Bakugo from Izuku as kids. The next shot zooms to the battles in the arena ring, Izuku flicking a smash attack to repel Todoroki's ice. Sarada engaging Bakugo in hand-to-hand combat before dodging an explosion from the latter, and Boruto dodging a wave of iron sand from Shinki and kicks some away before launching a trio of clones to attack. The next shot is when the atmosphere becomes dark and the sky turns overcast as the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, emerge from a portal above the sports festival arena, which shocks everyone as the former grins wickedly and launches a large fireball upon every individual there, which creates an explosion. Out of the scattered dust, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Boruto, and Izuku are the only ones who remain standing, and the 2 UA students charge and lung at the flying alien trio with a loud battle cry. Boruto doing a Rasengan and Izuku doing a smash attack with his right fist surging with red lines, as the opening finishes. Chapter 43. Otsutsuki Invasion, Part 2. At the same time, the 4 pro heroes chase down Urashiki till the latter leads them outside of the stadium in the forest area. URH. Mariko scoffs in irritation, "What's with this bastard?" "I know, he's seen through our attacks for the last minute," Chojuro said. "With his Byakugan in full display, I already know." Urashiki reveals this, gazing at Gaara, "that you no longer have a tailed beast inside of you, but you still possess some of the One Tail's power." He readies his rod and hook, "That'll do just fine." He throws it directly at the number 5 hero, who uses his sand to block. However, it doesn't work as the hook still got through and strikes him directly in the chest. "Gotcha." "Desert sand," Hawks and Chojuro exclaim. "Bastard," Mirko sneers. "Arg." Gaara grunts in pain a bit, but still uses his sand to pull the hook out of him before his power had got drained even further. Urashiki retracts his hook and sees the amount he got from Gaara. How very primitive. He adds, "What's it called? Willpower? Well, in all honesty, it's not very effective." "Why you?" Gaara glares, holding his chest. "Well, no matter." Urashiki shrugs, "Even though I got what I was fishing for overall. I'll stick around and take your quirks while I'm at it, just like I did the others, as well as some of those kids." "What did you say?" Chojuro exclaims in question, knowing he's referring to UA's students. "Going so far as to attack them too, huh?" Hawks scoffs, with feather blade in hand. "It's clear you've got to be taken down here." "You good to go, Desert Sand?" Mirko asks. "I'm fine," Gaara replies, having already stood up. "Something like that isn't enough to stop me." "Hey." Urashiki smirks before adding, "And there's more. I know your sand is being used for search and rescue." He gazes to Chojuro next. "As for you, you left your real weapon at your agency building," he notes. "What are you trying to say?" Gaara glares. "Investigation is my specialty." The fisherman states, "If you were at full strength like Rabbit Ears and the one with the feathers, then it'd be another matter. But as you are now." He throws his hook in to attack, making them all dodge out the way. Hawks immediately flies at him with his feather blades in hand, aiming to strike the fisherman as he got close. "You're mine." Chojuro notices something coming back toward the feather hero. "Hawks, behind you," he shouts quickly. Hawks turns his head and sees the fishing hook retract in reverse toward him. TCH, he's forced to raise his single blade to block it. "You're wide open." Urashiki uses that chance to deliver an axe kick to his waist. "Gah!" Hawks felt that in his head toppling on the ground. Urashiki then goes on to dodge a joint attack from Mirko and Chojuro by going airborne. Weak. He then throws his hook down at Gaara, who puts up a sand shield, but it still doesn't work as the hook goes through. That's what happens when you don't have enough sand. However, it's revealed that Gaara was a sand clone and the real him appears in the air at the same length as the fisherman. "I don't fall for the same trick twice." Gaara throws a wave of sand at the alien, who flies down and lands on the ground. By the time that happens, Luna arc. Mirko delivers a powerful front-facing axe kick onto her opponent, but by the time it connects, Urashiki's whole body is covered in metal. "Huh?" Mirko widens. "That kid's metal quirk is pretty handy." Urashiki's metal face grins, as he refers to Tetsu, "if I do say so myself." He proceeds to grab Mirko's right leg with his metal hand and throws her into a tree, making it break completely. "Arg!" She grunts upon crashing. As his body reverts back to his regular white skin color, Hawks fires launches several of his feathers at high speed. However, Urashiki raises his hands and telepathically makes them stop before they could touch him. "What Hawks widens, as the feathers he launched are now covered in pink aura, revealing that the fisherman is now using Reiko's poltergeist quirk. You can have these back. Urashiki grins out as he fires them back at high speed toward the three heroes, making Hawks and Chojuro block with their blades and Gaara blocking with his sand. Damn! The weight to these things. Chojuro huffs inwardly as he can feel the heavy weight of the reflected feathers, but after he blocks the last one, he ends up blocking Urashiki's fishhook, but the impact snaps his blade in half as a piece hits the ground. Your real weapon wouldn't have break, but with that sword? You know the rest, the fisherman taunts. Urashiki Otsutsuki, Chakra Quirk, Byakugan and Snatch. With the Byakugan, he gains enhanced telepathic vision of 360 degrees and uses his fishing rod and hook to snatch away a huge portion of his victim's quirk. It's clear that he's underestimating us. Gaara knows it. Yeah. Hawks nods. Agreed. Chojuro too. Having came back from getting thrown to a tree, and it's pissing me off. How do we deal with this guy? Mirko asks the three, already annoyed with the alien fisherman. As they stare down, Gaara forms sand from his palm. Hawks brings out a second feather blade, and Chojuro creates a spiral water drill around his left hand. What? Urashiki narrows. You consider power as a mere tool. Gaara lectures, you wouldn't understand with your borrowed weapons. Adding to that fact that you use it to steal other quirks, Hawks adds. It's strength honed through long training and it's always dependable, at any time, Chojuro states in addition. There's no way we're getting taken down by a fraud who steals power from others. Mirko tightens her fists. If you have any pride as a fighter, then come at us with your own natural power. Oh wait, you don't have none. Oh. Urashiki smirks at their remarks with his Byakugan still active. You clearly didn't listen. Investigation is my specialty, he adds, and I'll just have to teach you all that your assumptions. He readies his rod, are completely wrong. He switches to the offensive against the four pros. Meanwhile, Momoshiki and Kinshiki take flight to being airborne, and once they're high enough above the heroes, the latter asking, what do you want to do? The former puts a red pill in his mouth, swallowing it down. We need to fill this seedbed and clean it up again anyway. He adds, let's just do it now while we're at it. Opening the Rinnegan in his left palm, a tailed beast bomb is expanded from the eye, along with the other quirks that Momoshiki absorbed before arriving: water, wind, fire, lightning, and earth. The three heroes and 5 students widen in shock, shaking. No, Izuku mutters. This is. Shoto widens, shocked. Impossible. Sarada steps back, frantic, while Boruto and Bakugo widen in shock as well. Endeavor wakes up at the upper stage and sees this giant sphere levitating above the entirety of the stadium. What the hell is that? He exclaims in widening. Takami Musubi no Kami, Momoshiki chants. Momoshiki Otsutsuki, Chakra Quirk, Absorption and Byakugan. Like Kinshiki and Urashiki, his Byakugan can see 360 degrees, along with telescopic vision and X-ray vision. As for his absorption, it allows him to amplify all the techniques he's absorbed with his Rinnegan hand and store them up for a much stronger counterattack. At this point, the sky becomes overcast with dark clouds and the violent red electricity from the tailed beast bomb begins to add much more damage to the stadium, even as there are still civilians who have yet to be evacuated. Now on the offensive, it's futile. Momoshiki waves down a phoenix fire bird toward the stadium center where they are, causing a big explode upon impact, and it even causes half of the stadium to be wiped out. As the smoke settles, Naruto is revealed to be in his tailed beast chakra form cloak and succeeded in having his shadow clones enter the same form and scatter everywhere to protect everyone that's still in the arena. With his hands clapped together, the UA kids are surprised and amazed to see the avatar of Kurama's head surrounding them. What's this? Izuku gazed around. Whoa, Shoto, Bakugo, and Sarada as well. I didn't know Dad had power like this. Boruto trails inwardly in awe. I won't let you have your way and endanger everyone here any further, Naruto declares firmly. Naruto Uzumaki, Chakra Quirk, Wind, Shadows clones, and Tailed Beast mode. Just like his son, Boruto, he can use wind and summon clones, but with way more power and numbers. He can also transform into the chakra cloak form of a tailed beast and can release its full form at any given moment, which increases his quirk 100 times powerful than it was before. Hey! Momoshiki then rains down lightning on the foxhead avatar, which withstands the strike. Have this. He brings down earth in the form of a golem, and this, next is water, in the form of a dragon. While doing this, he laughs maniacally. As the amplified amount of these heavy attacks continue to cause more destruction, Naruto begins struggling a bit to hold up his avatar, but luckily, if the Ryu goes down, it's all over. Sasuke forms his purple avatar in the form of Susanoo, use my chakra too. At the same time, All Might zooms around the destroyed stadium and saves as many people as he can before they got struck by anything major. I'll get the rest of the people to safety as quickly as possible and come back to help, he tells a Naruto clone before heading off. Thanks, Sasuke, All Might. The real Naruto replies in gratitude as his fox avatar merges in purple armor. As the attacks that get more stronger and impactful, ha 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 ha. Momoshiki continues to laugh manically, how long can you last? He rains down more attacks while at it. Meanwhile, seeing that the sky is dark and the chaos happening at the stadium, things must be getting fun over there. Arashiki gazes, before turning back to see his four foes exhausted from trying to unsuccessfully land even a single hit on the alien. On the other hand, you guys are so stubborn. So says you. Mirko stands up to attack again, Luna fall. She jumps high and delivers a diving axe kick with her rabbit feet, but Arashiki uses Tetsu's metal quirk again to coat his body in silver and shrug off her attack. It's useless. Arashiki mocks as he goes to grab her until she backs off to gain distance. Chojuro charges next with his spiral water drill, only for it to be countered by the fishing rod. You're naive. With his energized bucket up to his shoulder, he proceeds to use Mitsuki's lightning quirk to electrocute the aqua hero. Gwa. Chojuro grunts out in pain as Arashiki kicks him in the gut, making him topple on the ground. Aquanari. Hawks exclaims as he charges at Arashiki next for the attack with his double blades. However, the fisherman is always ready as they clash back to back, feather blades against fishing rod, and thanks to the Byakugan, the fisherman has zero difficulty in keeping up with Hawk's high-speed strikes. Nice, nice. Arashiki grins in finding this fun as they interlock, but check this out. Controlling his energy tub to his left side, he uses Tokiyami's quirk, aka, the arm of dark shadow comes out and lands an axe punch to Hawk's gut. Gah! Hawk spits out in pain, flying into a tree, making his blades drop upon impact. Those kids possess some fantastic quirks and I'm having a blast using them. Arashiki walks to the downed Chojuro until he stops for a moment in predicting an attack coming and jumps in midair to dodge Gaara's sand arm. I can already see through your moves. He then uses his tub to make sand coming, using Gaara's quirk against him. Your quirk no longer works on me. He counters sand for sand in canceling the other out. As the sand attacks sink to the ground, didn't I say that you were naive? Arashiki taunts, gazing at Gaara, are you at your wit's end yet? If so then I'm ending this now. Still airborne, he swings his rod, Ameno Subarumikoto. He launches multiple spin hooks like razors toward the four pros. Not quite. Hawks counters with his own middle feathers, clashing off the hooks one by one. TCH. Arashiki scoffs. As that happens, a large volume of water is unleashed from the ground, and traps the airborne fisherman. He floats uncontrollably, not getting what's happening. Can you guess why I dug into the earth with my sand? Gaara questions with a glare. This is. Arashiki widens upon realization, an underground reservoir of water. You can see through all our moves with your Byakugan. So, I just turned an act that looked meaningless to you into a saturation attack. Gaara reveals. We also did the same moves over and over again on purpose to trick a chump like you into letting your guard down. Hawk smirks, and everything worked out as planned. Giant aqua vortex. Chojuro claps his hands together and cascading the stream of the waterfall down upon the alien fisherman. GWA. Ah. Arashiki feels the pressure of the stream rising and continues to float uncontrollably. He tries to throw his fishing hook out to a tree to get out, but unfortunately for him, that's not working as Gaara's sand pulls his rod back, preventing him from moving. You were the naive one, it seems. The desert sand hero taunts back. What he said. Mirko grins, you fell for our trap, hook, line, and sinker. She laughs. Gwa. Arashiki feels himself starting to drown as he sinks downward. Just as things appear to look bad for him, in a surprising twist, his Byakugan changes to a red 7-tomo Rinnegan, in response, letting him open a portal and transport out of harm's way before the waterfall explodes on the whole forest area and spreads. He got away. Gaara trails. Well, that sucks. Hawks as well, while Mirko growls at the result. That was a regrettable mistake. Their attentions turn to the air as a black portal was already opened, hearing Arashiki's voice through it as the latter continues, no matter. It did buy us time. You running away. Mirko exclaims in question. Why not? My superiors are about to finish up so that's my cue. Arashiki replies, as for taking some chunks of your powers, I'll leave it at that for today, so I shall take my leave. After stating those final words to the four pros, the black portal closes, hence, the fisherman alien got away. Rinnegan, huh? Gaara noticed. Another troublesome one to deal with later on. Hawks said. Looking back at the stadium, guys, look. Chojuro gazed toward the stadium that's wrecking of distraction from Momoshiki's rampage of attacks. What the hell? Mirko widens. Let's go. Gaara leads the way. Right. Hawks and the other two follow. At the League of Villains bar, through the computer, Tamura and his master witness the amount of chaos that is being caused in the arena by Momoshiki, with the former muttering in surprise, such power, so this is his thrill for destruction. Shigaraki scratches his neck in addition. Quote. His master sees that this is exciting Tamura to a degree, but lets it play out. As for his thoughts on these menacing Otsutsukis, these parasites are doing me a favor by taking out the heroes, but at the same time, he adds inwardly, they're threats that need to be taken out of the picture, especially since they're related to Kagaya Otsutsuki. In the computer, he grimaced all the while. The news helicopter flies a good distance away from what has happened as the newswoman and camera-man record, this is more than breaking news. The white individuals who attacked and destroyed Esuha has now appeared at UA and is getting destroyed by endless power. The heroes are trying their best to evacuate everyone and continue fighting against these white villains, who look to be in a different league from ordinary villains. Gua. She covers her hair down as the copter begins to get blown away by shockwaves coming non-stop attacks. Back at the arena, ha 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 ha. Momoshiki laughs sadistically as a whirlwind of water and lightning continues to cause mass destruction in the stadium. The constant impacts cause Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada, and Shoto to struggle on remaining on their feet and the fox head Susanoo armor begins to break apart. I'm amazed you endured this far. Momoshiki smirks, impressed before taking a few more chakra red pills that further amplifies his strength as he then brings down the humongous tailed beast bomb down at them all. This is the end. But you won't die, fox. And not good. Izuku stammers in horror. It gonna crash down on us. Sarada widens. That's too massive to block. Shoto exclaims. Ku. Katsuki widens in shock in addition. Dad. Boruto looks up to him in worry. All Might makes his way back in the avatar, warning out, everyone's been evacuated, but if that bomb hits the ground, then the entirely of UA. And everybody else is done for. Quote. Naruto puts his hands down in making a decision, Sasuke, All Might. He gets their attentions, you take care of the kids. He smiles at them in assurance. The number 1 and 3 gaze at him in a little hesitation, but they both get it, got it, the latter nods, understood, the former nods. Izuku mutters. Dad, what are you? Boruto utters in question, not liking where this might go. Clapping his hands firmly together, let's do it, Kurama. Naruto smirks as his power rises, you better not be out of shape now. Ha. Kurama laughs from inside him, don't be foolish. I'm always ready to rumble. Right. Glad to hear it, his power goes off the chart, ha. Naruto and Kurama battle cry in unison. The shadow clones from all over the damaged arena combine their powers to enlarging the fox avatar to its full form of the 9 tails. The fox uses his humongous hands and all 9 tails to hold off the massive tailed beast bomb, RAAAAAAR. Kirma forms a beast bomb of his own, but closes his mouth, keeping it inside instead of countering. What's going on? Izuku widens. Seriously. Katsuki too. Wait, why isn't Dad attack back? Boruto wants to know as All Might and Sasuke using Susanoo shields the 5 kids from the clash. Naruto could easily obliterate that thing if he wanted to. Sasuke reveals, surprising them. He can. Shoto widens. But it would take out everything around him in the process. All Might reveals in addition, further to their surprise. The number 1 looks at the Fire Fox hero. In truth, he's the prime version of me. What did you say? Katsuki widens in shock at hearing that statement. His idol since his childhood is saying this and it's much to take in. The hothead gazes at the Fire Fox hero in more shock than ever at his power. Everyone who's been evacuated from the arena look on in worry for Fire Fox, hoping that he succeeds in stopping the beast bomb and to get out of there in one piece. Classes 1A and 1B stare in both awe and disbelief at Fire Fox's power and see him on another level at holding that blast back. In the villain's bar, Tamura and his master witness this, especially the latter, who watches curiously as to what will happen. The bomb detonates completely in the arena as a flash covers the whole area. At that moment, Boruto gazes widely up at Naruto, who turns his head back to him and simply gives him a smile before taking the full force of Momoshiki's attack. Dad, no! Boruto shouts in horror as the blast detonates further. Ending 4, Beauties of Nature, by Kachin Fugetsu. Opens up with a yellow line floating across Boruto, who has his head lower with a shadow over his eyes while a green line floats across Izuku, who has his eyes covered by his hair. As the lines proceeds to expand, the protagonists open their eyes and gaze up while back to back. The next panel shows Class 1A conversating with one another in the classroom, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto. The next shot shows the UA teachers doing paperwork and talking about what they plan to have their students do next. The air then turns red, taking a dark turn with the 2 boys in the middle, Boruto opening his eye that activates the Jogan and Izuku surging with red lines green electricity. Their gaze turns to the Otsutsuki trio looming over them, in the forms of Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. The first 2 aliens looking down with menacing grins. With their hero costumes on, the protagonists express a glare of determination as the next panels zoom into the Pro and Cage heroes battle against the Otsutsuki clansmen, Gaara, Hawks, Darui, Mirko, and Edgeshot taking on Urashiki who has his fishing rod ready to strike. Endeavor, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, and Kuritsuchi against Kinshiki who has a red energized axe in hand. And finally, Naruto, All Might, and Sasuke lunging at Momoshiki, who grins down at them with his left-palmed Rinnegan activated. The last shot shows Boruto and Izuku watching as the heroes, especially Naruto and All Might, fight on field against these villains. Turn to each other, they give determined nods before running to join the pro-heroes in battle. This version of the Otsutsuki invasion vs Momoshiki arc is going great as planned. More things to expand it on in the next chapter before the big battle begins. Thanks for reading, and until next time. 805 Chapter 44, Society Upheaval. The destruction contained from the tailed beast bomb completely destroys the UA Stadium, and while the clouds are still dark and the smoke still covering the arena, the Otsutsuki duo fly down to the ground, gazing ahead to see that the Fire Fox hero is now unconscious from taking the full force of the bomb, completely out of his chakra cloak form and without his white cape. Just like that Eight Tails fellow, you're also quite the daredevil for taking my attack head on while protecting the others. Momoshiki smirks as he and Kinshiki walk over to the unconscious Naruto, color me impressed. We'll take him now. Kinshiki binds him with energized red chains as his foster son opens a portal that gives way for the bulk Otsutsuki to throw him in it. Once the smoke clears, Sasuke and All Might walk forward, having survived the blast, while Boruto, Izuku, and Bakugo have also been knocked out from the impact, while Sarada and Shoto remain conscious and watch over them, as the two were directly behind Sasuke and All Might before the bomb went off, having a lucky save. The number 1 and 3 heroes stand firmly in battle position, and Momoshiki takes notice, you worms are still alive. Yeah, and you're in for a world of pain if you don't bring back Fire Fox right now. All Might demands angrily. Hey. Momoshiki chuckles in amusement, try and back that claim up, if you can, that is. If you insist. Sasuke takes out his blade as both he and All Might rush in offense to attack the Otsutsukis. Just as their attacks were about to land, a portal opens in front of Momoshiki, revealing to be Arashiki, who hops out of it and intercepts Sasuke's blade with his fishing rod, while Kinshiki blocks All Might's fist with his red hammer. Aren't we supposed to be leaving, Lord Momo? Arashiki says to him while still in the interlock with the Phantom hero, or are we gonna stay here and have some more fun? What are your orders, Lord Momoshiki? Kinshiki asks, still holding All Might back. We're done here. Momoshiki closes his eyes with none interest, these vulgar creatures bore me. I was hopping for the opposite, but as you wish. Arashiki backs Sasuke off while Kinshiki does the same to All Might. Taking it to the skies, the alien duo watch on as other heroes, such as Endeavor, Gaara, Hawks, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Shikamaru, Mirko, Chojuro, Kuritsuchi, and Edgeshot appear in the center. More added to the party. Nice. Arashiki grins. Quote. Kinshiki simply ignores that comment and stares down at the heroes. We won't let you three escape. Edgeshot shouts. Release Fire Fox right now. All Might exclaims in anger. Never. Momoshiki smirks before announcing this, once we obtain all the Fox chakra that he has, we'll regrow that divine tree, and soon. He grins in addition, all life on this planet will be perish, and there's nothing that you vulgar creatures, whether you who call yourselves heroes or villains, can do about it, nothing. Hearing this makes the pros even more out to stop them, while Tamura's master, on the other hand, at the villain hideout, remarks inwardly through the computer, that's what you unsightly beings think. He scoffs, there's only one party who shall spread fear and taking over this world, and that is us. He adds, both you and the heroes nuisances to that cause, Otsutsuki. As a portal opens behind the alien trio, not so fast. All Might exclaims out as he, Sasuke, Hawks, and Endeavor try to jump high at them to strike. Hey. Momoshiki chuckles. See ya. Arashiki waves tauntingly before all three parasites enter the portal and escape, causing all of the 4 pros' attacks to miss and connect land on the upper mass stairs. They got away. Kakashi trails. Grr. Mirko sneers. They took Fire Fox. Sarada utters, shocked. Damn. Shoto utters too. Quote. Sasuke sheathes his blade with his usual calm expression as the number 1 stands up. This isn't over. All Might declares, determined to find the kidnapped number 2 hero. Opening 3, It's All in the Game, by Kyoto. Starts off with the main players of the UA Sports Festival: Boruto, Izuku, Katsuki, Shoto, Sarada, and Shinki. All 6 of them having serious looks of determination. The next shot zooms in on the arena as the title appears. It then shows the crowd roaring with cheers of anticipation as to who will come out on top of the first year's tournament, including Class 1A and 1B. Shots of Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Endeavor, the rest of the Cage heroes, Shota and the other UA teachers, Kakashi, Hawks, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Mirko are shown. Flashbacks of the 5 competitors are shown, Sarada, with her fist tight, looking up to Sasuke as a child with her sweet smile. Shinki as he grimaces, meeting and being embraced by Gaara after losing control of his quirk. Todoroki with a mad expression, having flashbacks of his mom, and endeavors brutal training. Katsuki being as angry as ever, having flashbacks of bullying Izuku and Boruto getting in his way as kids. Izuku, with both fists balled up, flashbacks of his quirk given to him by All Might in friendship, the young Uzumaki, and the last one is Boruto, with his left fist closed, shown training with Naruto and fighting off Bakugo from Izuku as kids. The next shot zooms to the battles in the arena ring, Izuku flicking a smash attack to repel Todoroki's ice, Sarada engaging Bakugo in hand-to-hand combat before dodging an explosion from the latter, and Boruto dodging a wave of iron sand from Shinki and kicks some away before launching a trio of clones to attack. The next shot is when the atmosphere becomes dark and the sky turns overcast as the Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Arashiki, emerge from a portal above the sports festival arena, which shocks everyone as the former grins wickedly and launches a large fireball upon every individual there, which creates an explosion. Out of the scattered dust, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, Boruto, and Izuku are the only ones who remain standing, and the two UA students charge and lung at the flying alien trio with a loud battle cry, Boruto doing a Rasengan and Izuku doing a smash attack with his right fist surging with red lines as the opening finishes. Chapter 44, Society Upheaval. After the Otsutsuki attack invasion, the UA stadium was in shambles. The civilians were left with fear after what Momoshiki stated about all life being perished. The firefighters were putting out the fires as the medics came and recovered the pros and 9 students, having had their quirks taken by Arashiki, who were injured during the attack. A couple pros were unlucky as they were killed by Kinshiki, and the number 2 hero, Fire Fox, was missing, kidnapped. Despite Naruto's efforts at stopping the Momoshiki's attack, some civilians were still injured from the impact of the beast bomb. After this horrifying incident, the Otsutsuki invasion will spread. 5 hours later, many news reporters gather at the UA gate, standing in front of the closed entrance with complaints and questions. Holding sports festival after the USJ was a mistake. One mentions, how could you let these villains intruder after the sports festival ceremony? A lot of civilians were injured during that commotion. You even let more than 5 UA students get injured. What are you guys doing? In the UA main office, they're relentless out there, Konohamaru states with a sigh. I know, this is a mess we've gotten into. Vlad King agrees. The League of Villains attacking the USJ was bad enough, and now Principal Nezu presses his paw on the screen remote to bring up a full picture of the Otsutsuki trio in front of the 10 heroes in the room, playing the video that was released about Momoshiki's declaration of perishing the life on this planet. Once that was done, these 3 who call themselves Otsutsuki bring further mayhem, right after the sports festival was finished, no less. After the mass amount of destruction that was caused by them today, it's clear that they're on a whole nother level than even villain that's out there in current time. Shikamaru states. It was a bad idea holding the festival after the USJ. Snipe said, we wanted to show that we were strong, but that has certainty backfired and we failed on that part completely. And because of that, some of the civilians and students were injured. They even took Fire Fox with them. Midnight Trails. And they're trying to drain his power just so they can grow another divine tree and aim to destroy all life, just as they stated in the footage that was recorded. And now it's being spread throughout the society as we speak. Present Mike voices out. Tightening his fists, we won't let them do as they please. All Might declare, still in his hero costume but in skeletal form, they've got to hunt it down so we can save Naruto before they snatch the 9-tails sentient quirk out of him. I agree. Principal Nezu nods. But first, we should come up with a game plan on how to deal with their abilities. Hawks suggests to them. Precisely. Sasuke nods, in addition, showing some files he found in the Ice Palace and placing it down. What's written on the files? Hawks asks. It warned of pursuers personally coming to this land because Kagaya stopped supplying power to the Otsutsuki clan. Sasuke explains, and Kagaya was in preparations to attack once they arrived, more or less. He further explains. So that's why they've been going around and acquiring powers. Genus trails. Since the Otsutsuki clan is our enemy. Kuritsuchi notes with finger under chin. Ordinary methods won't work. Darui finishes. We have to be prepared for the worst. Edgeshot notes, arms crossed. We must never let something that takes quirks away from people, the divine tree, to regenerate ever again. Gaara states. Yes, this is something that can't be ignored and must be stopped by all means. Hawks nods. Sasuke then turns his gaze to the screen that reveals all 3 Otsutsuki, getting the rest of the heroes to do the same. The one on the right is Kinshiki Otsutsuki. He can forge weapons from the energy he's stolen and attacks with ferocious speed and power. Yeah, he was about to counter one of my best attacks like it was nothing at all. All Might said in recalling. The one on the middle is leader of the 3, Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Sasuke gazed next. He has Rinnegan's embedded in his palms and can use them to absorb and nullify any attack that comes his way, even non-chakra quirks. In addition, he can rebound them back with greater force and intensity. With greater force, Vlad King widens. And he has 2 Rinnegans in his palm. Midnight adds. Absorbing attacks with them too. That's beyond cheating. Mike exclaims dramatically. Yeah, he absorbed my shadow binding easily at that. Shikamaru notes. So using attacks against him is basically useless. Midnight Trails. He's the main one that caused all that destruction. Shota said, there was even a news report recently about the city of Esuha being damaged recently by these three. He adds, and it seems that Momoshiki guy is the one that took out Killer Bee, another Jinchuriki hero, who has the 8-tails sentient quirk. So that explained why he had the tailed beast bomb technique. Darui gets it now with a finger under his chin, he absorbed the attack from him. However, even though he used sheer force to break out, what he couldn't absorb was my fiber. Genist mentions out, the reason for that was probably because it came from my clothing and wasn't no energy-based attack. If that's true then the same could be said for my feathers. Hawks said. As well as when I control sand from the ground and not myself. Gaara adds, so that's one weakness to his power. Another weakness would be close combat. Kuretsuchi said, that's something he can't nullify. Perfect, that's what we'll be resorting to when we fight him the next time. All Might nods. As for the last one of the left. Sasuke gazes to Arashiki, he may have blocked my blade, but I don't know the name or what he can do, except the Byakugan he has like Momoshiki and Kinshiki. We do, since we fought him in the forest outside the arena. Hawks reveals as he stands with Gaara, Chojuro, and Miriko. That's right. As we all know, the Byakugan allows one to see and predict any attack that comes their way. However, he couldn't predict that saturation attack we used, which was to get him to lower his guard. Gaara explains. That's not the worst of it, he's unpredictable and his energized weapon allows him to snatch a portion of a person's quirk and use it whenever he wants to. Chojuro said, which shocks them. The Aquanari hero adds, he was also the one who injured some of the kids by taking half of their quirks. That bastard. Vlad King get mads, standing from his chair. Unforgivable. Ectoplasm voices. I know right. Miriko adds, however, as long as we don't get touched by Shithead's fishing hook, which allows him to snatch a hero's power, then we're off the hook. She cracks her knuckles next, and I can't wait to bash his brains out. Now that we got a plan in place, this is our chance to go after them. All Might said, determined. Hold on. Sasuke speaks up, even if we do go after them, we would have no shot in finding them here. What do you mean? Snipe asks. They travel through dimensions using space-time quirks to open portals. Sasuke reveals. So that explains how they got in and out of the arena. Shota understands, it's similar to the quirk that the purple villain used at the USJ. He refers to Kurogiri. So how exactly do we find them if they're on a different world of some sort? Genist asks. We can use my Rinnegan to get over there. Sasuke assures, I'll open a portal to transport all of us there. That's a saving grace right there. Hawks crosses his arms with smile. So where is Naruto now? Gaara asks. The files revealed their whereabouts. Sasuke states, Naruto is probably there too. I've already analyzed it with my Rinnegan. He adds. Right. All Might is ready to go now let's prepare to save Fire Fox and bring them down. Yes, however. Nezu speaks up, getting their attentions, you all must brace yourselves as this will be a dangerous battle, especially since they've already declared war on the heroes, even the villains. Indeed. Shikamaru nods, everyone does as well in complete agreement. In the hospital. Boruto wakes up, in bed while still in his blue gym outfit, upon seeing the ceiling, where am I? He glances to Izuku, Sarada, Sumair, and Shoto by his side of the bed, guys. Boruto. His best friend calls in worry. Thank goodness you're okay. Sumair sighs, with a hand over her chest. He immediately flashbacks to when Naruto shielded everyone from Momoshiki's attack and the last thing saw was Naruto smiling at him before going down. Sitting up, the young Uzumaki asks, where's my dad? Fire Fox protected everyone and Sarada trails. They ended up taking him away after he collapsed from taking the full brunt of their attack. Shoto explains. Quote exclamation mark quote. Boruto widens his eyes, shocked at the sound of that. He imagines a destroy field and in the center of it, a piece of Naruto's cloak remaining before it blows away from the breeze. After shockingly thinking about what might have happened while he was out, and, where's everyone else? Quote. The four gaze down with a sad look, before Izuku reveals, Mitsuki, Tokiyami, and Kirishima, they're in critical condition. Quote exclamation mark quote. Boruto widens. It seems their quirks got stolen, a large gap of it too. Sarada explains. The doctors have been treating them for a long time. Sumair adds, everyone else is fine. She gazes down, thanks to Fire Fox. With his hair covering his eyes, I see. The whiskered teen gets out of bed and walks out the room. Boruto. Izuku utters, as he and the girls are concerned, with Shoto simply glancing. The whiskered teen stumbles through the hospital hallway and sees countless civilians injured and on stretchers, being carried by the doctors and even some of the UA students who in good shape to help. Everyone's not looking so good. He voices in disbelief. Uzumaki. He hears and turns to see Kaminari walking up with Ochako and Kyoka, who assist Denki in carrying an injured civilian. Thank goodness, you're okay. Ochako said in gladness. You had us worried. Kyoka smiles. Yes, I'm fine. Boruto smiles a little. I believe that Fire Fox will make it out okay, no sweat. Kaminari believes firmly with a grin. Yeah. Boruto nods slowly, but looks behind them and sees the whole hallway with injured people, everyone else is. They ended up getting injured in that last explosion, but their wounds aren't serious. Mezzo walks up, along with Suyu, and Mina. It was thanks to Fire Fox that the damage was kept to a bare minimum. Mina said. It's a miracle. Suyu trails. I see. I gotta go. Boruto walks off immediately. His 6 classmates know that it's because Naruto got kidnapped that the young Uzumaki is feeling down like this. On his end, Katsuki walks through the hall with hands in pockets as he sees the civilians being carried. When he turns to the corner, he sees Boruto walk by him and the latter doesn't pay him any attention and continues walking. Quote. Normally the hothead wouldn't have been furious for being ignored, but lets it slide this time as it's weird seeing even Boruto like this, but he can guess why. Once outside, he receives a call on his phone from Hinata and picks up from his pocket, Hey, Mom. Boruto, we're so glad you're okay. She sniffs on through the phone, with Hima there too. I saw what happened on TV, and Naruto. She tears up more. Daddy. His little sister also worries over the phone. With a low gaze, Boruto recalls back to Naruto's smile to him before everything went black. Saying what he believes, he replies, I'm sure Dad is alive somewhere. He assures to them, there's no way he'll go down that easily. Boruto. She mutters in hearing those positive words. I'll call you and Hima back later, okay. He promises, which his mother understands before he hangs up. A few minutes later, as the sky is still overcast from the ordeal, but darker as it's now evening, Boruto makes his way to the destroyed UA Stadium, going through the entrance despite a keep out sign being there, to the messed up stairs and sight sees the amount of debris everywhere. The arena was in total ruins now that he sees it after waking up. Whoa. He utters as the wind blows through his hair. This is when he flashbacks to Momoshiki, who was laughing psychologically at the amount of destruction he was causing while Naruto gave himself up by taking the blast in order to save his son and everyone else. Dad. He mutters before tightening his fists with a glare directed toward Momoshiki in his mind, damn it. He's determined to do something and storms out of the destroyed stadium. Further into depth after the Otsutsuki invasion, Momoshiki's declaration, as well as revealing what he and the other two are, goes viral to even the Society of Villains. Earlier in the middle of the afternoon, 3 white flying villains, who call themselves Otsutsuki, attack the UA Stadium right after the ending of the sports festival, causing major damage and casualties in the process. And one of the biggest shock breakers is that they've captured the number 2 hero, aka the strongest cage hero, Fire Fox, in hopes of trying to take his quirk in revealing what their true goal is, and in addition, they voice this threat to everyone present. A footage of Momoshiki's smirking declaration, once we obtain all the Fox chakra that he has, we'll regrow that divine tree and soon. He grins in addition, all life on this planet will be perish and there's nothing that you vulgar creatures, whether you who call yourselves heroes or villains, can do about it, nothing. Once that footage was done, the newswoman continues, this threat is major and is one that can't be ignored. What exactly can the heroes do in this situation as one of their aces is missing? Important question is, what plan will they come up with to bring Fire Fox back? All we can do, is wait for an answer. On the streets among a few civilians, a young man with a dark blue jacket and high, ripped collar, matching pants cut off above his ankles, and a pair of dark dress shoes on his feet, along with a plain pale gray, scoop neck shirt, below with a gray belt with a circular pattern wrapped around his waist and a leather satchel attached. After seeing that full video, the man leaves, walking off with hands in pockets. In a warehouse, a young girl with a plain seifuku school uniform outfit with a kansai collar, both the skirt and the shirt dark blue with a double white trim that's paired with her red scarf that's tied loosely. She hums as she skips in a good mood with earbuds in her ears, having also listened to Momoshiki's speech. There are a couple other villains who have listened to this threat. One is an enormous individual with a muscular build in a forest who has pointy teeth, spiky hair, jagged spikes behind his back, and has a radio tied around his neck via rope. And the second is a young man with a reptile-like appearance with green skin who wears a light blue hoodie and a black leather jacket with it, also walking in the streets after hearing the alien's threat statement. Meanwhile, in the League of Villains bar, a middle-aged man with short gray hair worn parted to his right with side bangs hanging above his eyes, along with a small mustache and a goatee on his chin, a missing front tooth, and an attire consisting in an unbuttoned shirt, dress pants, plain black shoes, a golden tube-like necklace, a scarf, and circular glasses. And there's the scoop. He said as Tamura turns off the TV via remote, these 3 guys called themselves Otsutsuki or whatever, basically declared war on everybody, both heroes and villains. He adds, it's amazing I tell ya. Nothing about this is amazing. Tamura grumbles seriously. After what we saw hours ago, they're serious threats that need to be taken care of by whatever means necessary, that's to be clear for the most part. You're indeed correct, Tamura. His master agrees, the Otsutsuki will pose a greater threat than even the heroes. We'll need to expand our forces more than ever and find some of the strongest, top-class villains that are out there. He adds, Jiren, I trust that I can leave the recruitment process in your hands. Yep, leave it to me. Jiren stands up from his chair, keep in touch. He goes toward the door and leaves. Master. Tamura speaks with him, there's no way to even find first-rate villains around these parts so easily, at best we're stuck with the weakest. For now, yes. He agrees, aside from Shin and Kurogiri watching over the hero killer. He adds in thinking of another group, I do think that there's one other organization in the underworld that would be a great asset to us. He grins at the thought through the computer. Meanwhile, having made it back to the UA school building, Boruto dashes his way through the halls in trying to go to the locker room, however, he stops upon seeing a light on in what might be a teacher's office. Deciding to check, Boruto peeks through the window and sees that it's Naruto's office. Dad. He bursts in and thought he was in there, but to no such luck as that was just him thinking it. Oh, he mutters, before glancing near his desk to find what looks to be part of a hero costume that resembles an orange-blue jacket with a white collar, a white swirl with a tassel on the left side, and a red Uzumaki crest on the back, except, it looks battle damaged and the left sleeve is torn. This must be. He grabs it before deciding to try it on. Putting it over his blue gym top, He checks himself on all sides, it fits me perfectly. Boruto. Izuku enters the office. Hey, Izuku. You're here. His best friend turns around and glancing. I got worried when I saw you running over here, so I figured I follow you, and well, what do ya know? He puts on an awkward face. Hey. Boruto can't help but let out an amused smirk. And what you're wearing. It might part of the costume that Fire Fox had when he was our age. Izuku guesses and smiles, it fits you perfectly. Hey, yeah, I said the same thing a seconds ago. Boruto rubs his head. After that light talk, Izuku gazes down and asks, Hey, Boruto. He glances at him with concern, do you think Fire Fox is okay? Quote. Boruto gazes with a concerned look as well, but replies on what he really thinks, honestly, I do. He shows firm to it, I refuse to believe that he got taken out by that explosion. My dad isn't called the strongest cage hero for nothing. Gazing with surprising at his answer, Izuku nods, yeah, I believe it too. He's the number 2 hero after all. You two are absolutely correct. The boys perk in surprise and turn to find Sasuke near the doorway. Phantome. They exclaim in unison, before Boruto asks quickly, my dad's still alive. I can sense the chakra in his quirk. Sasuke reveals, however, I can't tell if he's hurt or not, but at the very least, he's not dead. Thank goodness. Boruto sighs, glad. What a relief. Izuku does too. We're about to head out in the next 8 minutes to rescue him. Sasuke adds, a team consisting of the top heroes, myself included. He turns around, the bottle's gonna be dangerous, but we will rescue him without fail. He then walks out the office, leaving the boys alone. In 8 minutes, Boruto looks at his right palm before closing it, I gotta go with them. What? Izuku widens. It's not because I'm recklessly trying to be the hero. I am one, even if I'm a UA student. Boruto says firmly, it's something my dad would do. Quote. After surprisingly hearing those words, Izuku decides this as well, then, I'm coming with you. His whiskered friend widens, but, your arms. He concerns over. It's fine. This time, Izuku takes the bandages off his arms, throwing them on the ground and revealing the scars on his hand. Whoa. Boruto utters. It still hurts, but definitely not as bad as it was hours ago. The freckled teen notes, it even feels like I gained at least a little control of one for all. Izuku. So let's do this, Boruto. He smiles in determination, let's go suit up in our costumes and rescue Fire Fox. Seeing that his best friend is willing to go with him, Boruto smiles firmly as well, right, let's do this. Near the doorway, Sasuke heard all of this without them knowing, HMPH, he smirks to himself at their determination of being heroes and walks off. 8 minutes later. At the entrance of UA, Principal Nezu, the teachers, Sarada, Bakugo, and Shoto are all seeing the top 9 heroes off. Dad. Sarada takes a step I wish I could go with you. Sarada. Sasuke puts a hand on her shoulder, stay here with the others and protect the rest. A hesitant, but understand, okay. She nods before smiling, be careful, Dad. Of course. He nods. Time to kick some ass. Miriko's raring to go. You said it. Kuritsuchi agrees. On the other hand, Shoto and Endeavor only gaze in a stare at one another without saying a word, only for the former to look away in a glare. TCH. Katsuki scoffs with hands in pockets. Part of him wished he could join, but he also knows that if he did, then he'd be the weak link. Sasuke opens his Rinnegan while keeping his right eye shut. This will be the entry we go through to get to our destination. He states out as a large dark purple portal appears in front of them. Once that's out, the top heroes begin to jump into it, one at a time. Endeavor, we're going. Hawks alerts him. Quote. He gazes from his son, who has no intention of looking him in the eye, and replies, I know. He nods before jumping into the portal, with Hawks going after him. Before Sasuke could jump in, halts himself for a moment in sensing that those two are here. What's wrong, Phantom? Nezu asks. Nothing. The Uchiha replies before jumping into the portal. From the corner of the entrance wall, Boruto and Izuku are in their hero costumes. The former is still wearing Naruto's messed up white-blue team jacket, but with a white shirt underneath and has his black pants, shoes from his actual costume, along with a black headband and has a tool item bag behind him for weaponry. The latter is wearing the same costume he had during the battle trial, a light green full-body jumpsuit with a red belt, elbow knee pads, white gloves, and red boots, as well as not having the mask this time. Ready? Izuku asks his whiskered friend. Yeah. Boruto nods determined. Let's go. Without hesitation, the boys quickly dashed by everyone else before jumping into the portal themselves as it then closes completely. Quote! Everyone there caught sight of them. Those two. Shoto widens. TCH. Shikamaru scoffs. Was that? Boruto and Midoriya. Sarada widens. They were even suited up. Shoto as well, they must be crazy. Katsuki is the one that's really stunned at what they just did and glares angrily. What the hell do they think they're doing? Inside the purple vortex. As the boys fall downward, wait for me. Dad. Boruto declares, inwardly as they prepare to join the battle. Ending 4, Beauties of Nature, by Kachin Fugetsu. Opens up with a yellow line floating across Boruto, who has his head lower with a shadow over his eyes, while a green line floats across Izuku, who has his eyes covered by his hair. As the lines proceeds to expand, the protagonists open their eyes and gaze up while back to back. The next panel shows Class 1A conversating with one another in the classroom, with the exception of Katsuki and Shoto. The next shot shows the UA teachers doing paperwork and talking about what they plan to have their students do next. The air then turns red, taking a dark turn with the two boys in the middle, Boruto opening his eye that activates the Jogan and Izuku surging with red lines green electricity. Their gaze turns to the Otsutsuki trio looming over them, in the forms of Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki. The first two aliens looking down with menacing grins. With their hero costumes on, the protagonists express a glare of determination as the next panels zoom into the Pro and Cage heroes battle against the Otsutsuki clansmen, Gaara, Hawks, Darui, Mirko, and Edgeshot taking on Urashiki, who has his fishing rod ready to strike. Endeavor, Kakashi, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, and Kuritsuchi against Kinshiki, who has a red energized axe in hand. And finally, Naruto, All Might, and Sasuke lunging at Momoshiki, who grins down at them with his left-palmed Rinnegan activated. The last shot shows Boruto and Izuku watching as the heroes, especially Naruto and All Might, fight on field against these villains. Turn to each other, they give determined nods before running to join the pro-heroes in battle. The second half of the arc and the second battle against the Otsutsuki begins next chapter. And oh boy, I'm gonna have a blast writing the fights and expansions of them. Thanks for reading and see y'all next time.